Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do, adding an air of mystery and uncertainty. Who among the players is working towards a different goal, and what do they hope to gain from it? Alas, Shino was just one of them, and he will only focus on his own agenda. As for the rest, he'll deal with them when he had the strength. Shino blended seamlessly into the group, his presence unnoticed as he quietly observed the others. Naturally, Naruto, Sasuke, and Danzō were all missing. One was being chased by bulls, one missing in action, and one went to provoke the sand boy to get a doctor's excuse notice, but got a free bendo instead. As he stood amidst the group, Shino felt the weight of a gaze full of discontent. His eyes flickered to the side, where he saw the puppet master, Kankuro, glaring back at him. To Shino, it was no surprise that Kankuro was unhappy. After all, he will be sacrificing his own reputation for the sake of the village. However, the new Shino is here, and what happens will remain to be seen. As Kankuro's stare shifted away, Naruto's arrival captured everyone's attention. With a graceful slide that would leave mere mortals injured, the protagonist joined the group with a flourish, stealing the spotlight from anyone who dared challenge his charisma. Unless it was Sasuke. You guys are the stars of the final round. After the short brief, the tournament kicked off with an explosive clash between two polar opposites, the genius and the mediocre, the stepping stone and the protagonist. As with all stories, the genius supporters were just waiting to be face-slapped while the audience will be shocked by what happens next. The perfect clickbait fight, an irresistible hook for everyone's attention. As Shino observed the arena from the waiting room, he couldn't help but notice a strange phenomenon. A sudden gust of wind, almost as if summoned by Naruto's declaration of his ninja way, swept through the spectators, causing the leaves to dance in the air. It was an eerie sight, but one that seemed to enhance the protagonist's already impressive aura. Was it mere coincidence, or was something more supernatural at play? Shino couldn't shake the feeling that this was the incarnation of Ajura at work, and that the outcome of the fight had been determined by forces beyond their understanding from the very beginning. Perhaps, these musings are nothing but a smokescreen, a diversion to make the audience think that there is more to the story than meets the eye. Like how dramatic pauses and expository dialogues in battles can be used to prolong the scene's runtime. But, who knows? In a world full of mysteries and hidden powers, even the most insignificant detail could hold the key to a greater truth. Or maybe it's really just the power of the human will? After all, destiny can be fought against, right? That's what Naruto proved after defeating Neji, who kept clamoring everything is fated. There's no way the reason that Naruto conquered fate was due to being the fated one, right? Shino's eyes gleamed behind his glasses as he watched the overwhelming amount of chakra radiating out from Naruto, enough to disrupt and affect the environment. Well, only the fated one has cheats like this, right? Poor Neji, he really was destined to play his tragic role ever since his birth. Sensing a report from Elena, Shino glanced over towards the audience stand. His eyes locked onto his teammate, the Miss Bedazzled by Love. She was injured and came to watch, but just before Naruto turned on cheat mode, she had fainted. Everything just seemed like a coincidence, but when there are too many coincidences, it's hard to not think more. Shino's eyes flickered towards the audience stand, drawn by a sudden report from his teammate Elena. As he scanned the sea of faces, his gaze locked onto the one person he couldn't help but notice, his teammate who had been bedazzled by love. Despite her injuries, Hinata had come to watch the tournament, but when Naruto's chakra had overflowed, she had collapsed. Coincidences had a funny way of piling up, Shino mused. Could it really be that everything was just a series of random events, or was there something deeper at work here? As he continued to watch, a niggling feeling crept up within him, hinting at the possibility that all of this was somehow connected, but he had no proof. As for that medic Anbu who healed her. Alert. Overmind, all markers have failed to approach the target. Proceed to deploying second batch? There's no need. It seems that the stealth abilities of our bugs still need to be upgraded. Affirmative. Overmind, research into new stealth capabilities is ongoing, but the applicable mutations are limited due to the species of aberrane bugs. To achieve the desired capabilities, it is suggested that the Overmind unlock new Zergs or develop new life forms. Shino understood the limitations he faced, but the situation left him feeling helpless. He had already scoured the area around Hidden Lee Village for viable specimens, but expanding his search outside the village was too risky. After all, he couldn't afford to accidentally draw the attention of the unknown black hands pulling the strings behind the scenes. Furthermore, even if he were to send out his Zergs to other countries, the low efficiency of collecting the samples made it an inefficient use of resources. But once his retreat was secured, it would be time for the Zerg's expansion. With the spread of the creep, it was only a matter of time before his farming area expanded to unimaginable proportions, allowing him to conquer new territories and emerge as a true master of the swarm. Soon. Very soon. And I thought we were both uncool. Everyone's screaming for him now. It looks like he's part of the cool kids now. I don't think I can beat him. This is bad. Shikamaru's complaint came from the side. Even without his input, Shikamaru completed his monologue. It seems Shino's input was truly not necessary for the world to move forward. Shino's sharp gaze fell upon the field below, where the outcome of the battle had already been determined. Needless to say, the ending was destined to be one where the protagonist defies fate. Ahem. Shino's eyes shifted from the arena below, his mind already made up. With a determined air about him, he spun on his heel and headed down the stairs, ready to make his move. Oi, Shino, where are you going? It's not. Shikamaru's words trailed off as he stared at the participants in the waiting room. It seems he's still not here yet. Ah. Why are they one more troublesome than the other? The boisterous crowd was full of complaints, but that was Shino's cue. At an evenly pace, he arrived on the arena's battlefield, just as Genma had made the announcement. The timing almost seemed too perfect. Kankuro and Shino Abraham. Come down. The next fight was his turn. Chapter 33, Taunt. As fate would have it, the anticipated fight was originally called off due to Kankuro's reluctance to reveal his tactics. However, Shino couldn't help but wonder what would happen if his opponent were to be replaced by a clone. While he trusted in his father's ability to protect him, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease knowing that there were forces out there that would stop at nothing to get what they wanted. Who knows if Mr. Snatcher would send out his tentacles to kidnap him and force him to join the sinister abyss called Root. So, ever since the plan began, for his own safety, he made a bold move. His body in Hidden Lee Village was no longer the real him. Ever since the implementation of his plan in the Abraham clan, Shino had already transported his main body to the safety of his base. The body active in Hidden Lee Village was merely a clone, controlled remotely from his hidden base. With the replenishment from his bugs that have infiltrated every corner of Hidden Lee Village, his clone could remain in action for a long time. Aided by Lena's assistive control, the mental energy consumed to generate the clone was greatly reduced to a level where he could sustain the clone all day. The only issue was the fact the bugs need to recharge chakra at a chakra power bank, mutated from his drones by sacrificing their biomass storage. Outside of the minor costs that left loopholes, it was a perfect replica, capable of fooling even those closest to him. Even if anyone did happen to discover that it was a clone, they would only assume that he had hidden his real body nearby. They knew he had camouflage insects, so they never suspected that he had the incredible power to remotely control his clone from afar. His insect clone was basically a shadow clone, but without independent consciousness. Instead, it was his avatar under manual control or Lena's assistive control. The battlefield was filled with anticipation as Shino's body suddenly dissolved into a swarm of insects. They swirled around in a dizzying display of agility and coordination before reforming into the shape of Shino himself, standing calmly at the side of the judge, Genma. He then said with a stoic face, "My main body is busy, so... clone? This." Genma stared at the young man with a bit of sweat on his face. Honestly, even he didn't notice until the young man revealed it. This isn't in accordance to the rules. Are you forfeiting? No, it's because I think this is boy. Are you underestimating the enemy? Genma's words hung heavy in the air as he interrupted the young boy in front of him. Shino's gaze remained steady, unflinching under the scrutiny of the experienced ninja. This shouldn't be allowed. Seeing his determined countenance, Genma hesitated, his eyes darting towards the Hokage seats where the Hiruzen was deep in discussion with the Kazekage. The audience was in an uproar. First, a missing contestant. Now, a clone shows up to fight. This Chunin exam had started to look more and more like a joke. As Shino awaited the final decision, he adjusted his glasses and gazed out at the waiting stands. His keen eyes fixed on Kankuro, whose face was contorted in a mixture of sweat and anxiety. Would he choose to forfeit once again, even in the face of a mere clone? Shino knew he couldn't change the trajectory of history so easily. If he wanted to force Kankuro to fight, he had to play some tricks. Aggressive tactics won't work because he would risk offending the Sand village. Although the Kazekage was a disguise, if he accidentally drew the aggro of the invading sand ninjas, it would be difficult to implement his following plans. So, Shino designed this soft tactic and left the decision in Konkuro's hands. By choosing not to fight a real opponent, Konkuro risked tarnishing the Sand Village's reputation, but mostly his own for being a coward. However, if he forfeited in the face of a mere clone, it would be like admitting that Hidden Leaf Village had given the Sand Village a handicap, yet they still couldn't overcome it and hid like a turtle. This would dump the Sand Village's reputation into the gutters, downgrading the scale of commissions they would receive in the future. After all, the words would be passed on that the ninjas of the Sand Village could only escape in the face of Hidden Leaf Village ninja clones. Shino's plan was a subtle nudge, a way to make Konkuro realize the gravity of his decision. However, the final choice rested with Konkuro. Shino could only watch and wait to see if his plan would succeed. If Konkuro still shrinks like a turtle, he would have to reluctantly postpone his plans to become a Chunin and delay some of his other operations. Suddenly, Shino felt a line of sight lock onto him. Turning his attention over to the Hokage stand, he saw Hyru's and Sarutobi's gaze locked on him. Although far, he knew what the old man was implying by his look. As Shino stood there, his senses keenly attuned to his surroundings, he felt a prickling gaze lock onto him. Someone was watching him, and it wasn't just anyone, it was the Hokage himself. Despite the distance between them, Shino could feel the weight of Hyru's and Sarutobi's gaze, and he knew what the old man was silently implying. If the fight proceeds, he can't lose. Or Hidden Leaf Village will be the one that turns into a joke. But Shino was not one to falter under pressure. He had already made preparations, and he was confident in his abilities. His main body was safely hidden away, and he could now play the game his way without fear of consequences. Gaining Shino's confident affirmation, there was no change in the third Hokage's expression. He nodded stoically, his expression giving nothing away, but he could tell from the Hokage's body language that the old man was communicating with his attendant ninja in hushed tones. Not long later, the ninja came down to deliver the message. The Hokage and Kazekage agrees to let the match proceed. The audience were a bit surprised as they exchanged bewildered gazes. After they calmed down, their curiosity was piqued as they sat waiting with bated breath for the next thrilling bout. "Damn it, this bug boy," Konkuro uttered as he gritted his teeth. "Konkuro." Temari started, but hesitated. Konkuro struggled inwardly, but in the end, he still decided to forfeit. Although the village's reputation would be hit, as long as they could win the battle afterwards, it wouldn't matter. Alas, before he could, a growl came from the side. "Go." Both Temari and Konkuro froze as their eyes peeked over at Gaara, whose face was clenched in anger. Sweat rolled down Konkuro's face as he uttered, "But my match doesn't matter at all." "I don't want to expose that man," agreed. Gaara's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the Kage stance, his expression distorting in anger and frustration as he tried his suffocation. His gaze then shifted to his brother Konkuro, and the intensity of his glare only seemed to increase. The air around him grew thick with tension, and even the others in the waiting stands could feel the weight of his gaze. It was as if Gaara's very will was enough to shatter the resolve of anyone who dared to cross him. He agreed. Gulp. Konkuro swallowed before he uttered in dissatisfaction, Hey. Gaara, I hope you still remember the plan." "What plan?" Naruto butted in from the side, trying to defuse the situation. The brother-sister duo sweated. They were too distracted by Gaara's unstable emotions, and almost forgot there were other contestants nearby. "Nothing. It's my plan to win." Konkuro's face contorted with uncertainty as he prepared to hop down, muttering helplessly under his breath. "Ah. Who said you're going to win?" "Shino is like really strong, Dapao. TSK, just a clone." Konkuro grunted angrily as he leapt over the rails. "I'll teach this bug a lesson for underestimating us Sand Shinobi." "Don't overdo it," Temari reminded. "Got it." Shino's eyes narrowed behind his glasses as he watched Konkuro step onto the arena floor. A small smile played at the corners of his mouth, and he adjusted his stance, ready for whatever was to come. He knew there was a risk that his ploy wouldn't work, but it seemed luck was on his side. In the original, the fight occurred outside the arena. Shino had always known that this fight was inevitable, one of the crucial turning points in the story. To alter the plot was out of the question, and he had no choice but to reveal a part of his true strength when the time came. However, he wasn't about to let the opportunity go to waste. If the fight took place outside the arena, he wouldn't have the advantage of publicity, but that didn't mean he could escape the watchful eyes of the dark side ninjas. Therefore, Shino intended to make the most of this fight and turn it to his advantage. Shino was aware of the potential consequences of letting Sasuke and Naruto run outside of Hidden Leaf Village unsupervised. It was improbable that they would not be watched by someone, be it the Anbu or the covert organization, Root, who definitely had a lot of free time due to not participating in Hidden Leaf Village's defense. The outcome of this is that he would draw that bad old man's attention regardless. So, he made a strategic decision to reveal his strength publicly in the arena. By doing so, he could attract the attention of powerful figures such as the Jonins and the daimyos, and demonstrate the full potential of his bug techniques to his clan, increasing the propagation speed of the bug throughout his clan. Oi, referee, isn't it unfair to fight his clone? What if his main body is the weakness? Kankuro strolled over, a calm facade masking his complaints as he tugged on the bandages tightly wrapped around his puppet. His determined demeanor made it clear that he was ready to fight. Genma's questioning gaze shifted over to Shino. Shino's glasses glinted in the sunlight as he spoke, his voice calm and composed. As long as you are able to inflict any harm upon my clone, you he. Fool. You don't know anything. Don't worry, I'll make sure to crush all your bugs fast and end this naive farce. Don't let me find your real body, or don't blame me if you die. A sudden tug and the bandage unwrapped, revealing a puppet. Kankuro's fingers moved with precision, and blue chakra threads connected with the puppet, bringing it to life with an intimidating clack as it lay on his back. All eyes were now fixed on Kankuro, and an uneasy silence filled the arena as everyone waited for the battle to begin. Elena, deploy combat assistant. Executing protocol CCA. Retrieving opponent data. Match found. Activating anti-Kankuro protocol. Retrieving arena data. Generating virtual map. Projecting combat assistant's interface. Checking system for bugs. All signs are normal. Elena, the tune-in combat assistant at the Overmind service. Bugs began to flow out from Shino's body, buzzing menacingly as it formed two small swarms around his arms. Condition of victory: any significant damage to the clone. Genma's gaze shifted from Shino to Kankuro, then back to Shino, his expression inscrutable. Prepare yourselves. Begin. The battle commences. Chapter 34, Tune-in tournament ends as Shino analyzed the puppet before him. A holographic display overlaid his vision, revealing the puppet's intricate workings and weak points, highlighting all the locations of its joints and hidden contraptions. His preparation since the first exam was meticulous and calculated. Shino knew that once the first insect penetrated the puppet's defenses, Elena's keen insight would take over and leave no stone unturned, exploring and analyzing all the intricate details of the puppet before establishing a model for it in the database. The puppeteer's weakness was like an open book from the very start. Elena's instructions echoed in Shino's mind, guiding him with the most effective plan to target the puppet. Picking. A metallic sound echoed through the arena as a hidden mechanism in the puppet's hand opened to reveal a sharp blade. Time to end this. Kankuro raised his hands with a grin. The crowd hushed as Kankuro made the first move. With a flick of his wrist, his puppet clacked and zoomed through the air towards Shino. Shino's head lifted, and his glasses caught the light in a glint of anticipation. Activate S-Flash. Affirmative. Executing protocol so fast loser ain't see him, A low rumble echoed through the arena as a horde of insects burst out from Shino's body, swirling around him in a frenzied storm. But as the swarm grew more intense, it started to blur and fade, becoming almost translucent. And then, in a sudden and stunning display of insect mastery, the entire swarm vanished into thin air, taking Shino with it. The crowd erupted in amazement as Kankuro's puppet charged forward, only to pass straight through Shino's previous location as if he was never there. Nani? Kankuro widened his in shock as he frantically tugged on his puppet, dragging it back to defend himself. What the hell just happened? Exclaimed Asuma, who was sitting among the spectators with Kurenai. That's Shino's signature move, replied Kurenai, her eyes never leaving the arena. He uses his bugs to form a stationary wall to camouflage himself, making him blend into the environment. But I've never seen him use them at a scale like this. He's completely gone. A bug that can hide to this extent, unless the enemy has a special method to detect chakra, they won't even know how they die. At this level, even experienced Chunins will find it difficult to handle them, and he's just a clone? Kurenai, some people may not be able to sit still. As Kurenai sat in silent contemplation, her countenance bore a weighty air of concentration. Asuma couldn't help but steal a glance at her, admiring the graceful lines of her serious face. Her serious face is still beautiful. Ahem. What a powerful distraction no jutsu. He quickly cleared his throat, refocusing his attention on the matter at hand. Does the Aburame clan know? Asumo brought a cigarette to his lips, taking a slow drag as he awaited her response. Kurenai thought for a moment before her face visibly relaxed. Yes. I went to pay a visit a month ago. A thin trail of smoke escaped from Asuma's lips as he muttered, "Oh, then let them worry about it." His voice was casual, but the way he held the cigarette hinted at a deeper thought. Back in the arena, Kankuro was bewildered. He had never seen anything like this before, and he was starting to feel a bit nervous. Come on, Kankuro. Don't let him get to you. Temari muttered in a soft voice from the stands. But Kankuro was too focused on finding Shino. He knew that one wrong move could mean the end of the fight. You coward. I thought you were already too scared to show up in person, now even your clone goes into hiding. If you're not going to fight me, then forfeit. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. How do you know I'm not, so you're over there? With a swift tug, Kankuro sent his puppet soaring over, poised to strike. But just as his finger tensed in readiness to unleash its hidden cannon, his eyes bulged with disbelief. Kankuro's puppet jerked to a stop, its limbs immobilized by something. Kankuro gasped as he realized that Shino had managed to sneak his bugs into all of the puppet's joints, effectively immobilizing it. When? Kankuro's face was ugly as he exclaimed in disbelief. The crowd was on the edge of their seats as Shino emerged from his camouflage in front of Kankuro, holding a kunai directly against Kankuro's neck, drawing a trace of blood. Kankuro's initial instinct was to resist, but he suddenly felt a bunch of creepy crawlies that seemed to be infesting his body. As he felt them scurrying and burrowing deeper, a chill ran down his spine. A single bead of sweat trickled down his face as he glared at Shino's serene expression, which remained unperturbed. Kankuro's teeth clenched as he fought to maintain his composure, but his body continued to tremble uncontrollably. He didn't expect to be defeated this fast, and the loss was a bitter pill to swallow. As Shino left the arena, the crowd cheered him on, amazed at his skills. Asuma and Kurenai exchanged a knowing glance, impressed by the young Geinin's performance. Your student has come a long way, said Asuma as his eyes followed the young man. He's definitely one to watch. Kurenai's voice held a hint of pride as she agreed, that he is. But then, a worried tone crept into her voice as she muttered, I just hope he doesn't become a pawn in their power struggles. Asuma's expression darkened as he bit his cigarette, his mind wandering to some unpleasant memories. Back in the waiting room, Temari observed her brother's silent demeanor and walked up to Kankuro before asking in a soft voice, Are you alright? Kankuro nodded silently as he looked down at his fingers. Kankuro, don't feel I'm fine, Temari. I won't lose next time. I just didn't want to reveal too many cards, Kankuro said in a bland tone as he sat down and began to check his puppet. Don't disturb me, I have to check if he left any bugs in my puppet. I don't want them to affect our plan later. Temari glanced at her brother, sighing in her heart because she knew that her brother took great pride in his puppetry skills. With bated breath, she could only hope that the blow was not too severe and that he would recover. As she turned her gaze towards the arena, her eyes narrowed with a fierce determination. The thought of underestimating the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas was gone and she declared with a tone filled with battle intent, It seems Hidden Leaf Village ninjas aren't as weak as we think, but I won't lose. With a sweep of her fan, a sudden gust of wind burst forth from the waiting area, roughing up the other innocent boys chilling in the waiting room. Riding her fan like a warrior, Temari gracefully descended onto the arena under the surprised eyes of Genma. And you are? It's my turn, isn't it? Well, it seems you are fired up. Oi, the next match, the last one on the left. Nara Shikamaru, come on. Shino adjusted his glasses and glanced at Shikamaru who had a dull face, probably complaining in his mind. This time, Kankuro didn't forfeit. Will Shikamaru still think about surrendering? Alright. Shikamaru, do your best. With a friendly slap from Naruto, Shikamaru was sent tumbling down onto the arena. Thud. A smirk curled at the corner of Shino's lips. It seemed that there was no need to worry about Shikamaru forfeiting. As for whether his own fight had influenced Temari's demeanor, Shino felt no remorse. After all, even if Shikamaru's opponent let water, the lazy boy was bound to lose the match. The victory of Shino's match had came swiftly, so there wasn't much alteration in the time. Shikamaru still flexed his overpowered IQ to Temari, controlled her to have a face-to-face bonding moment, and planted a seed for his future tortuous and troublesome marriage life. As expected of the genius with over 200 IQ, with one battle, he had achieved many important goals, displaying his skills, delaying time for Sasuke, and picking up a hot chick. With the extra delay from Shino, there wasn't even a need to wait for Nope. The Kakashi and Sasuke still showed up fashionably late, posing arrogantly and stealing the spotlight from Shikamaru. Gaara, not wanting to be outdone, made a dramatic final boss appearance, one that shook the arena with the sounds of bones being crushed and screams filling the air. The clash between the supporting characters began. Yeah, who would have expected that Naruto is the main character with these two badasses? Oh, but the show is called Naruto. Alert. Target Kiba Inuzaka, tagged in Overmind's Black Book, has been incarcerated. Please determine what action to take. Oh. Deduct 1 point from the Kiba interruption variable. Affirmative, Overmind. Well, Kiba should be fine. Then, his mouth twitched as he heard Kankuro and Temari's incessant chatter nearby. They kept mentioning the plan out loud over and over, like he wasn't there. Well, it doesn't matter since he already knew about it. Returning his focus to the tournament, Shino's eyes narrowed as he watched Sasuke's lightning-fast movements on the battlefield. Shino couldn't help but complain inwardly. It took him months of training plus the assistance of the evolutionary bioenergy to attain Lee's weightless speed, while Sasuke merely disappeared off-screen for a month then comes back upgraded with the same speed. Fortunately, his upgrades were not just focused on speed. His system brought him an all-round upgrade to his physique, giving him an arsenal to take on a variety of opponents. Otherwise, Shino might have been left questioning who the true cheater was. As the battle reaches its climax, Alina dutifully alerted Shino once more. Alert, Overmind. Discovered multiple unconscious targets in stadium. Scenario matches initiation of event, Hidden Leaf Village Crush. It seems they have started. His lips curled slightly into an imperceptible grin as he murmured, "It's about to begin." Shino's gaze fixed on the Kage stands as he adjusted his glasses. Alina, begin Operation Chunin Curtain Call. Affirmative, Overmind. Executing Protocol CCC. Ensuring stealth mode. Deploying Zergs to pre-established locations. Marking trackers on virtual map. Checking for conflicts and errors. It was finally time for the final part of the Chunin exam, and he had prepared long ago and for this event that may be triggered at any given moment. All signs normal. All Zergs ready to be deployed into combat. Overmind, please give the order. Alina is at your service. As the swarm of insects that formed his body began to disperse in the air, a sly smirk slowly crept onto Shino's face. It's time to feast. Chapter 35, Hidden Leaf Village Crush begins. Feathers fell like snow from the sky, blanketing the spectator stands in an eerie silence. To the untrained eye, it was a picturesque scene, but Shino knew better. He knew the danger of this deadly genjutsu that could lull unsuspecting victims to sleep. Luckily, he was immune, even more so than the original Shino. Boom. As if on cue, an explosion rocked the Kage stands, shattering the peace and signaling the start of chaos. Rumble. And in the distance, the sound of crumbling walls echoed through the air as giant snakes burst through the gates of Hidden Leaf Village, leaving a gaping hole for invading ninjas to storm through. The clash of ninjas abruptly began. With the ignition of the war, death followed swiftly, reaping lives within moments after the war broke out. As these sacrificed ninjas fell to the ground, defending and fighting for their village, Zergs discreetly burrowed out from the ground, claiming their martyred corpses and dragging them down into the abyss below. However, no one noticed. The ground beneath their feet was the last thing on their minds, for they were too focused on the enemies ahead. And if anyone did catch a glimpse, they would surely chalk it up to the enemy's tactics, never suspecting the true horror lurking beneath. As the earth shook beneath their feet, the citizens of Hidden Leaf Village ran for their lives, their screams and cries echoing through the air. Despite knowing the impending danger, the village had made a difficult decision to not evacuate all civilians, so as to avoid alerting the enemy of their preparations. This left many trapped in the crumbling buildings, forced to fight for their survival amidst the chaos and destruction. Only the most vulnerable, such as the children and women, were safely evacuated, leaving the rest to face the consequences of war. If there is anyone that deserves sympathy in this war, it was these innocent villagers. Helpless and unarmed, these innocent victims could only watch in terror as the war raged on, hoping and praying that they would not become the next casualties. Some fought back, while many others could only watch helplessly as the collateral damage spread to them, perishing in the process if they were unlucky. Even if they desired to fight back, not everyone is a ninja. In a world where only the ninjas had the power to fight, the civilians were left defenseless and vulnerable to the merciless forces of war. From the remaining villagers who watched in despair as their homes crumbled to the ground, to the unfortunate sleeping victims in the stadium who suffered from ninja attacks that strayed from its intended target, to the unprotected foreign merchants and visitors who were merely in the wrong place at the wrong time, to the hapless ninjas of smaller villages caught in the crossfire, death was rampant and indiscriminate. The enemy could only capture a fraction of the casualties, but for Shino, who had transmigrated over into this world, it was a first-hand experience of the grim reality. The horrors of war knew no boundaries in the world of ninjas. Hey, no wonder there are always kids who grow into villains desiring world peace, unless they had value to be protected. The cruelty of this world to the weak is like a whip that drives them to be stronger, pushing them to their limits such that their personalities become more and more distorted, Shino inwardly commented as he watched the tragedy unfold on the streets around him. For Shino, it was all inconsequential. Regardless of hero or villain, friend or foe, they would all serve the same purpose, all in the end will be my nourishment. An ominous aura diffused around Shino as Zergs burrowed out from the ground in the collapsed structures around him. Within a minute, the battlefield was cleaned of its corpses, both ninjas and civilians alike. In the depths of the underground, an intricate web of drones moved with precision towards a hidden lair, delivering their precious cargo as nourishment for the creeping, insatiable biosphere. With each passing moment, The writhing mass seemed to come alive, pulsating with energy and vigor as it devoured all that came in its path. Tentacles extended from the seething creep, burrowing ever deeper into the earth to extract more sustenance for the growing behemoth. Meanwhile, amidst the confines of the biosphere, was the controller of the clone, but with a complete overhaul in his appearance. He was now a tall, lean man, his presence captivating the senses. His hair, strands of chestnut brown, intricately woven with vibrant streaks of mysterious purple, bestowed upon him an aura of otherworldly allure. The only resemblance to his original form was his resplendent garb of the Abraham lineage, with round sunglasses perched upon his visage and a high collar coat. But the coat, that only cascaded down to his knees, hinted to the bygone days when the boundaries of childhood were left behind. Behold, this embodiment of manhood was none other than the enigmatic Shino himself. Once a mere lad of tender 13 summers, his fate had taken an unforeseen twist with the transformation from the Zerg system and the evolution brought by his biomass points. The boundaries of time and nature intertwined, orchestrating a metamorphosis beyond comprehension. As if touched by the hand of some arcane force, his physical vessel matured, transcending the ordinary bounds of growth. The flowering of manhood arrived prematurely, transforming him into a youthful man in his 20s. And yet, a peculiar stasis now seized him, a mysterious pause in the relentless march of time, his body eternally suspended in a state of optimal equilibrium. He could sense this state would be maintained for an eternity, providing that his biomass suffices for daily consumption. Alas, such a conspicuous visage would not escape the prying eyes of other ninjas, beckoning undue attention and potential peril. To evade unnecessary scrutiny, he has resorted to his artful mastery of transformation jutsu, employing it as a temporary veil for his appearance. Thus, the shroud of secrecy enveloped his true essence, his main body hidden from most prying eyes, but Shino knew it was a dangerous walk on a tightrope. A sudden growth spurt was intriguing, but many may pay no heed even when discovered. However, if his ageless appearance was revealed through long-term exposure, the dissection table is his final destination. It was simply another reason why his main body couldn't stay. When his base neared completion, he had already established plans to retreat behind the scenes. Now, at this climactic juncture, the perfect reason was established, one both his parents nor Jonin instructor could argue against. His safety was in jeopardy. Now, within the safe confines of his hidden sanctuary, Shino could unveil his true form. Despite his changes, Shino remained calm and collected, sitting comfortably in the base's lounge, completely devoid of the chaos and destruction running rampant outside. Karen gently set down a cup of tea in front of Shino, before joining him on the sofa. Leaning in towards Shino, her eyes bore into Shino's face as she asked in a soft voice, "Overmind, do you need anything else?" The tranquility of their surroundings was a stark contrast to the mayhem taking place on the surface, but Shino's focus remained unwavering as he contemplated his next move. Shino picked up the teacup and took a sip. As Shino savored the tea's flavor, his focus remained unbroken. He manipulated his 13-year-old clone like a skilled puppeteer, keeping his attention fixed on the impending battle's developments. Gracefully setting down the teacup, he responded in a soft voice, "Not for now, Karen." Karen absent-mindedly responded as she continued to gaze at Shino's face. A faint blush appeared on her face. As the war dragged on, the number of casualties continued to mount. However, there was something odd about the battlefield. Despite the overwhelming death toll, there seemed to be a distinct lack of corpses. It wasn't until both sides began to notice the pattern that a chilling realization set in: something was taking the bodies. But what? And why? The answer remained elusive, but ninjas had already been dispatched to investigate the reason. Alina, has the biosphere grown enough to support the execution of Project Queen? Affirmative, Overmind. The available biomass and creep expansion has exceeded the estimated requirement by 10%. Good, recall the army. Although drastic mutations were applied to give a complete overhaul to the appearances of the drones that participated in the operation, there is a high chance we've been noticed. It's time to stay low for a while. Affirmative, Overmind. Executing hibernation protocol. Distributing signal through network. After completing the final harvest, the horde of Zergs vanished into the depths of the earth, traversing through the labyrinthine decoy tunnels and taking refuge in pre-dug caverns. There was no need to overstay, given that the harvest had already met the quota. Even the tentacles of the creep obediently retracted themselves, returning the biosphere to its lurking endeavor. Alina, what is the estimated time for the completion of Project Queen? Overmind, after the data aggregated from recent research, the estimated time of completion is 31 days. Will Overmind initiate Project Queen now? Much shorter than I thought. Shino's thoughts drifted away for a moment, his mind lost in contemplation as he gazed into the distance. A feed was displayed in his mind, unveiling the results of Orochimaru, who only came to show off his new jutsu to his teacher. But his teacher punished him for not doing his homework properly, failing to hand in a research paper with comprehensive analysis of the old man's abilities. Relieved that Uncle Snake had ran away from Hidden Leaf Village crying, he then shifted his attention to the red-haired beauty who had been eyeing him with obvious infatuation. However, he didn't hesitate for long. Karen. Karen didn't seem to hear his call as her gaze has lost a bit of focus. With some drool leaking from her mouth and a deep blush on her face, it was clear she seemed to be lost in some fantasy. Karen. As Shino's voice rang out, Karen's mind was jolted back to reality, and she broke free from her reverie with a sudden snap. Her eyes still gleamed with a mix of excitement and anticipation. She responded, "Oh. Overmind. Do you have any orders? I will do anything you want even if it's Karen. It's time for you to prove your worth." "Eh? Prove my worth? Do you mean if you want to?" Karen giggled to herself for a while, lost in her fantasies, but after hearing no response, she finally stopped to observe Shino. Karen's laughter faded as she took in Shino's somber expression, her playful demeanor replaced with concern. Her lips pressed together as she bowed her head, feeling the weight of the situation. After a moment of hesitation where her fists clenched her clothes, she spoke up in a subdued tone, "If it's what the Overmind wishes, I am willing." Shino let out a deep breath as he reached out to caress the girl's fiery head. As his fingers brushed against her soft locks of hair, Karen's eyes fluttered closed and she leaned into his touch, savoring his comforting presence and the warmth coming from his palm. Lowering his hand, Shino's voice was sharp and decisive as he issued his command, "Let's go." Karen nodded, her eyes reflecting a mixture of determination and apprehension. Shino stood up and headed towards the lab, followed by the silent Karen. Shino's footsteps echoed through the hallway as he strode towards the lab, a determined look etched on his face. Karen trailed behind him, silent and lost in her own thoughts. In the lab, a strange purplish coffin-like box rose from the ground, its grotesque appearance sending chills down Karen's spine. The container was completely wrapped in the viscous creep, and if one looked closely, they could see tiny neural parasites wriggling in and out of the slime. As the coffin lid creaked open, Karen felt a wave of fear wash over her, like a predator stalking its prey. The dark interior of the coffin yawned before her, beckoning her forward. She stood frozen in place, head bowed, trembling with the weight of her decision. She had willingly reached out for the hand of salvation, and now there was no turning back. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands reached out and grasped her hands. Her hands trembled as she looked up, gazing into the eyes of the same young man who had saved her. She felt a rush of warmth spreading from his hand into hers, stabilizing her. Tears began to well up in her eyes as she looked at him in confusion. He was the one who was pushing her into the abyss, yet he still showed her kindness. It was almost unbearable. "Scared? Do you regret it?" The gentle voice seemed to pierce through the heavy silence, as if cutting through the thick atmosphere of the lab. The question lingered in the air. She bit her lips and shook her head, trying to hold back her emotions, but the tears streaming down her face betrayed her true feelings. Once again, her heart skipped a beat as she felt the reassuring strokes on her head before the hand lowered to wipe away her tears. She could feel his unwavering confidence as the young man gave her hope, "I will be waiting for you, out here." Understanding the underlying message of his words, Karen slowly looked up to see the young man's smile. His smile, devoid of any fear or doubt, was contagious. Even his glasses were removed, letting her glimpse into those deep, profound eyes of his. Her heart skipped a beat as she lost herself in his enigmatic gaze once more. "Trust me," he added, his words ringing with a sense of conviction. Karen felt a sense of peace wash over her. Raising her hand, Karen's fingertips brushed against his face as a smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Her cheeks warmed up, displaying a pink hue as she responded with a small nod. "I trust you," she said in a soft voice. "Only you." Karen then broke away from him. With her heart pounding in her chest, Karen took a deep breath and marched towards her destiny. As she approached her final destination, the gaping maw of the coffin below seemed to be calling out to her, daring her to take the plunge. And without a second thought, she stepped forward into the darkness, leaving behind everything she had ever known. The slimy, cold embrace of the organism tightened around Karen's legs, pulling her slowly but relentlessly into the abyss below. She could feel the darkness enveloping her, and with each passing moment, she knew that she was getting closer to the point of no return. Despite the fear that crept up within her, she couldn't resist one final urge to look back at the young man. His smile, still present on his face, gave her a sense of hope, and she returned his gift with a smile from her heart. The coffin lid closed with a heavy thud, melding together with its container and sealing the fate of its occupant. The lab remained eerily quiet as Shino stood there in the stillness, lost in his thoughts. But as time ticked on, Alina's familiar voice echoed in his mind, reminding him of his duties. "Overmind, please confirm the start of Project Queen by contacting the infestation unit." With a calm yet purposeful stride, Shino approached the coffin, his eyes fixated on its writhing form. As his hand made contact with its surface, a surge of electricity pulsed through his body, causing him to shudder. Overmind has confirmed the initiation of Project Queen. Alina will be disabled and system will revert to legacy mode. Alina is being downloaded into reality. Please do not disconnect from infestation unit. 1%. 5%. Shino silently stood in front of the coffin in a daze. 95%. 98%. 99%. Overmind, please make your final choice for Project Queen. Final choice? Replacement mode, 90% success rate, or merge mode, 67% success rate? Shino hesitated, his expression caught in a moment of indecision. As the indecisive man stood in a daze, the strange coffin seemed to pulsate with an otherworldly energy, as if beckoning him to make a choice. Chapter 36, Hidden Leaf Village Crush ends. The forest outside of Hidden Leaf Village was eerily quiet, save for the droning of insects. As the swarm gathered, a replica of Shino slowly formed. Looking down at himself, Shino couldn't help but smile wryly as he watched a few stray bugs spill out from his body. The consequences of his actions were already showing its tail. But Shino knew that he had set a course, and there was no turning back. He could only hoping that it was the right one. Although I have absolute control over the bugs, without the assistance of Alina, it is still difficult for me to micromanage so many bugs and condense a perfect clone to control remotely. Not only that, I won't be able to maintain the clone while I am asleep or unconscious. Hey, it's difficult to be a Zerg Overmind with a normal human mind. As the insects continued to crawl out of his body, Shino remained unfazed. He had anticipated this minor setback, knowing it would have little impact on his combat abilities. Each of his clones had been crafted with precision, optimized with unique mutations of bugs that allowed it to surpass the capabilities of a typical insect clone. While his insect replicas maintained a formidable combat power, they did have their limitations. They lacked the ability to harness normal ninjutsu, and their movements were not as nimble as Shino's original body, which had been evolved. Nevertheless, he had no doubt that his insect army would be a force to be reckoned with, even without Alina's assistance. Well, it'll do. Let's get started. I don't want to be late and delay the plot. If Alina's calculations were correct, the Sand Trio should show up at any moment, with Sasuke right behind. In the obscured shadows of the forest, Shino adjusted his glasses and patiently waited for the arrival of the actors. Although his map system no longer had real-time updates, he could still sense the approaching actors' locations. After all, he had covertly placed a female bug on them. Honestly, Shino realized how broken this female bug is. If he didn't have his system's Zerg network, this bug would probably be his main method of tracking. But with his advanced Zerg network, he only needed to use the female bug to distinguish the special targets from all his other marked targets and bug monitors spread throughout Hidden Leaf Village. He could then concentrate his thoughts to sense the female bug's location through the Zerg network, and he could even receive some arbitrary visual and audio intel as a bonus. Shino's gaze flickered upwards, his glasses glinting in the filtered sunlight that crept through the forest canopy. They're here. With a calm and measured breath, he prepared himself for the impending encounter. The moment Kankuro and Temari halted their movements, Shino sensed the tension in the air. It was palpable, thick enough to be cut with a kunai. Sasuke had finally caught up to them, and it was clear that he wasn't going to let them off. Knowing Temari had already failed once, Kankuro, ever the loyal brother, offered to hold off Sasuke while Temari took Gaara to safety. As Temari left with Gaara, Sasuke was about to eliminate his obstacle. Naturally, that was Shino's cue. The duo, who were about to start, vigilantly glanced at the swarm of bug gathering on the branch of a tree besides them. It didn't take long for the figure of Shino to appear. Adjusting his glasses, Shino glanced at Sasuke before declaring, "I'm your Appu, your bug boy." Kankuro's angry growl reverberated in the forest, interrupting him. Shino's mouth twitched. Honestly, he seriously didn't remember Shino being interrupted left and right this much in the anime, and definitely not at this cool moment of his. "Shino? Why are you here?" Sasuke questioned. "I put a female insect on you. Only a female, you and your bugs. Do you think you can be so arrogant after you beat me once with petty tricks? I haven't even shown you the full extent of a first-class puppeteer yet." Kankuro interrupted as he began to unfurl his puppet. Shino could only sigh inwardly inside. Did his transmigration cause Shino to be interrupted more often than the original? Was there some mysterious force at work, altering his hostile counterparts to interrupt him? Turning towards Sasuke, he offered, "Sasuke Uchiha, go pursue Gaara. It's because the battle TSK quit yapping." "I'll be your opponent," Kankuro said with an evil grin as his puppet laid on his back, ready to launch itself at its enemy. His brows twitching with annoyance, Shino adjusted his glasses as he continued, "I'll fight him. Leave this to me." "You're very confident." But are you going to be okay? Sasuke said with an arrogant smirk on his face. No need to quit ignoring me, bug boy. You're all just fools who don't know anything. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he looked at Kankuro, but he didn't respond to his words. Instead, he took a single step forward and disappeared from sight, moving with incredible speed towards his destination. Naive. I don't think you've experienced true terror. Whether the Uchiha likes it or not, he'll see it. As for you. He. Shino felt a bit tired. Maybe he should just stop talking, and speak with his actions. Hey. Bring it on. Kankuro growled as a wicked grin spread across his face. Without hesitation, he thrust his arm forward, launching his puppet into the fray. With a simple spread of his finger, a sharp blade popped from Mouth Puppet's hand. Swoosh. The tension in the air was palpable as Kankuro's puppet lunged forward with deadly precision. But Shino remained unfazed, his gaze steady and his mind focused. With a swift motion, the puppet's blade extended towards Shino's heart, ready to strike. Yet in a split second, the scene turned on its head. The bugs around Shino's chest suddenly receded, leaving a gaping hole in their wake. Kankuro was left dumbfounded as his puppet's hand sliced through thin air and passed right through the hole. Nani? Clone? When? From the very beginning, but Shino wasn't going to tell the ignorant bloke that. A true puppet master controls his avatar from afar, not playing around with wooden puppets in close combat. With a thought, the bugs composing Shino's body surged forward, encasing the puppet and drilling into every one of its joints. Damn, this again. I'm not falling for it. Kankuro angrily growled. Kankuro's movements were lightning quick as he furiously waved his hands to counter Shino's attack. With a sudden swish, the chakra thread sliced through the air, causing the wooden puppet to split apart into multiple pieces. Then, the puppet's head and chest suddenly split open, revealing two ominous-looking barrels. Bang! Bang! Two balls were shot out from the barrels towards the insect swarm. As the balls approached, Shino's body contorted as two gaping holes opened up, intending to let the bombs pass through. Oh no you don't. Explode. Boom. A sudden eruption of purplish smoke spewed out of the balls, spreading out and seeping into the surroundings with a menacing hiss. They were poisonous. The toxic fumes swiftly corroded everything in their path, reducing the area to a wasteland. The hapless bugs, unfortunate enough to be caught in the noxious cloud, were quickly dissolved into slimy, oozing messes. With bated breath, Kankuro remained concealed in the thick underbrush, his eyes darting back and forth across the battlefield. As the poisonous smoke gradually dissipated, his gaze fixed upon the tree that Shino had been standing in just moments before. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Gone? No, how is this possible? A sudden jolt of fear coursed through Kankuro's body, as sweat dripped down his face. He felt a strange but familiar creepy-crawly sensation spreading from his back. An ominous sensation crept up his spine as he felt the disgusting sensation slowly inching towards the front of his body. When? Behind him, Shino adjusted his glasses and sighed. The bug user couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for his opponent as he watched Kankuro's sweaty face contort in discomfort. Of all the foliage he could use to hide, it was an unfortunate coincidence that Kankuro had chosen to hide in the very same bush he had been using as cover. That's right, the Shino that had appeared was actually a clone. Oh, to be more accurate, it was a clone of a clone. This was also a part of the arsenal of the optimized clone. It could split off a good portion of normal spare bugs and some sound bugs to form a hollow clone. This shell didn't have much combat capabilities, but it was perfect for communication and distraction. As for the real clone Shino, he was hidden in a bush, using his camouflage ability from the start. Shino's bug-based abilities were impressive, but they did have their limitations. Unlike the advanced Alina combat assistance system which had optimized manipulation that granted him complete invisibility, Shino's solo bug camouflaging only allowed him to form stationary walls of concealment. This meant that he couldn't use it to sneak up on an enemy while remaining invisible. Shino had initially intended to let the camouflaged bugs he had spread out in the surroundings slowly infiltrate Kankuro's body, but who would have expected the boy to deliver himself up to the chopping board? This was an opportunity too good to pass up, so Shino could only heartlessly slam down the butcher knife on the unlucky fella. Hearing the screams of agony in front of him, Shino could only do his best to control his bugs such that they don't accidentally kill Kankuro. This poor puppeteer still had a role to play in the future, even though the poor fella can't even afford to control as many puppets as an old granny. Plus, Shino knew that Gaara will be whitewashed. And he certainly didn't want to get on the future Kazekage's blacklist, even though he knew the poor boy will be the host to a comedic flop, featuring the Kage who was easily whopped by the not-so-scientific version of the Big Bang Theory. But the punishment for interrupting him was not forgotten. Unlike another dog, this one wasn't a heavy offender, so he can escape being marked in the black book. He should feel lucky for receiving such a light punishment. Shino's eyes drifted out into the dense forest as he stood there, his hands tucked nonchalantly into his pockets. As for supporting Sasuke? Sorry, that's Naruto's job. He didn't want to inadvertently affect the results of Naruto's infamous art of negotiation. Boom. A deafening boom echoed in the distance, causing the earth to tremble beneath Shino's feet. He knew that the long-awaited final battle had finally begun. With a calm demeanor, he commanded his bugs to return to his body. With a brief glance at the unconscious form of Kankuro, Shino couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment before calling out, "Old man, I'm fine. There's no need to worry about me. I'll head out first." His body buzzed and disintegrated into a swarm of buzzing insects that took flight, dispersing into the surrounding forest. Emerging from the shadows nearby, Shibuya Barame's visage betrayed a faint grin as he surveyed the disappearing bugs and the living Sandgain in. Naturally, it wasn't his son he was worried about. He was just ensuring that there would be no diplomatic issues. Now that he had no worries, he can continue the mission he was tasked with, monitoring and gathering intelligence on his targets. With a deft twist of his body, he transformed into a flurry of insects that streamed forward towards the site of the ongoing battle. As the silence settled over the forest, the unconscious Kankuro lay still, his fate uncertain. But then, a sudden gust of wind blew through the trees, and a blur of blonde pigtails appeared out of nowhere, swooshing past on her journey to escape. Moments later, she screeched to a halt and hopped back. With a deft swoop, the Kunoichi snatched up her brother and, with a few well-placed slaps, awakened him from his beauty sleep. Where the tree leaves dance, one shall find flames. The fire's shadow will illuminate the village. And once again, tree leaves shall bud anew. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon closer scrutiny, it becomes evident that his words were not only true but also held a hidden meaning, as if hinting at something ominous yet to come. Interpreting between the lines, one would realize that there will always be shadows to the fire that will illuminate the village. The original story already had many. Now, there is another. With eyes as sharp as a hawk's, Shino stood atop a towering tree, silently overseeing the unfolding events below. Obscured behind the curtains of stealth bugs, he meticulously planned each move, taking advantage of the chaos to reap some unusual rewards from the final battle, one with a giant toad sticking a sword into a frog stuck at the bottom of the well of seals. All the while, Shino kept a watchful eye on the events affected by the intricate web of plans he had spun, ensuring that everything played out according to his original expectations. Danger and opportunities continues to coexist with this village, but the foreknowledge of the plot would be his ticket to a stable environment for development. If his predictions were correct, those two should have already arrived. Akatsuki, huh? Shino muttered with a sly smile, I wonder if they will let the world know pain first, or if the world will be gone first. The cunning Shino clone flashed a sly grin before vanishing with the wind, his form dispersing into countless bugs that merged seamlessly with the surrounding forest. Chapter 37, Prophecy. The skies were gray and overcast, a perfect reflection of the somber atmosphere that hung over the village of Hidden Leaf Village. It was the day of Sandaime Hokage's funeral, and ninjas from all over the village had come to pay their respects to the late leader. Shino, like many of the Hidden Leaf Village 11, stood amongst the sea of black-clad mourners. Shino had always respected Sandaime. But apologies, it wasn't worth risking his main body at times like this. So naturally, he showed up as a clone. Well, he still wore a mourning outfit with no high collar to show his modesty. This was still better than the Kakashi who wouldn't take off his mask, right? An air of mystery hung over the gathering of Jonins as they remained silent on the matter of Shino's apparent breach of decorum. It was impossible to tell whether any of them had uncovered his audacious act of sending a clone, yet they all seemed to share an unspoken agreement to keep their thoughts concealed. It left one to wonder, had disillusionment with the Hokage permeated the ranks, enough for them to disregard his minor disrespectful behavior? Whispers of the Sandaime's former glory echoed through the village, his power and influence a distant memory of a bygone era. On the other hand, the Sandaime, recognized by the later generation, made many decisions that left disappointment in the hearts of many. Yet, despite his diminished stature and waning tactics after his return to power, there was an unspoken understanding that his mere presence served as a formidable defense against any potential threat. It was as if his very existence alone had the power to keep the enemies at bay, earning him a well-deserved reputation as a hero who had fulfilled his duty to protect the village's stability. Memories and bonds forged with the younger generation hinted at a depth of Sandaime's character that was as intriguing as it was enigmatic. Though some fans may have questioned the ulterior motives behind his actions, there was no denying the impact of his protection on the current Hidden Leaf Village 11. His efforts had saved them from the clutches of a nefarious and malevolent old man. No one could deny the respect the Sandaime had earned, nor the legacy he had left behind. The somber gathering of ninjas paid their respects to the fallen hero, some driven purely by a sense of duty and others, like Naruto and many of the Hidden Leaf Village 11, harboring a deep sadness within their hearts. And yet, despite the weight of their emotions, not a single tear was shed. For they were hardened ninjas, their minds distorted from a young age by the cruel realities of their world. Shino, like his fellow ninjas, was no exception. His expression remained stoic, like always. And that was all he had to do. No one could tell the difference anyways. As the funeral procession wound its way towards the imposing Hokage monument, the heavy atmosphere was only punctuated by the mournful cries of the civilians and the unjaded Konohamaru. For those who lived and breathed the life of a ninja, the distorted reality they faced on a daily basis had long since numbed their emotions, turning their tears into rare commodities. The innocence of the civilians and children like Konohamaru only served to underscore the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of this world. As the ceremony commenced, like many of his fellow ninjas, Shino stood resolutely despite the drenching rain. A normal person may worry about getting sick, but ninja with their tougher physiques had no such worry. As the ceremony began, Shino and his fellow ninjas stood steadfast in the face of the torrential rain, their unyielding forms a testament to their hardened bodies and iron wills. To a normal person, the thought of standing drenched in the rain would have brought worries of illness and discomfort. On the other hand, their ninja physique let them disregard these trivial issues. This was even more so for Shino, who possessed immunity to most diseases in light of his infestation pit ability. This difference only highlighted the disparity between the ruling class and the commoners. This world was unfair and crooked, transformed by the ancestors to only allow ninjas to thrive, and all other humans left to be exploited. Well, there was already enough water pouring down on them, and there was no need to continue pouring dirty water on the essence of the ninja world, which mainly thrives on adrenaline-pumping battles. The funeral proceeded in a somber mood, as each ninja paid their final respects to the departed in their own way. The air was filled with the sound of prayers and hymns, lending an eerie sense of tranquility to the proceedings. As the ceremony drew to a close, a hushed silence fell over the gathered mourners, and one by one they lined up to offer a single white flower as a mark of respect to the departed heroes. It was a poignant reminder of the fragility of life, and a solemn promise to remember those who had gone before. As the mournful atmosphere enveloped the gathering, the elders took it upon themselves to impart wisdom to the younger ninjas, particularly Naruto. Their words were shrouded in mystery, designed to uplift the spirits of those who remained behind. Honestly, Shino had an inkling that the solemnity of the occasion wouldn't have elicited much conversation, were it not for the team's concern for Naruto's well-being. It appeared that even experienced Jonin like Kakashi and Shunin like Iruko had a responsibility to keep a tight rein on Naruto's emotions. After all, letting the Jinchuriki's turbulent emotions run amok could prove to be a risky gamble. The ceremony continued for what felt like hours, but eventually, it came to a close. Shino watched as the body of Sandame was carried away by a group of pallbearers. It was clear that the old man's final resting place would be a place of great honor and protection, a testament to the respect and gratitude the village held for their fallen leader, but also ensuring that his knowledge and secrets were kept safe. The secrets contained within the old man's body were far too dangerous to fall into the wrong hands, and they would do whatever it takes to protect them. However, Shino wasn't too confident about their security measures. After all, there was already precedence with the first and second Hokage's bodies. Well, any weaknesses in their defenses would only make his future endeavors easier, but this is still to be determined. As the rain ceased, a glimmer of sunshine peeked through the dissipating clouds. The mood of the crowd began to lighten somewhat, as if a weight had been lifted off their shoulders. As he made his way back through the streets of Hidden Leaf Village, Shino couldn't help but reflect on the state of the village. The recent attack by Orochimaru had left Hidden Leaf Village in ruins, and the rebuilding process was just beginning. Everywhere he looked, he saw evidence of the destruction that had been wrought, but the villagers worked vigorously to repair the village, with bright smiles that looked towards the future. But as he rounded a corner, Shino caught sight of something that caught him off guard. On a nearby rooftop, he saw Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, sitting alone and staring out over the village. Jiraiya had always been an elusive figure, evading detection with ease. This rare moment of vulnerability, where he was visible to the public, was unprecedented. There was no doubt that the man was grieving for his beloved mentor, but, as expected, he was absent from the funeral just like in the anime. Shino was about to continue on his way when he noticed something odd. Jiraiya had summoned an old toad with striking white hair and goatee, and he was talking to it in hushed tones. Their conversation was shrouded in a veil of secrecy that piqued the interest of anyone who happened to witness it. Shino was too far away to hear what they were saying, but his instincts felt a sense of unease about the conversation. As Shino strolled along the path, his expression betrayed nothing, but his mind was hard at work. He had already dispatched a bug that was specialized for stealth to approach the area discreetly, gathering intelligence on what was happening. It was a rare chance to gather information he needed to stay ahead of the game. Shino's bug moved with practiced stealth, inching closer to the source of the tense conversation, but keeping a good distance to avoid discovery. It wasn't long before the sound of Jiraiya's voice reached him, and his curiosity piqued. What could the great toad sage be discussing in hushed tones with his summoned companion? Shino strained his senses, eager to uncover the secrets hidden within their words. Kashira, last time you told me something about that a Burame boy made you feel uneasy, Jiraiya said. Can you confirm it this time? Could he have anything to do with the new prophecy more than 6 months ago? As Shino listened to Jiraiya's conversation with the toad, he was struck by the shocking revelation that the sage was speaking of events that had occurred over 6 months ago. Wasn't that when he had just transmigrated? Shino couldn't help but wonder if this was mere coincidence or if there was something deeper at play. Perhaps the great toad sage had somehow foreseen his transmigration, or even the future he was destined to bring. Fukasaku, the toad that Jiraiya had summoned, croaked after a moment of hesitation. Jiraiya-chan. Indeed, I remember that boy made me feel uneasy last time. Maybe. With his usual calm exterior, Shino gave no indication of the storm brewing inside. His mind raced with questions and doubts as he tried to maintain his composure. Had he really been discovered so easily? Will the undoing of all his plans be a simple prophecy? Maybe. Fukasaku continued, I just felt that boy's bugs may be delicious. Jiraiya almost fell to the ground as he heard this. Oi, Kashira, that's not what you said last time. Hey, Jiraiya-chan. I really did feel something ominous from that boy last time, but this time I couldn't sense anything. Well, it can't be helped. Maybe I really was just hungry because Kaken hadn't made dinner for me when you summoned me. Oh, I suppose it's a good thing that he has nothing to do with that prophecy, Jiraiya said, his voice low as he observed the boy walking into the distance. If there's anything going on, I'll... Shino's bug crawled away undetected, and he let out a silent sigh of relief. He couldn't shake off the feeling of dread after hearing the prophecy, but he knew he had to stay composed. For now, it seemed his secret was still safe, but the thought of being almost exposed made his heart race. Thankfully, his decision to keep his main body hidden had paid off. Maybe that's why they didn't confirm his identity yet. With this event as a warning, Shino's mind churned, contemplating what other tricks he could use to keep his true self hidden from prying eyes. As expected of the great toad immortal, a living sage was not something Shino could underestimate, especially one with the ability to peer into the future. Not long later, Shino arrived at his doorstep, only to be greeted by the solemn figure of his father. Again. Shino's instinct had an inkling of the contents of the upcoming conversation, and it was one that probably didn't bode well for him if not handled properly. It seems that today wasn't a peaceful day for him, just one bad news after another. He steeled himself and followed the old man inside, bracing for whatever news his father had to deliver. Chapter 38, Root Invitation. After a few moments, the duo sat face to face across once more, but Shibi was silent for a while, clearly hesitating. Shino, he said, his voice calm and measured. It's good to see you know how to protect yourself. Clearly, his father had a keen eye for detecting the presence of his insects and was one of the few who could sense he was a clone formed from bugs. Shino maintained his cool composure and gave a subtle nod, masking any signs of surprise or concern. This time, I have something to discuss with you. I received a message from Danzō, a top-level member of the Hidden Leaf Village Council, Shibi continued, his voice serious. He's noticed your outstanding talent and has invited you to join Root. Shino raised an eyebrow. Root was a shadow organization that reported directly to Danzō, and was known for its ruthless methods. From the anime, Shino also learned of its atrocities and Mr. Mkusnatcher's horrific means of control. He had been wary ever since his transmigration, and that bad old man was one of the biggest reasons. Shino harbored no desire to be subservient to that man or to join the ranks of Root as a mere slave. And what did you tell him? Shibi's obscured eyes flickered towards his son, and he spoke in a measured tone. I made a promise to reply to him after I consult your opinion. Shino raised his brows. It seems that he hasn't arrived at a dead end just yet. He had originally thought that his only option was to play the game of hide-and-seek with his clones, but it appears that he still had a choice. Shino, I have warned you regarding the dark side of Hidden Leaf Village, but I know that Danzō's invitation may still be very tempting for you because many of your seniors in the clan had taken this path, Shibi said, his voice laced with concern. But you must consider your options carefully. Joining Root means that you will have to follow Danzō's orders, no matter how ruthless they may be. I know you may have your own ideas, and father will not hinder you if this is what you pursue, but if you decide against it. As Shino waited for his father's response, he couldn't help but feel the urge to voice his opinion. He wanted to make it clear that Root held no allure for him. While he was certainly intrigued by the idea of infiltrating Root for his own agendas, he had no intention of sacrificing himself to become a mindless slave. However, before he could utter a word, his father spoke in a resolute tone. "Father will help you stop that man, regardless of cost." Shino adjusted his glasses and observed the old man's serious face. Shino inwardly sighed, yet feel a bit overwhelmed by his father's love. The original Shino probably didn't have to face this situation because he may have been able to conceal his true potential better. After all, although the original Shino managed to defeat Kankuro in their fight, but he ended up being poisoned and suffered a double defeat. It wasn't clear if this was due to carelessness or if it was intentional, but it certainly reduced Shino's evaluation. On the other hand, he had blatantly revealed some of his cards during the Chunin exam. With his potential exposed, Shino knew that the looming threat of that bad old man was now more real than ever. It was only a matter of time before he would be forced to confront the consequences of his actions. Fortunately, he had already anticipated this day and prepared accordingly. Shino deftly accessed his mental database and retrieved the carefully crafted speech he had prepared for this moment. "I have an idea, father," Shino said suddenly, breaking the silence. Shibi's piercing gaze bore into Shino, his arms tightly crossed as he waited for his son to continue. The weight of his father's expectation seemed to hang heavy in the air. "Father, I understand the consequences of joining Root," Shino said, his voice steady. "But I also know that Danzo's invitation will not be easy to refuse. So what if we told Danzo that I would join Root on one condition?" Shibi regarded his son with a steady gaze, his features betraying no surprise, as if he had already anticipated the matter at hand. "Oh? And what condition is that?" "That he proves himself worthy of becoming Hokage," Shino replied in a calm tone. "So, I want you to let him know that my loyalty lies with the Hokage, whoever that may be. If he becomes Hokage, then I will serve him. But until that day comes, I will continue to serve the Hokage." Shibi nodded again as his expression softened, a small smile playing at the corners of his lips. "You have grown wise beyond your years, my son. Your loyalty and devotion to the village are truly commendable." Father knows how to respond. Shino nodded. "Yes, please do not question his loyalty." Shino had always been loyal to the village and its leader, and he had no intention of serving anyone else. "Oh, but he's not the original Shino, ahem. But do consider this, Shino," Shibi continued, "although father is happy you would consider the clan, know that this answer would only ease the relationship temporarily. And if Danzo really becomes Hokage, you must understand the consequences of your words." "Father," Shino said, leaning forward. "Do you really think Danzo is capable of becoming Hokage?" With a mischievous smile tugging at the corners of his lips, Shibi's fingers delicately adjusted his glasses as he began to unravel the intricacies of the situation at hand. It is undeniable that Danzo is a powerful shinobi, despite his questionable methods. But he's willing to sacrifice anything for the sake of the village, even if it means sacrificing innocent lives. That's not the kind of leader many of the Jonins are seeking. A tense silence hung in the air as the father and son locked eyes, their expressions inscrutable. A faint smile tugged at the corners of their lips, hinting at a deeper understanding between them. "Don't worry, Shino. Father will take care of it on his end. Your job is to focus on your training and becoming a worthy ninja. The time will come when you will no longer need father to handle these trivial matters for you." "Thank you, father," Shino said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I will continue to serve the village to the best of my abilities. Until I leave." As Shibi rose to leave, he turned back to his son and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Remember, Shino. Your loyalty to the village must always come first. No matter what challenges you may face, always remember that you are a shinobi of Hidden Leaf Village, and your duty is to protect the village and its people, but—" Shibi paused as he leaned in towards Shino's ear and spoke in a low tone, "If that man dares to use unscrupulous means, do not hesitate even if it's our own. Some things can't be brought into the light, and there will be leeway to maneuver. As long as you make it home, father will take care of the rest." Shino's eyes fixed on his father's retreating figure, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the empty room. There was something about the way Shibi walked that exuded a sense of purpose and determination, as if he knew exactly where he was going and what he needed to do. Alone with his thoughts, Shino knew that refusing Danzo's invitation would not be an easy road to take. The weight of his decision hung heavy in the air, and he couldn't shake the feeling that trouble was on the horizon. He knew he can't expect that bad old man to quit just from a single rejection. Still, he never expected his father to be so fiercely protective of him. I guess not every clan in this world is like the Hyuga clan, who simply bends to the will of the village just because of a temporary peace that can crumble at any moment. But, it's still best to not resort to dragging the Aburame clan into the water. The clan can still be very useful, especially once I have them under my control. If it really comes down to it. Shino's lips curled into a subtle grin as his fingertips brushed against the metallic forehead protector on his forehead. The glint of the metal caught his eye, reflecting his own determined gaze back at him. Hey. It's just becoming a missing ninja. It isn't the first for Hidden Leaf Village, and it won't be the last. Plus, isn't there a very good example of one who had came back for a visit? Sensing the sporadic information coming from his bug monitors, Shino's eyes glinted with anticipation as he locked onto his target. With the sporadic information coming from his bug monitors, Shino's eyes glinted with anticipation as he locked onto his targets. He knew that his current abilities alone should not be able to locate these two dangerous existences, but in fact, he easily did. Not only that, even Jonins like Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai-sensei were alerted. It was highly probable that an unexpected assist came from a certain traitor who was playing the role of a double spy, and his goal was warning the village he was loyal to. It seems it is about time for their fight. It's rare to see Jonins fight. If I want to gauge the level of the Jonins against the S-rank Akatsuki members, this is a fight I can't miss. After all, witnessing a true battle unfold as a spectator in this world was a necessity for his database. It was an experience that offered a unique perspective, far removed from the prepackaged narratives of anime. Here, the true nature of the fight could be seen, unencumbered by the filter of character insight or the constraints of storytelling. Shino knew this would help remove the biases that he may have formed through watching the anime. The movements of powerful ninjas may have seemed easy to deal with on screen, but he knew that in reality, the situation could be entirely different. Not only that, Shino knew he needed more data on the Jonin's combat capabilities. The data gathered during Hidden Leaf Village Crush was definitely not the full extent of their capabilities. After all, Shino knew that characters like Kakashi didn't even go all out during the Chunin exam. Why does Shino know this? Well, that's because Shino gained a unique insight into the true nature of ninja battles in Naruto. The clear sign that a ninja has gone all out was when they end up laying on the hospital bed or their deathbed afterwards. And Kakashi will occupy a bed at the hospital soon. I just need to make sure to stay hidden far away. Although it's not my main body, I still need to be cautious. With a quick twist, the clone of Shino dispersed into a swarm of bugs, heading over to witness the return of the Uchiha clan's prodigy and a thrill of an impending battle that was simply too irresistible to ignore. Chapter 39, Unwelcome Visitors. The Uchiha clan's prodigy, one of the murderers who led the tragic downfall of his own lineage, marked as a treacherous S-class traitor of Hidden Leaf Village. But the hidden truth, he was simply a man affected by a mental illness called brother complex, driven to sacrifice everything to protect his younger brother, Itachi Uchiha. Since our love is forbidden, then hate me, my stupid Danzō. Ahem. Let's not go in that strange direction. Just know Itachi was the unwelcome visitor in the village. Shino had been tracking the movements of Itachi along with Kisame, Asuma and Kurenai for some time and finally locked onto their battlefield after determining their direction. Truth be told, they were even easier to track than Orochimaru. Despite wearing a wide-brimmed straw hat to conceal their faces, their distinct Akatsuki attire clearly marked their presence amongst the other villagers. A long, black cloak adorned with striking crimson clouds outlined in white, and a chin-high collar. It was hard to miss, and it was clear Itachi and Kisame didn't mean to hide. Otherwise, even Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai wouldn't find them, let alone Shino. Disguising his clone with the image of Anbu, Shino prepared to observe the battle from a safe distance and at a high vantage point. From his bug surveillance network, he had tracked the group moving through Hidden Leaf Village, finally coming to a stop by the river, their actions and movements indicating that they were about to engage in battle. The two Jonins were oblivious to the danger, but Shino could see that the Akatsuki duo had strategically chosen the most advantageous battlefield. As he observed from a safe distance, Shino noticed both sides engaged in a conversation, but he couldn't hear anything due to his cautious approach of keeping his bugs at a far distance. The river may have seemed like a great place to conceal his insect monitors, but Shino soon discovered that even they had limitations. Despite their best efforts to blend into the water, the insects were unable to safely get close enough to eavesdrop on the conversation. The sound was muffled and distorted, making it impossible to hear anything clearly. And any closer would only increase the risk of discovery. Although his bugs were resistant to certain illusions, he was aware of Itachi's powerful Genjutsu and didn't want to take any chances. Even if his bugs miraculously had immunity to Itachi's illusions, there was a high chance that Itachi's Sharingan could discover his insects. It would be troublesome if Itachi mistook him for one of Root's personnel and packaged him as a greeting gift to that bad old man. Even with his physical body was not present at the scene, Shino couldn't shake the feeling that Itachi's kaleidoscope Sharingan might still pose a threat to him. He knew all too well the terrifying power of Tsukuyomi, and the mere thought of being trapped within it was enough to send shivers down his spine. His bug clone being immune to Genjutsu doesn't rule out the possibility that Tatachi could directly target his consciousness and drag him into the depths of his Tsukahime world, and Shino had to stay vigilant to avoid falling victim to the Uchiha's Genjutsu. Although there wasn't a mention of a distance restriction on the eyes, Shino knew it was better to be safe than sorry. He can test Tatachi all he wants, after the man loses to his brother. Shino returned his attention to the confronting duos. The tension in the air was palpable as the impending battle drew nearer. The elusive dance of conflict was set ablaze by none other than Itachi's companion, Kisame Hoshigaki. Different from Itachi, Kisame donned his sentient sword, Seimata, on his back, carried along a brown sash, meticulously positioned across the front and back of his cloak. Enveloped in layers of bandages, Seimata, a colossal sword stretching to the height of a grown warrior, exuded an undeniable air of mystery as it nestled comfortably upon Kisame's back. However, the sizable sword didn't appear out of place because Kisame himself was a muscular figure even amongst shinobi, possessing an enigmatic allure with his commanding stature and a unique countenance reminiscent of a predatory shark, his pale blue-gray skin accentuating his otherworldly presence. Small, piercing white eyes glistened with untamed intensity, framed by 3 elegant sets of curved markings etched beneath them. Sharp triangular teeth graced his powerful jaws, a subtle reminder of his connection to the legendary 7 swordsmen of the mist. Yet, it was his blue hair, meticulously styled into a resolute shark fin, that completed the portrait of this otherworldly warrior, epitomizing both grace and danger in equal measure. And it was danger which was displayed as Kisame unleashed the full force of his primal aggression, making the first move with Seimata. He lunged at Asuma with a ferocity that was almost impossible to comprehend, swinging his Seimata at Asuma. Asuma managed to dodge the first attack, but Kisame was quick to follow up with a second strike. Shino watched in amazement as Asuma barely managed to block the blow with his chakra blades, his hands shaking from the force of the impact. The first thing that struck Shino was the speed at which the battle was being fought. It was unlike anything he had ever seen before. With seemingly no pause, the 2 strikes were completed within a mere second. Asuma and Kisame's short confrontation happened so quickly that it would have been impossible for Shino to see if he had not upgraded his dynamic vision and reaction speed. Their attacks were sharp and precise, each one aimed with deadly intent, but the result was Asuma suffering a loss. But it wasn't known if Asuma's injury was intentional, aiming to gain the sympathy of the Kurenai near him. This Asuma, his calculations weren't bad at all. No wonder he could teach Shikamaru the genius. Whatever the case may be, Shino knew that it had an effect because it hurried Kurenai's ambush. Kurenai, on the other hand, was using her Genjutsu to great effect. In the anime, Shino recalled that she wove illusions to make herself seemingly vanish. In reality, Shino watched his teacher skillfully burrow into the ground, concealing herself from view. Within seconds since the start of the battle, she emerged from the earth in front of Itachi, ready to ambush him. To Shino's disappointment, there were no flashy special effects accompanying her attack like in the anime. This was reality, a place where Genjutsu only affected the victim. Shino wasn't the victim, and Shino's bug clone also had immunity to his teacher's Genjutsu. So, he could only view the battle's raw footage. Intriguingly enough, Shino noticed that Kurenai had positioned herself in front of Itachi during the ambush. But why? He suspected that Itachi's potent counter-Genjutsu may have already taken hold of her mind, leaving her vulnerable to his manipulations from the very beginning. In the anime, Kurenai thought she had snuck up behind Itachi, but she had never succeeded in her ambush. Same with reality, Shino could only see the struggle on her face as she grappled with her own illusion that had taken hold of her mind. Using Genjutsu against Itachi was probably the brightest moment of Kurenai's career. Had this battle been a true fight to the death, Shino would be attending Kurenai-sensei's funeral soon. Shino speculated that Itachi's true speed would be no joke, but Shino could see that Itachi was intentionally holding back. It wasn't until Kurenai broke out of the Genjutsu that Itachi made a swift move with his kunai, aiming to cut her, only to perfectly miss. Honestly, if the Uchiha clan developed peacefully, perhaps some famous actors would have risen from their clan. Itachi would definitely be a top contender near the top of the list, but he unfortunately would not be the first because that award belongs to another Uchiha. After missing his attack, rather than relying on his superior taijutsu skills against a Genjutsu user, Itachi calmly chose to kick Kurenai away to safety, away from the dangerous Kisame, who had easily broken free of Kurenai's Genjutsu with the assistance of Seimata, continuing his relentless assault. It seems that Kisame hadn't been clued in on the act and was still working hard against Asuma. Moments later, it seemed Itachi had received the cue because he finally remembered to use his speed and appeared behind Kurenai in the blink of an eye, demonstrating the full extent of his speed that Shino's vision couldn't even follow. It was clear that Itachi could have done this sooner, but it was almost as if he was waiting for something, biding his time until the perfect moment to strike. As Shino's bugs scoured the area, he caught sight of Kakashi, who was carefully concealed and watching the battle underwater. It was clear that he was biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to make his move. Was this the opponent Itachi was truly wary of? Who knows where the copy ninjas copied his water stealth techniques from, but there was no denying that they were on a level beyond Shino's comprehension. If Shino didn't have his special insect monitors, he would have failed to find him with his naked eyes. As Shino observed Itachi's calculated movements, it was obvious that the Uchiha prodigy was intentionally holding back from delivering the final blow. It seemed that he was attempting to force out the sneaky fella. With a flicker, Kakashi dashingly emerged onto the battlefield, Sharingan blazing as he readied himself to join the fight. As Kisame suddenly began using ninjutsu, it became apparent that he might have been privy to the act all along. How else could he have picked such a timely moment to strike, only to have his jutsu expertly copied and nullified by Kakashi's Sharingan? Now that Shino thought about it, he began to question the true loyalty of Kisame. Was he truly a traitor to the hidden mist, simply a missing nin with the blood of his compatriots on his hands, or was he playing a more complex traitor game like Itachi? Could this have been the real reason the two of them seemed to have an understanding with each other? There are just so many details that aren't mentioned in the story, but in reality, these minor details may be very crucial links to the overall picture. Shino adjusted his glasses as a grin appeared on his face. The real ninja world was more intriguing than he thought. But the performance must go on. Itachi persisted in his bid for the Best Actor award, skillfully persuading his companion to leave the fight to him. Shino keenly observed the battle come to a halt as Itachi appeared to begin discreetly divulging information, but only a skillfully measured amount. In the blink of an eye, the battle erupted with explosive force. Shino's keen eyes strained to catch every detail, but he found himself struggling to keep up as both Kakashi and Itachi moved with lightning speed. Shino's eyes narrowed as he couldn't even see their hand signs. Seemingly with just a glance, the two launched ninjutsus in perfect synchrony, causing a torrent of water to drill out from the river and collide with a towering wall of water. It wasn't until the brief confrontation was over that Shino's keen observation led him to discover the minute details of the battle, such as the shurikens in Itachi's hand and the second Itachi that had calmly appeared behind Kakashi to stab him. Naturally, Kakashi turned out to be a water clone. While others may have been caught off guard by this, even Shino's insects were able to detect the deception, and Itachi was no exception. So, he had confidently stabbed his senpai with assurance and precision. With Kakashi's water clone dissipating into the flowing river, Shino's gaze turned towards Kurenai, who was clutching a kunai, seemingly handed to her by Kakashi. But, as Shino's sharp senses kicked in, he realized that the supposed Kakashi was a mere fabrication, a decoy planted by none other than Itachi. The kunai was nothing more than a clever ruse, meant to lure Kurenai into attacking Itachi's shadow clone. Boom. Shino's eyes narrowed as he watched Itachi's shadow clone explode. He had no clue when Itachi had switched place with his clone and even set up a fake Kakashi. It seems that he will have to develop a way to distinguish shadow clones for the main body in the future, or he'll have trouble even against Naruto. Shino then adjusted his glasses as he saw Asuma leap into the wall of exploding water. With Kakashi there, Kurenai would definitely be safe, but Asuma still had an anxious face. Shino easily came up with a speculation. Asuma was anxious because Asuma didn't want to let others play hero save the beauty with Kurenai. And Kakashi. Although he claims his only aspiration to be Kaka Paradise, the way he held Kurenai tsk no wonder Kurenai's face was so shocked in the anime. Her tofu had been eaten ahem. Then, after fighting for so long, Itachi chose to give a grandiose warning, telling everyone that he was going to unleash his Sharingan, despite the fact that it would be more effective to directly use it. So, a group of seasoned jonins closed their eyes like idiots, as if they had forgotten the lurking danger that was Kisame. Kisame stood on the side and ate melon seeds. This guy was definitely a paid supporting actor. As for all the tensions and Kakashi's dialogue in the anime, Shino saw none of it. As soon as the other two jonins closed their eyes, Kakashi had already begun to collapse to the ground. Itachi seemingly left some leeway for Kakashi to tell the other two to close their eyes, but he didn't get paid enough to let Kakashi extend the runtime with extra dialogue. So, Itachi had long drew Kakashi into his Tsukaimi. The dialogue shown in the anime was probably Kakashi's imagination, unaware that he was already caught in a Ganjutsu. Tsukaimi, Itachi's most powerful Ganjutsu that could draw the target into a time-dilated world under Itachi's control. 3 days within the world is just a blink of an eye in reality, and all experience within would be ingrained in the victim's mind. The Ganjutsu could inflict excruciating pain on the target for 3 whole days. Itachi honestly would play pain's role perfectly because he could make his victim feel the pain. And 3 days was also plenty of time for Itachi to discreetly extract all the secret information he desired. or secretly disclose all the intel he had acquired. Such was the power of this genjutsu, a tool for spies to gather and distribute intelligence with just a single glance. Even if a certain filial son is observing from somewhere, he couldn't see the problem. That reminds him. With a deep furrow in his brow, Shino surveyed the battlefield. His bugs, mutated with all sorts of detection capabilities, scoured the area. But no matter how hard he tried, the hidden black hand behind the scenes remained elusive. Like a shadow, it seemed to slip through his grasp, taunting him with its elusive presence. Although I couldn't find Zetsu, I'm sure one of them is nearby. Otherwise, Itachi wouldn't have to act out this show. It seems my detection abilities still aren't strong enough. I may have to get my hands on some special bloodline limit in the future. The show neared its end with Kakashi being enlightened out of nowhere and guessing Akatsuki's purpose completely. Although it was revealed in the anime that Kakashi learned all of this from Jiraiya, the intriguing fact is that all of this revelation happened after Kakashi collapsed from his friendly chat in Itachi's Tsukami. But there was no mention of Itachi's revelation in the anime, and naturally, there was no way for Shino to take gander of any inkling of truth in reality. As the tension reached its peak, Kisame had stayed idle for a prolonged period of time, even when the Jonins were left vulnerable. Kisame knew he couldn't AFK any longer. But just as he decided to make his move, a coincidence occurred. Might Guy arrived on the scene just in time to put a stop to Kisame's plan, bringing the show to an unexpected end. Observing this farce from the distance, Shino couldn't help but chuckle. He thought he could really get a gauge of these high-level ninjas, but were they truly going all out in this battle? Perhaps Asuma and Kurenai may have unleashed their true capabilities. However, Kakashi, Itachi, and Kisame, the trio of enigmatic figures where Shino's true interest lies, probably kept their hands. Their true potentials are still shrouded in mystery. What a disappointment. But, there wasn't completely no benefits. In the aftermath of the battle, when all seemed calm and the fighters had left, a drone silently and methodically went about its business. Its mission was a covert one, to collect blood samples from the battlefield. Despite the danger and the risk of being discovered, the drone completed its task with precision and efficiency, disappearing into the shadows as quickly as it had arrived. Sarutobi and Kisame blood acquired. Hopefully, this sample can bring me some benefits once analyzed. Shino gazed out at Hidden Leaf Village, his keen eyes scanning the horizon as his bugs buzzed about, gathering information. It wasn't long before a message was received from his bugs. Jiraiya had finally left Hidden Leaf Village with Naruto to search for Tsunade. Their journey would take around a month, and their return heralded a new Hokage. 1 month. I can wait. When she is born, everything will change. Shino's lips curled into a mysterious smile as his body collapsed into swarms of buzzing insects. Chapter 40, Mission to Hacho Village. Shino sat alone in his underground lab, staring at the failed experiment on the tables with a deep frown etched on his face. He had been working for weeks, but there had been no progress. Alina, his eye companion, had been gone due to Project Queen, and without her analytical capabilities, Shino's research had almost come to a halt. His mind was filled with unmatched creativity, a courtesy of his passion for reading light novels in his previous life, but he had never been particularly talented at research, which was highlighted by his solo efforts in the past weeks. Shino sighed and leaned back in his chair, feeling defeated. He missed Alina terribly and wished she would return soon. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a signal from his clone. With a flicker of his mind, his awareness traversed through the familiar network before his eyes snapped open once more, taking in a not-too-shabby room. However, it was unmistakably not the Aburame clan's quarters. Amidst the temporary absence of a Hokage, the two Wizened advisors wielded considerable power and authority, one of them being the issuance of directives to send out ninja on various missions. Shino, along with his fellow members of Team 8, had been assigned a mission by Hidden Leaf Village to solve a strange disease in Hacho Village, one of the larger villages of Hidden Leaf Village, located on the outskirts of the Land of Fire. It seemed a medical ninja had already identified the root cause to have a bug origin, and requested for a bug specialist to take care of the issue. Shino learned from Kurenai-sensei that he was named specifically for the task, handpicked for his unique abilities as an Aburame. The task was deemed simple, and thus, high-ranking members of the Aburame clan were not dispatched. Under the cover of darkness, the group had arrived in the village, eager to meet with the village leader and get started on their mission. However, the officer on duty informed them that the leader was already in slumber, and so they agreed to postpone their meeting until the next day. And after a night of rest, it was time to tend to the patient in need. Another knock came from the door. "Yo, Shino, you awake?" Kiba called out. The door creaked open, revealing Hinata and Kiba eagerly peering inside. Their eyes were bright with anticipation as they watched Shino methodically secure his box onto his back. "Hey, Shino!" Kiba exclaimed. "We're finally going to complete the task. Why are you still sleeping in?" Shino's expression remained stoic as he peered through his glasses at Kiba, his silence speaking volumes. An awkward silence hung between them as Kiba fixed Shino with an unyielding gaze. The air was charged with an unspoken challenge, and Kiba seemed to sense it. Suddenly, a realization lit up his face, and he brought a hand down to clap Shino on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. "Yo, Shino, just answer me. Don't worry, I won't interrupt you this time." Shino arched a brow as he considered the dog boy's words. After a moment of thoughtful silence, he finally spoke, "Okay, let's arf." Arf. As he yapped, Akamaru's head emerged from the folds of Kiba's coat, his eyes bright and alert. Deliberate. Definitely deliberate. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Shino's countenance remained unmoved. Although he had become more reserved with his words, it was still surprising to note that he had been interrupted by Kiba almost 30 times during this mission alone. "Yo, Akamaru. Good boy, I knew you would understand me, ha ha ha. Let's go, Shino, Hinata." Kiba's grin grew wider as he affectionately rubbed Akamaru's head, his eyes shining with an unspoken excitement. Hinata fidgeted her fingers as she discreetly stole a glance at Shino. "Shino-kun, Kiba-kun didn't mean it. He's just..." Shino's inscrutable gaze rested on Hinata, whose white eyes nervously shifted back and forth. With her head bobbing, she poked her fingers together, attempting to act cute. "Okay, he won't argue with these children. He'll just keep it on the account books. Once he becomes an adult. Or maybe he won't even wait that long." As Shino stepped outside the building, he was captivated by the stunning view of the village. A vast lake shimmered in the sunlight, with glistening water sprawling as far as the eye could see. The edges of the lake were surrounded by townhouses, sitting on raised stone terraces with modern designs and lush greenery adorning their front porches. The buildings were arranged in rows on terraces, creating a layered effect, while telephone poles dotted the streets. Beyond the village, dense forests and a towering rocky mountain loomed. The mountain seemed to be the perfect geographic defense, but it was only from a bird's-eye view that one would realize the village was nestled at the edge of an enormous crater. The village, while not as sprawling as Hidden Leaf Village, was still larger than the quaint, nameless towns they were accustomed to on previous missions. Those other small villages were shrouded in mystery, never given the chance to step into the limelight of the anime's narrative. Their secrets and stories remain untold, buried deep within the shadows of the shinobi world. Despite having less significance relative to other distinct villages and towns, Hacho Village was a village which still held some significance, and as such, it had a name and a place in the story. Since it received a brief appearance in the anime, the village naturally held its own peculiarities, which had not gone unnoticed by Shino. As Shino trailed Kiba and Hinata towards the village entrance where the village officer had agreed to meet, he furrowed his brow, racking his brain for any tidbits he could remember about Hacho Village. If I remember correctly, this village had a friendly relationship with the Tonika village at the center of the whole. The village leader was Tsunasu, and he colluded with Kabuto to destroy the Tonika village so that he could acquire the sacred place. But this would happen far in the future, after Kabuto masters the reanimation jutsu. As for this village, there's not much that is special except its water that could accelerate the cell division and life form of any living organism. Perhaps this could play some significant role for the swarm, but that still requires research. The true treasures lie in Tonika village, the place that conceals the Spear of Heaven, an ancient superweapon in the form of a massive, three-segmented tower. But it's still a dangerous place that I can't afford to handle at the moment. Beware, for the ease of the downfall of Tonika village at the hands of Kabuto was not an indication of its weakness. It was merely a display of Kabuto's overpowering ability to resurrect fallen Akatsuki members, a formation so formidable that it could render even the mightiest ninja villages helpless, had there not been even more dangerous fellas rising one after another. Unless Shino could unlock new powerful zergs and increase the number of his already impressive army to an overwhelming amount, his greed for the weapon could only be stifled. But it doesn't mean I couldn't mark this interesting place for the future, just like I did with many other locations. I'm still weak now, but I have plenty of time. I just need to strike before Kabuto. A sly grin hung on Shino's face as he sensed the drone that was hibernating deep beneath the surface of the Hacho village. When he was ready, that will be his beacon in the future. Following the paved stone road and after a few more minutes of walking, the team finally arrived at the entrance of Hacho village, where they were met by Kurenai-sensei, who had just arrived. She looked relieved to see them and greeted them with a smile. In a matter of moments, the officer arrived. However, it was not Shizuru as depicted in the anime, but a mysterious and unfamiliar man. He was destined to go nameless even in a novel, so Shino kindly granted him the name of Officer Bystander. "Welcome, young shinobis," he said, bowing deeply. "We are honored to have you here in our village. Apologies, the village chief has tasks to tend to. So, he arranged me to lead you to the patient. Please, follow me." Shino kept a calm expression on his face, but his eyes darted towards Kurenai-sensei, who appeared to have picked up on something amiss as well. Kurenai-sensei caught Shino's covert glance, and her eyes narrowed subtly in response. Understanding his unspoken question, she shook her head almost imperceptibly, signaling to him to exercise caution. Their mission was to treat the patient, and anything beyond that was not something they should be nosy about. Officer Bystander led them directly to the patient. As for the village chief, he was nowhere to be found. This intrigued Shino. Could it be that the wizened Isunasu is attempting to flex his influence? Or what other reasons could there be for Isunasu to delay them? As they strolled down a vibrant street teeming with colorful stalls, the team couldn't help but notice the peculiar attire of the villagers. Many villagers strolled by in breezy attire, sporting short-sleeved shorts made of light fabric, their outfits designed for comfort in the warm climate. Some wrapped themselves in long, flowing robes made of a light, airy fabric, mostly the older elders of the village. Others wore long-sleeved police tunics made of blue and black fabric. Many of these officers carried a sword, clearly the weapon of choice for the enforcers of this village. The villagers all had friendly expressions on their faces, and some even greeted the team as they walked by. Kiba grinned and waved back at them. "Hey, they seem like a friendly bunch," he said, nudging Shino in the ribs. Shino didn't react, but Hinata smiled softly. "Yes, they do," she said. The team made their way to the edge of the village and entered a small building. Inside, they found a group of villagers gathered around a young girl who lay on a mat on the floor. The girl looked pale and sickly, and her breathing was labored. Kurenai stepped forward, her eyes narrowing as she assessed the situation. "What's wrong with her?" she asked the elder. "We're not sure," he replied. "She's been like this for weeks, and none of our healers have been able to cure her. A medical ninja came before, but left with no success. However, she did tell us she would send some shinobi who could help." Kurenai nodded, and the team sprang into action. Hinata activated her Byakugan to scan the girl's body, while Kiba searched the room for any clues. Intrigued by the possibility of insects lurking within the young girl's body, Shino surreptitiously dispatched his swarm of bugs to scour her form, searching for any signs of their kin. As they worked, Shino couldn't help but notice the odd smells in the hut. "There's a strange odor in here," he mused, wrinkling his nose, as he glanced over to Kiba. Kiba sniffed the air with Akamaru as well, but they didn't seem to notice anything. Hinata looked up from her examination of the girl. "I think I've found something," she said. "There's a small creature sleeping inside her heart, feeding off her chakra." Kurenai's eyes were steady. "A parasite," she declared. "We'll need to remove it immediately." Shino nodded in acquiescence and directed his bugs to infiltrate the girl's body. Naturally, he wasn't going to harm her. He was going to coax out the parasite, whether by hook or crook. Unexpectedly, the parasite remained asleep, reducing the difficulty of the operation. The only problem was that this process was an arduous and time-consuming one, akin to performing surgery. A careless mistake could prove catastrophic for the girl, but with Shino's flawless control, this wasn't an issue. Of course, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead and a face of exhaustion was displayed, giving the impression that he was struggling. His act demanded unwavering commitment, leaving no room for half measures or faltering resolve. Just as Shino's hands reclaimed the sleeping parasite from the girl's body, an unexpected odor assailed his senses. It was the smell he discovered before. The smell was unmistakably rotten, and it was growing stronger by the second. He was momentarily distracted, but he suddenly felt a jolt of fear run through him. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. Before he could react, the parasite suddenly sprang to life and darted towards him with incredible speed. Despite his quick reaction, Shino was unable to dodge the swift attack. In a flash, the creature had burrowed deep inside his body. Shino. Chapter 41, Trap. Shino's stoic facade crumbled as he felt the poison coursing through his body. Shino had an ugly face for the first time. He was no stranger to danger, but this was different. This was a trap. Someone had set it up to ensnare the medic who dared to remove the parasite. However, once Shino connected the links, he knew this treacherous scheme was designed for him. But by who? Nevertheless, Shino didn't hesitate for long. As his eyes narrowed, his army of bugs swarmed the intruder, granting it an eternal rest. With quick thinking, Shino isolated the poisoned, dying bugs from his body, detaching and expelling them moments later. As Shino observed the remains of the insect horde dissolving into a steaming slag on the ground, Shino furrowed his brows. Fortunately, he was a clone. Otherwise, his boat may have really capsized here today. He still wasn't careful enough. To think a random mission could end up with him being deliberately targeted by someone. He knew he needed to be more cautious in the near future. Perhaps, this was just the beginning of a much more intricate plot. The stunned onlookers watched as Shino single-handedly resolve the issue within seconds, and it wasn't until then that they were jarred back into reality. Shino. Are you alright? Kurenai-sensei's gaze flickered with concern as she scanned the scene before her. She knew the danger Shino had just faced and couldn't help but wonder if he had come out of it unscathed. Her eyes were drawn to the remains of the once living insects, now lifeless on the ground. And as she examined Shino's body, her apprehension grew. Shino nodded. A low, menacing growl reverberated from Kiba, his eyes blazing with fury. You guys. We've come to help you, and you want to poison us? The once calm villagers around them now began to panic and quickly backed away. As the tense atmosphere thickened, Officer Bystander's footsteps echoed loudly as he stepped up to the forefront. No, it must be a misunderstanding, Officer Bystander declared with a solemn face. We really didn't expect this to happen. We don't even understand why there is a bug in the first place. Just when the seething Kiba wanted to continue to make a fuss, Shino placed a calming hand on his shoulder. He turned over to see Shino shaking his head. Glancing over at Kurenai-sensei, whose face reflected the gravity of the situation, Kiba also quieted down. Damn it. Hinata? As Hinata deactivated her Byakugan, Kurenai's eyes bore into her, searching for answers. However, Hinata's headshake only deepened Kurenai's frown, and she bit her lip in frustration. Shino couldn't shake off the feeling that something was amiss in the village, but he couldn't be certain who was behind the attack. As he watched the bewildered villagers, he couldn't help but wonder if any of them were involved. However, Shino knew that the average villager couldn't possibly be responsible for such an intricate and deadly trap. Shino's mind raced as he considered the suspects in this strange and dangerous situation. His instincts were telling him that the villagers were not the culprits, as they lacked the expertise to obtain the rare bug. However, his attention soon turned to the elusive village chief, who had failed to appear. If there's anyone to be suspected, that old man would be the most likely. Knowing Desanasu's criminal record in the future, the thought crossed his mind that the old man might know more than he let on. Perhaps, he may even be a direct participant. But how could Shino extract the information from him without resorting to extreme measures? There was no way for him to get the answer out from the man, unless he finds him, cracks open the man's skull, and plant a neural parasite within his brain. However, if the village chief disappears, he would clearly be a suspect. Perhaps this may also cause him to fall deeper in someone's layout. Shino knew that playing his cards right was crucial. This was a dangerous game that required him to navigate the intricate web of intrigue with caution and precision. Kabuto? Probably not, he shouldn't be here yet. Perhaps Uncle Snake? But does he even know this place? Even if he does, there is no reason for him to target me. So, there could only be one logical conclusion. Danzo, the man who can always carry the black pot. This method of sending the target on a mission, then plotting their downfall. It's a signature skill of that bad old man. It seems that Mr. Mkaznacher isn't too happy with my recent rejection of his invitation. He. Shino's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint before quickly returning to their usual calmness. He knew that it wasn't the right time to tear their faces apart yet. His infiltration to the elusive Root organization was still not completed, and he still had to depend on the resources of Hidden Leaf Village to facilitate his growth. Although the temptation to leave was strong, but he knew it was wiser to bide his time and let his army of Zergs grow in strength until they could suppress the pursuers that Hidden Leaf Village would send to track him. The best-case scenario was to leave when his growth reaches the point where he could achieve sustainable progress with just his Zergs alone. If he were to make a premature move, he risked being forced to hide in his biosphere. The safety of his biosphere was always an option, but it would come at the cost of his own progress. This would stifle his growth, which was not in Shino's consideration. With the looming threat of the infinite Tsukaimi, there was no time to waste because once the infinite Tsukaimi comes down, he would also be doomed. For now, he had to play the waiting game, even if it meant enduring machinations from the shadows while his enemies lurked in plain sight. I'll remember this for now, Danzo. I hope you don't force me. Once the parasite was removed, the girl began to regain her strength. She sat up, her eyes brightening as she looked around at the unhappy team who saved her. Thank you, she said, her voice weak but filled with gratitude. I feel so much better now. Officer Bystander stepped forward, bowing deeply. I deeply apologize for the unforeseen accident, but I want to let you know we are forever grateful for your help, he said. Please, let us offer you our hospitality. You are welcome to stay in our village for as long as you like. Kurenai shook her head, her brows furrowed in deep thought. Thank you, she said. But we'll have to decline your offer. Officer Bystander's gesture was one of utmost respect as he bowed before Kurenai. With a swift motion, he signaled for a villager to bring forth the rewards for the completed task. Kurenai's face remained impassive as she received them, her eyes scanning the rewards with a discerning gaze. The group was escorted to the village entrance where Officer Bystander bade them a respectful farewell. Then, "I won't send you further. Have a safe journey." Shino couldn't help but catch the hint of derision in the officer's tone. The sly grin that hung on the officer's mouth only served to raise the flag higher. So, Officer Bystander was actually officer fodder, waiting to be stepped on by the protagonist. He secretly frowned but didn't take any action. Let them go for now. It wasn't the time yet. In the future, his Zerg army will teach them their due lesson when it razes this place to the ground, and they would rue the day they ever crossed him. The team trekked through a barren expanse of land, their spirits dampened by the arid terrain and the foreboding events. It wasn't until dusk approached that they finally arrived at the lush, verdant forests of Hidden Leaf Village, a welcome sight after their journey through the desolate plains. They made their way through the forest, keeping an eye out for any potential threats. Kiba and Hinata were chatting animatedly, while Kurenai-sensei and Shino walked a little behind them, discussing the mission. Suddenly, they heard a loud rustling in the bushes ahead of them. They all tensed, ready for a fight as Hinata subconsciously switched on her Byakugan. But to their surprise, a small rabbit hopped out of the bushes, looking up at them with wide eyes. They all breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled at their own nervousness. Hinata reached out to pet the rabbit, and it hopped away into the forest. "That was anticlimactic," Hinata said, twiddling her thumbs while turning off her Byakugan. Kiba grinned. "Yeah, but at least we know we're ready for anything, right Hakamaru?" Arf. Arf. However, the team still decided to set up camp for the day. As they sat around a fire, Kiba couldn't help but tease Shino. "Come on, Shino," he said, grinning. "Loosen up a bit. You're always so serious." Shino raised an eyebrow, but Hinata had a slight smile. "I think Kiba-kun is right," she said as she fidgeted with her thumbs. "Shino-kun, don't think too much about it." Shino considered this for a moment before nodding. Why should he worry so much? It doesn't matter what happens, at worst he would just lose a clone. Unexpectedly, Kiba pulled out a deck of cards. "Alright, who's up for a game of Fight the Landlord?" he said, grinning. "Arf. Arf." Kurenai-sensei's red eyes swept over as she reminded, "It's best that we be on our way." Kiba shrugged. "Kurenai-sensei, you're just in a hurry to go back because you want to take care of Asuma Jonin." Hinata and Kiba exchanged a knowing look, and Shino raised an eyebrow in amusement. "Oh, come on," Kurenai said, her eyes steady yet a faint blush had appeared on her face. "It's not like that." Sure, Kiba said, grinning mischievously. "Whatever you say, Kurenai-sensei." Who was the one who refused to take us on missions because she had take care of someone who got into a bit of a scuffle? Hinata and Kiba couldn't contain their laughter, and even Shino cracked a smile. They had always enjoyed teasing Kurenai about her relationship with Asuma. Kurenai replied with a sigh. "Okay, but just today. We'll head on our way tomorrow." "Yahoo! Cards, Hinata, Shino, let's play." Kurenai-sensei, too. Kiba's cheer and Akamaru's happy barks echoed in the forest. The team played cards late into the night, laughing and joking as they did. Shino remained quiet, but a small smile played at the corners of his lips as he sensed the responses from his bugs. Kiba, who slapped down a card, grinned. Lucky, it's finally time for me to bomb." Arf. Akamaru sat on Kiba's head as it sniffed the air. Hinata twiddled her thumbs, a hint of a bashful grin tugging at the corners of her lips. But in a split second, her expression darkened, the smile transformed into a stern scowl as she switched to her gentle fist stance. Byakugan. 6 behind. 7 in front. 5 to left. Clang. 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 Shino expertly deflected 3 incoming kunai with a single fluid motion. "Yo, finally here. And I thought they would hide all night." With a grin, Kiba popped a pill into Akamaru's mouth. "Just right, my muscles need stretching after that boring task." The next moment, he crouched on all fours and with a flicker, he vanished into the dense foliage of the forest. His movements were graceful yet deadly, as if he had become one with the forest itself. Moments later, a blood-curdling howl pierced the air as the sound of bodies hitting the ground reverberated through the forest. As for Kurenai-sensei, she had long vanished into the forest, and her arduous fight had already begun in the shadows. Shino's glasses glinted ominously in the dim light as he scanned the dark forest with his piercing gaze, a sense of foreboding emanating from his eyes. Oh, what a big greeting gift. That bad old man is really willing. This was not going to be a peaceful night. Chapter 42, Unknown Assailants. The air was charged with tension, and a sense of impending danger hung over the forest. The silence was deafening, broken only by the rustling of leaves and the occasional snap of a twig. Shino's eyes narrowed as he sensed movement in the shadows. It was clear that tonight would not pass without a fight. In the blink of an eye, a squad of ninjas emerged from behind the trees of the dark forest. Clad in black garments and adorned with bone-white masks, it was difficult not to affiliate their signature outfits with the Anbus. However, they had no ninja forehead protectors, signature spiral tattoos, nor the recognizable gray flak jacket, so they might not necessarily belong to Hidden Leaf Village. Others would find it difficult to surmise their origins, but Shino's intuition was already leading him down a path of speculation. It could only be from that place. These mysterious assailants exuded a menacing aura that could chill even the most seasoned ninja to the bone. Although armed and appearing ready for battle, their eyes darted with caution over the duo they now faced. Shino could feel the weight of their gaze, and Shino's mind raced with possibilities of their motives and the probability of hidden hunters in the dark. Regardless, one thing was for sure, this was not going to be a run-of-the-mill encounter. Fang over fang. The air was split by a resounding declaration as a duo drilled through the air, leaving a trail of energy in their wake as they burst forth from the depths of the forest. At the end of their powerful drill was a masked ninja, their victim caught at the tip and unable to escape. Boom. A thunderous boom echoed through the forest as the twirling duo smashed the enemy into the ground, with the tornado-like trail fading in the air behind them. The force of impact caused the enemy's body to contort in pain as blood spurted from his mouth. The drilling attack continued relentlessly, showering the area with a gruesome spray of blood. The sound of cracking glass filled the air as the victim's mask shattered into countless pieces, scattering on the forest floor as the ninja's body became limp, losing all signs of life. The wind unfurled as the remaining power of the drill dissipated. Kiba gracefully leapt back, flipping through the air before landing on all fours. His claws left deep grooves in the earth as he slid back due to his momentum, but he was already prepared for the next attack. Akamaru landed on his back with perfect balance and growled menacingly at the enemy ninjas, warning them not to make any rash moves. "I'm not done yet." Kiba's body leapt into the air, his hand sealing, Inuzaka style, man-beast transformation combo. In a seamless synchrony, Kiba and Akamaru initiate their transformation, a breathtaking spectacle that causes their bodies to merge and fuse, creating a fearsome hybrid form. Their muscles bulge with enhanced strength, their fangs gleaming with an insatiable hunger for victory. The man-beast transformation engulfs them in a swirling vortex of chakra, blending human and beast into a single entity of pure power, an enormous, monstrous two-headed dog. Two-headed wolf. With newfound agility and speed, Kiba bounds across the battlefield like a predator in pursuit of its prey. His razor-sharp claws tear through enemy defenses, rending flesh and bone with lethal precision. The enemy ninjas were cleared out, vanishing in puffs of smoke. The monstrous wolf screeched to a halt, drool leaking from its menacing teeth as it growled towards the dark forest. "Do it." Amidst the eerie calmness of the shadows, a single command shattered the stillness. In an instant, the previously hidden ninjas sprang into action, launching a coordinated attack on the trio. Shino didn't hesitate. In a swift motion, he signaled his insects to attack. The buzzing swarm descended upon the incoming enemy ninjas, who dodged and weaved with agility. But Shino was not one to give up easily, and he had a few more tricks up his sleeve. Shino's eyes glinted with determination as he watched an enemy ninja approach him in midair. Without missing a beat, he whipped out a kunai from his holster and sent it hurtling towards his target with a swift flick of his wrist. The kunai sliced through the air, its trajectory aimed with deadly precision at the masked figure. Seeing the explosive tag on the incoming kunai, the approaching ninja sneered and grabbed it with his hand. His eyes then flickered over to Kiba, who was drilling towards him. The approaching ninja sneered as he noticed the explosive tag on the incoming kunai. However, instead of evading it, he grabbed it with his hand and decided to teach its sender a lesson. His eyes flickered over to Kiba, who was rushing towards him with intense force. The ninja's eyes flickered with a mocking glint as he taunted Shino with his words. "Return it to you." Swish. The kunai streaked through the air towards Kiba, its explosive tag igniting in a blaze. Kiba continued his rapid advance towards the ninja, seemingly unaware of the danger hurtling towards him. The kunai may seem harmless, but the resulting explosive force threatened to engulf Kiba in its flames, and the ninja sneered as he could imagine the impending chaos. Just as the ninja redirected his attention back to deal with Shino, his eyes narrowed with surprise and confusion as Kiba continued his unimpeded charge towards him. The kunai was deflected out of the way by the wolf's tough fur, and it didn't explode. Nani? Bam. The ninja was caught off guard and had no time to react as Kiba's claws struck him with a powerful impact, sending him crashing to the ground with a loud thud, just like his companion. Without hesitating to admire his success, Kiba had deftly launched forward towards another enemy ninja. The ninja struggled to get up, blood leaking from his now unmasked face as he glared at the kunai with the burned-up tag. "Fake?" he growled in disbelief, realizing that he had been tricked. And for the finishing touch. Pa! A sudden gust of wind swept through the area, and the enemy ninja barely had time to react as a powerful blow struck him hard from behind, shattering his chakra network and causing blood to spurt out of his mouth. Cough, the ninja toppled over to the ground, revealing the usually kind-hearted Hinata. But now, there was no trace of mercy in her gaze. Her white eyes reflected a steely determination as she watched the ninja collapse to the ground. They were the enemy, and there was no room for hesitation or compassion. Unlike the original Hinata, the Hinata now seemed to have been subtly influenced by someone, her original hesitant attitude regarding confrontation altered to a determined one. The consequences of this change were unknown, but the benefits were already showing during this combat. Swoosh! With a swift flicker, a ninja appeared beside Hinata, poised to strike with a deadly kunai. But Hinata, with her senses granted by her Byakugan and her reflexes honed from rigorous training, anticipated the attack and sidestepped it effortlessly. Without missing a beat, she thrust her chakra-coated palms behind her, unleashing a powerful counterattack that seemingly struck air. A low-level mistake could prove fatal in battle, but was it a miss? Suddenly, rumbling out of the ground, another ninja made a surprise ambush on Hinata from behind. However, to his surprise, Hinata's prediction resulted in him delivering straight himself into her waiting palm. With a resounding slap, Hinata's strike connected with precision, leaving the stunned ninja shuddering in defeat. Ha! Hinata's chakra-coated palm precisely slammed against the man's chest, and a burst of crimson erupted from his mouth as he was sent hurtling back through the air. An adept ambush was easily countered by Hinata within mere seconds. Not only that, as if she had eyes on her back, Hinata moved with the grace of a dancer, evading the incoming swing of a kunai with fluid ease. With a swift pivot of her foot, she rotated herself beside the female ninja, arms extended like wings. Her Byakugan trembled with ferocity, locking onto the chakra points of her victim. In a flurry of movements, her palms began to strike with pinpoint accuracy, hitting the enemy's chakra points one after the other. 8 trigrams, 16 palms. She announced with conviction, 2 palms. 4 palms. A drop of sweat rolled down Hinata's forehead. 8 palms. Ha! Hinata gritted her teeth and delivered. 16 palms. At that point, the kunoichi had already collapsed. Bam! Kiba's claws tore into another ambushing ninja before he slid to a stop beside Hinata, both heads staring over towards his companion. Grrr. I can still go on, Kiba-kun. Hinata declared firmly, breathing heavily. However, her hands didn't stop, tossing out a kunai with an explosive tag before she returned to her gentle fist stance. Naturally, her explosive tag was real. Boom. As he battled, Shino watched with satisfaction as his teammates took down their enemies with practiced ease. As he observed their progress, he realized that his once vital role as a support was becoming obsolete. The team had come so far, and he could trust them to handle any situation that came their way. Their teamwork had evolved into a seamless flow, their movements and strategies synchronized with a precision that spoke of months of training and camaraderie. The explosive tag ruse was just one example of their tacit understanding. Yes, his explosive tags were fake. Shino had crafted them himself, and it was all part of their team's carefully orchestrated plan. In the shadows of secrecy, Shino made a daring decision. Though his father had entrusted him with a vast supply of explosive tags for his missions and safety, Shino had other plans. Determined to finance his secret base construction, he had secretly sold off the explosive tags. To avoid being questioned, Shino fabricated fake ones to keep up appearances. Naturally, they were merely decorative. At first. But during a mission, Shino decided to take a risk and use one of his fake explosive tag kunai, resulting in great success. From then on, the fake explosive tag ruse became an integral part of the team's tactics, with his kunai being deceptions, while the others' kunai served as real deadly gifts. Shino deftly dodged another incoming barrage of shurikens from the surrounding ninjas. With a quick adjustment of his glasses, he surveyed the situation. Despite the flurry of incoming shurikens and kunais from all sides, his analytical mind was taking in every detail of the chaotic scene. Although somewhat to hinder Hinata and Kiba, Shino had noticed that the group of ninjas were converging on him with deadly intent. The goal was unmistakable, they were after him. As the ninjas closed in on him, Shino calmly reached for more kunais attached with fake explosive tags. With a flick of his wrist, he launched them towards his attackers. The ninjas moved with agility, some dodging while others deflected the kunai with apparent ease, confident that they won't explode. Shino was not surprised, he knew they wouldn't be fooled by the same trick twice. However, within moments, the eerie sound of agony filled the air as the ninjas' screams pierced through the forest. The unsuspecting ninjas who failed to avoid the kunai were in for a gruesome surprise. Unbeknownst to them, the camouflaged bugs that had been layered on the kunai and tag had infiltrated their bodies, causing them to scream out in agony as their systems were overwhelmed from within. The lucky few who avoided the attack broke out in cold sweat. One of the ninjas' heart skipped a beat as his eyes darted around, searching for any signs of danger. Watch out for his invisible bugs. It is hard to detect with the naked eye, Use your detection. Suddenly, the voice of the ninja froze as a cold drop of sweat rolled down his face. He discovered that there were chakra signatures drifting in the air everywhere around them, lurking in the air like unseen predators. Shino's eyes gleamed with a sly glint as he adjusted his glasses, a small smile playing at the corner of his lips. It's already too odd. However, Shino had no time to pay attention to them because his brief performance had been rudely interrupted by the hands that had ambushed him from below. The ninja's grip was tightening around his ankles, pulling him down towards the ground and locking him in place. With a heart cold as ice, a ninja leapt into the air from a tree and he drew in a deep breath, his mouth puffing up, fire style, fireball jutsu. A sudden explosion of heat engulfed the air as the ninja unleashed a fiery inferno from his mouth with explosive force, the intensity of the flames obliterating every bug in the vicinity. Ignoring the fate of his fallen comrade, the ninja locked his eyes on Shino and continued to fuel the blazing ball of destruction towards him. The raging fireball roared towards Shino like a deadly dragon. Boom! A deafening roar shattered the stillness of the battlefield as flames engulfed the area, turning a couple of companions on the ground into puffs of smoke. These were just clones in disguise. As for the rest, they were just expendable companions who were merely bonus cannon fodder, and they were wiped out in a matter of seconds, reduced to nothing more than charred husks. There would be no chance of reincarnation for them, as they were mere side characters who played no significant role in the grand scheme of things. The ninja landed on the ground, his face bare of any mask to conceal his emotions. He frowned deeply as he surveyed the aftermath of the explosion. "Did we get him?" he asked, his tone laced with doubt and uncertainty. Suddenly, he felt a wind brushing towards him from behind, sending a shiver down his spine. In a swift movement, a translucent figure emerged from the shadows behind him. It was Shino, who had snuck up behind the enemy, poised to strike with a deadly kunai. With a thud, Shino's kunai made contact, but something felt off. He quickly realized that it was a hard surface, not the feeling of cutting into flesh. Puff! A puff of smoke appeared in front of him, and the ninja he had been aiming for had disappeared, replaced by a wooden log. It was the infamous body substitution jutsu. Whoosh! With deadly precision, a kunai pierced through Shino's heart from behind. It's over. In the midst of the tense atmosphere, a sudden moment of stillness enveloped the scene as Shino's eyes flickered towards the ninja behind him. Just as the enemy thought he had won, a sly smile curved on Shino's lips. With an ominous hum, his body collapsed into a swarm of camouflaged bugs, leaving the assailant to stare in shock and confusion. Nani? Insect clone? When? No, as the swarm of bugs enveloped the ninja's hand, Shino's eyes glinted with satisfaction. The bugs had effectively neutralized the enemy's ability to use jutsu. And they weren't done yet. The relentless insects continued their ascent up the ninja's arm. Thud. A lifeless husk of a corpse toppled to the ground as Shino emerged from his hiding place behind a tree. As Shino's hand began to reach for his glasses, a chilling voice pierced the silence from behind him. So the little bug was hiding here, it taunted, its speaker lurking in the shadows like a predator stalking its prey. Shino's eyes narrowed as his senses warned of the danger lurking behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around, but it was too late. A massive foot loomed in his vision, and he could barely raise his hands to defend himself. The impact was brutal, sending him hurtling through the forest like a rag doll. As Shino struggled to stabilize his body, he saw a sudden blur of movement from the corner of his eye. Without warning, a seasoned middle-aged ninja appeared in front of him, his face carved with a hardened expression. In a swift motion, he hooked Shino's body with his arm and flung him across the forest with alarming force. Shino hit the ground with a sickening thud, his body sliding across the forest floor before coming to a stop in a battered heap. Fwoom! With a sudden burst of flames, a wall of fire materialized before Shino and his companions, drawing a line through the trees of the forest and creating a barrier that separated the battlefields of Shino and his team. The intense heat emanating from the wall made it clear that whoever conjured it was not to be trifled with. Shino. X2, the faint worried cries of Hinata and Kiba could be heard in the far-off distance. Tap. Silence befell the forest as the middle-aged ninja landed before Shino, who was on his knees with his bugs cascading out of his body. The man's face was stoic, yet his tongue snaked out to lick his lips, betraying a sense of twisted excitement. This action of his also allowed Shino to get a glimpse of the pattern engraved on his tongue, a hexagram with 3 solid lines and 2 broken lines. The cursed tongue eradication seal. Root. Taking 2 complete strikes from a jonin and still surviving. As expected of the seed that Danzō-sama is interested in. Swoosh. A gust of wind swept through the forest as Shino's head hit the ground with a thud, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through his body. A foot pressed down on the back of his head, rubbing his face against the dirt and leaves. Looking up, he saw the cold, menacing face of the unknown jonin staring down at him with a contemptuous expression. Danzō-sama hopes that you would reconsider his invitation. So, what will it be? Will you join us? Or die? Chapter 43, Battle with Jonin. With each step of the route Jonin, Shino's heart beat slower and slower, his mind calmly focused on the task at hand. As the man's foot pressed down harder on him, Shino's hand reached out, almost instinctively, and his nano-sized bugs crept up his arm, coating his palm with a deadly violet hue. The tiny insects were one of his deadly weapon, a force to be reckoned with in battle, and it was one of the cards he was willing to reveal. A sudden burst of movement, and Shino's hand shot out towards the unsuspecting Jonin, who had no time to react as his leg was ensnared in a tight grip. The Jonin stopped in his tracks, looking down at Shino with a sneer. "What are you going to do, Aburame boy? Use them to tickle me to death?" A grin spread across his face, but in an instant, the grin turned to a grimace, and his body tensed up, writhing in agony. "You!" Puff! With a sudden puff of smoke, the enemy Jonin disappeared into thin air. It was a shadow clone. As expected, it wasn't going to be so easy. With a composed demeanor, Shino rose to his feet, his eyes scanning the area as he prepared for his next move. His gaze fixed on the figure emerging from the shadows of the forest, the same Jonin who had been his opponent mere moments ago. Well, this was really unexpected. Rinkaku, I have some unhappy memories regarding it. It's a pity you couldn't join us. Perhaps, Danzō-sama would be very happy. Unfortunately, I would be very. With a flicker, the Jonin vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a trail of dust and a lingering sense of unease in Shino's mind. Shino's eyes narrowed as he scanned the area, trying to locate the real Jonin. Suddenly, his bugs warned him of the incoming danger, but before he reacted, he felt a heavy weight on his back. Unhappy. The sinister whisper came from behind, and in a split second, Shino was sent smashing into the ground. The Jonin had reappeared behind him, and he was now standing on top of Shino, pressing him into the dirt once again. Shino didn't respond. Instead, he launched his attack. His body tensed as he unleashed a swarm of bugs that crawled out from seemingly every pore in his skin, rapidly making their way towards the enemy. Yet, just as the deadly insects were about to strike, the Jonin flickered away, leaving Shino's attack to fall short. As the waves of bugs returned to Shino's body, his body seemingly lifted itself into a standing posture, his eyes locked onto the approaching Jonin who wielded a deadly kunai. Swish! With a swift swing, the kunai sliced through his body, severing the lives of the many tiny bugs and leaving behind a trail of destruction, but the Jonin was not happy. Tsk insect replica again. With lightning-fast movements, the Jonin retreated while rapidly forming hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A sly grin crept across the Jonin's face as he unleashed a devastating fireball. But to Shino's surprise, the attack wasn't aimed directly at him. Instead, it was directed at the seemingly empty space next to him. Suddenly, the air shifted, revealing Shino who had been camouflaged behind a swarm of bugs. With quick reflexes, he dodged the scorching flames, his body barely escaping the inferno's reach. The fireball whisked past him, its heat blurring the air. Just when Shino thought it was over, he felt a sudden impact, sending him tumbling across the ground. The force of the blow expelled a swarm of bugs from his body, and he crashed into a nearby tree with a deafening sound. Bam! You're not as clever as you think you are, Aburame kid, the Jonin spat. His foot came crashing down upon Shino's chest once more. You can't defeat me with bugs. Shino's eyes darted behind his glasses, searching for any weakness in his opponent's stance. His mind worked quickly, scanning through various attack strategies. And yet, his hands moved without conscious thought, reaching towards the Jonin's leg with a fierce determination. I won't fall for the same trick twice. In a puff of smoke, the Jonin disappeared, leaving a block of wood. A sudden burst of determination overcame Shino as he struggled to his feet. With a swift kick to the ground, he launched himself towards the Jonin, his body seemingly soaring through the air with incredible speed and precision. The Jonin barely had time to react as Shino closed the distance between them, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. The Jonin was caught off guard by Shino's sudden burst of energy, and he stumbled backwards, giving Shino the opportunity he needed. With an arm extended, Shino's nano-sized bugs crept up his sleeve and onto his purple-tainted hand, giving him an eerie appearance as he charged towards the Jonin. The Jonin dodged left and right, but Shino was relentless, his hand darting out with reckless speed, surrendering all defenses to perform a reckless assault. Suddenly, a moment of chaos erupted as the ground beneath the Jonin gave way, causing him to lose his footing. At an unknown time, a layer of bugs had been camouflaged on the ground, patiently lying in wait until the opportune moment. Shino seized the chance without hesitation. With the slip-up, the Jonin failed to dodge the next assault. Shino's attack was already upon him, and he could only raise his hand, hoping to deflect the incoming assault. The Jonin managed to block one of Shino's attacks with his arm, but he wasn't quick enough to deflect the second. Shino's palm grazed the Jonin's arm with a subtle touch, but it was enough for a swarm of nano-sized insects to spread like wildfire. TSK not bad kid. With a menacing face, the Jonin disappeared with a puff of smoke. Shadow clone again. But playtime is over. A scorching blaze burst forth from behind Shino, sending a wave of heat towards him. In a split second, Shino's eyes narrowed and his mind raced as he sprang into action, dispersing his swarm of bugs with lightning-fast speed, trying to save as much as possible. Boom. A deafening explosion shook the ground, followed by a raging inferno that swept through the area, incinerating a large swarm of bugs that escaped too slowly. As the flames were soothed by the wind, the fire eventually calmed down, leaving behind nothing but smoldering cinders on the forest grounds. As the flames died down, the Jonin suddenly appeared above the charred ground. His sharp eyes scanned the area, searching for any sign of movement amidst the cinders. Dead? A surge of chakra energy enveloped him. He activated his chakra senses, but his face instantly became ugly. No. Below, a sudden rumble disturbed the dirt as a horde of bugs emerged from beneath the ground. In a matter of seconds, they swarmed around the Jonin, coiling tightly around his legs like living ropes. The Jonin escaped with a flicker, but the bugs on him continued to climb up his legs, swarmed over his face, biting and stinging him relentlessly. He screamed in pain, clawing at his face in a desperate attempt to get the bugs off. A swarm of bugs gathered and morphed into a miniature version of Shino, its eerie likeness uncanny. Shino looked on as the Jonin stumbled backwards, his face twisted in agony. "You underestimated me," Shino said, his voice squeaky and cute. "You should have." The Jonin looked up at the small Shino, his eyes filled with anger and humiliation. "You got lucky," he growled. "But you won't be so lucky next time." Puff. He disappeared in another puff of smoke, leaving Shino standing alone in the forest. It was a shadow clone again. Shino furrowed his brows. He was just a Genin, at least on paper. Was there really any need for a Jonin to be so cautious when dealing with him? But did that Jonin really think he could slip away from his grasp? A sly smile crept onto Shino's face. In the air of the forest, a myriad of evenly distributed invisible bugs slowly became visible. As if an unseen symphony had begun, the once invisible bugs started to dance and gather in a hypnotic display, flowing back into Shino's body from the surrounding forest. The Jonin might have sensed the chakra signatures of Shino's bugs, but there was no way he could have the ability to detect the deadly plague that they were silently spreading. In his infestation unit, Shino had developed a new variation of the plague by combining different deadly viruses and bacteria. This airborne strain had a brief lifespan but a swift incubation period of just an hour. The invisible bugs in the forest were the carriers of this menacing disease, capable of spreading it far and wide with ease. As soon as the bacteria entered the victim's body, it unleashed a potent assault on their immune system. The effects varied depending on the individual's resistance, but all were struck by its deadly nature. The bacteria, however, were short-lived and would die out in the host within half an hour or less after being incubated. If the victim survived the duration, the body would remarkably recover naturally, leaving the victim alive but forever marked by the experience. And as for the bacteria's lifespan without a host, it was incredibly brief, lasting only a mere 10 minutes before dissipating into nothingness. A devious plan had been set in motion by Shino from the very beginning of the battle, a plan that involved this deadly plague of his own making. Though short-lived and not deadly on its own, this airborne plague was capable of wreaking havoc on its victim, causing a deadly effect that left them at the mercy of their attacker. In a quick-paced battle such as today's, it had the potential to impede the opponent and turn the tide in Shino's favor. Had the Jonin not retreated, he may have succumbed to the plague's effects, leaving him defenseless and at the mercy of Shino. Assuming Shino's bugs could avoid completion annihilation at the hands of the Join's formidable power. Needless to say, this deadly superbacteria may sound like complete nonsense in his previous world, but it was made possible in this world with the power of his Zerg's infestation pit ability. With this plague, as long as someone is breathing, they can be infected. As long as they weren't some abnormal ninja with powerful physiques, they will suffer. Oh, but this world had too many of these abnormally powerful ninjas, some with physiques that render them completely immune to diseases. This wasn't a good world to play Resident Evil. Of course, hidden deep within the infestation pit, lay even deadlier plagues and viruses with incubation periods of a day or more. While they were not practical for small ninja battles nor effective for powerful existences, they could prove invaluable when used to clear weaker enemies in prolonged wars. These deadly diseases were carefully crafted by Shino, utilizing the power of the Zerg's infestation ability and the assistance of Alina. They had the potential to devastate entire armies of humans. If there weren't medical ninjas around, the results may be even worse if there was a certain immortal slug on duty. Well, The short-term airborne variation was enough to give him the upper hand in the current battle. That's what matters. With a determined stride, Shino navigated through the damaged forest, his piercing gaze scanning the scorched earth and toppled trees for any sign of his discarded bug container. With a sharp eye and unwavering determination, he located it in a matter of minutes. Swiftly reaching inside, he withdrew a mysterious scroll, its contents known only to him. With a flick of his wrist, Shino unfurled the mysterious scroll, unleashing a plume of smoke that enveloped his surroundings. As the haze slowly dissipated, a new swarm of bugs materialized on the ground, their tiny bodies laying dormant on the ground, but their slight quiver signified their awakening. With a sudden jolt, the awakened insects started to swirl around Shino, merging together into a cohesive mass. The swarm grew and grew, with their collective buzzing filling the air. And in a matter of moments, Shino had regained his full height, his body now pulsating with the energy of the newly acquired swarm. As the hunger of his newly awakened insects were conveyed to him, Shino's hand stealthily reached for his drone concealed within the box. Chakra was then transferred from the drone to his bugs. This mutated drone had the ability to convert biomass into chakra, and it served as a power source for his insect clones during his long journeys beyond the walls of Hidden Leaf Village. With his bugs energized and ready to do his bidding, he strapped the bug container on his back with swift efficiency, preparing for the next phase of the battle. The hum of wings filled Shino's ears as his bugs conveyed a crucial piece of information, the Jonin's whereabouts. Found you. A relaxed grin crept up Shino's face as his eyes fixated on the direction of the Jonin's escape. He set his sights on his prey, his steps measured and purposeful as he pursued him. The aftermath of the battle left the forest eerily quiet, with the scorched earth bearing witness to the intense clash that had taken place. Gradually, the sounds of battle dissipated in the distance, along with the buzz of the insects that had gradually dispersed elsewhere in the dark forest. The only thing that remained was an unsettling stillness that seemed to permeate the air. Suddenly, the earth wavered as plant-like spikes steadily sprouted from the ground, setting off a contrast with the charred ground and forming a perfect circle. Their sharp edges slowly reached into the air, as if trying to embrace the moonlight. Moments later, from the center of the formation, a head emerged, revealing a strange humanoid creature with striking features. Its hair was green, and its face was split in half, with one side black and the other white. The most peculiar aspect of the creature, however, was the Venus flytrap-like extension that wrapped around its head and upper body, serving as a protective shell. The monster's half-black, half-white face twisted into a grotesque smile as it set its sight on the direction Shino had departed. Interesting. Chapter 44, Black Hands. As his chakra recovered, the Jonin was desperate to escape into the safety of the forest, leaping from tree to tree with lightning speed. He had only thought it was a normal assassination mission. How hard could it be to deal with a Genin brat? Little did he know, the mission he had accepted was anything but ordinary. Kafu could have thought he would encounter a troublesome monster, one that was seemingly unkillable by his current means. No matter how hard he searched, he couldn't locate the Genin's true body. How could he win when he's just wasting time on a clone? If he had not learned to be cautious from his decades of experience, he would have capsized in the gutter in the face of that monstrous being's repulsive and treacherous tactics. Cough, it was definitely not because of his lack of skill. Although it had been hard-won, he felt fortunate that he had gotten his hands on the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Its power had saved his life on numerous occasions, and once again, it had proven to be his salvation. But as he moved deeper into the foliage, a terrible sensation gripped his throat, causing him to come to an abrupt halt on a branch. Violent coughs racked his body, his hand coming to his mouth to stifle the sound. But the coughs continued, growing more violent with each passing moment. The Jonin's eyes widened in horror as he realized that he was coughing up blood. He stumbled backwards, leaning against the tree trunk, struggling to maintain his balance on the branch. What is this? Fear gripped his heart as he realized that something was horribly wrong. When was I affected? Just as he was about to continue to make his escape, a sudden wave of paralysis seized his body, rendering him completely immobile. His eyes bulged in terror as he realized that he was no longer in control of his own body. His muscles stiffened, and he tumbled off the tree, crashing to the forest floor below. His eyes strayed and locked onto a batch of tiny mosquito-like insects that gradually floated away. Tap. 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 The eerie silence of the forest was broken by the faint sound of footsteps, slowly growing louder and more distinct with each passing moment. A figure emerged from the shadows of the forest, his form shrouded in darkness and mystery. But the Jonin recognized the familiar figure with a glance. Keikashu, when? The opponent remained silent, unresponsive to the approach. As the figure drew closer, the pale glow of the moon revealed the identity of the mysterious stranger. It was none other than Shino himself. The Jonin's body twitched uncontrollably, his gaze fixed on the foot of the approaching Shino. He tried to speak, to beg for mercy, but his voice had begun to fail him. His mind was in turmoil as he struggled to comprehend what was happening to him. For a brief moment, the Jonin felt a sense of anger towards Shino, blaming him for his terrible fate. But as his body continued to spasm uncontrollably, the anger gave way to a sense of despair. He knew that there was no escape from this fate, that he was doomed to suffer in agony until the end. As Shino approached, the Jonin's eyes glazed over, his body finally giving in to the paralysis. The last thing he saw was the cold, calculating gaze of the Aberrame, and he knew that his fate had been sealed. With calm and steady steps, Shino stalked forward, arriving before his prey. The corpse laid silently on the cold hard ground, his expression clouded with a sense of remorse. Shino's gaze drifted towards the lifeless body's face, his brows furrowed with a sense of confusion. From the anime, Shino was well aware of the brainwashing techniques employed by Root. From a young age, Root personnel were conditioned to be ruthless killing machines, devoid of emotions. Fear, regret, they had none of these. Then, this makes the current situation intriguing. This Jonin doesn't seem to be from Root? Could it be possible that this Jonin was not a product of the infamous Root program? But, this Jonin had the Root's cursed seal. He also knew the Aberrame clan well, and he seemed to know about Danzō as well, but this is a real world, and I can't draw conclusions based on the anime alone. Who knows if Root has some external members, ones brimming with emotions. Then, again, maybe Root is not the only ones who use the cursed tongue eradication seal. And it's not clear whether the other participants of the ambush were actually from Root or simply hired mercenaries. After all, there's no way Danzō is so stupid to blatantly attack the heirs of 3 clans with his own restricted amount of ninjas. Shino's eyes narrowed in deep thought, the questions raced through Shino's mind, each one more puzzling than the last. Was this Jonin an emotional member of Root, or was there something more to his story? Or is he really not from Root? If it's not Danzō, then who else could have sent these people after him? A shiver ran down Shino's spine as he couldn't shake off the feeling that there was a dark force pulling the strings from behind the scenes, orchestrating a test to gauge his true capabilities. It couldn't be. I'm probably overthinking. As he arrived at this thought, Shino returned to his calm yet calculating demeanor. Shino considered his options. He knew that facing the mysterious and powerful figure behind the scenes was not yet feasible for him. However, he was confident that even if he was discovered, it would not thwart his plans entirely. In the worst case, he receives an invitation from the mastermind behind the scheme. A tantalizing thought crossed Shino's mind, perhaps he may even receive a personal invitation from the #1 actor himself, a man whose first name coincidentally shared the same pronunciation as the first actor who starred as a certain friendly neighborhood hero. Then, he could inherit the redhead boy's mantle and let the world know pain. Ahem, anyways, the truth, whether known or not, was inconsequential. What remained was that Danzō would have to shoulder the weight of this black pot, whether he wants to or not. Shino had noticed that their enemies' movements had been too calculated, too precise. It was as if they had known exactly where and when to strike. There must be an inner ghost orchestrating this mission from the shadows, as it is simply impossible for it to occur otherwise. Even though he had no memory of any cooperation between Danzō and that mysterious black hand in the anime, Shino couldn't shake off the feeling that Danzō had some involvement in the sinister events that had unfolded. And if Danzō was involved, there must have been other shadowy figures pulling the strings behind the scenes, observing and calculating his life trajectory. They let Danzō bear the pot, while they watched the play, hidden amongst the audience. As Shino gazed at the precious corpse lying before him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Regardless of the schemes, the truth was that he had won this time, and he was rewarded a Jonin corpse for his victory. Securing this prize had been no easy feat, and he knew it was a rare and valuable acquisition. But his success had hinged on a number of critical factors, one of which was keeping his main body hidden away, safe from harm. It'll be even harder to acquire more Jonin corpses once my clone's abilities are analyzed. But, I didn't bring a transport drone, and there isn't really any way to bring this back without leaving traces of evidence for that scheming old man, something he could use against me if he discovered that I brought it back. After a brief moment of hesitation, Shino's hand trembled before he waved it with purpose, summoning walls of bugs to enclose the small area in every direction. Minutes later, the wall of bugs disappeared, and so did the corpse, its whereabouts shrouded in mystery. Time to head back. Hinata, Kiba, and Kurenai-sensei had already solved the other assailants and should be searching for me. As for the rest, he'll worry about how to cross that bridge when he came to it. He kept a calm demeanor, knowing that he still had many tricks up his sleeve. He hadn't revealed the full extent of his abilities just yet, and even if the worst-case scenario happened and he lost a clone, it wouldn't be a devastating blow. As an air of mystery surrounded him, Shino adjusted his glasses with a calm demeanor and made his way to reunite with his team. The sun was rising, casting a warm golden hue across the dense foliage of the forest. Team Kurenai had just finished cleaning up the aftermath of a skirmish with enemy ninjas. After searching for another safe location, they sat around a small snuffed-out fire pit as Kurenai-sensei spoke up. "We should rest here to recover our strength for the day. We'll need our strength for the journey back to Hidden Leaf Village." Kiba Inuzuka, the team's brash and impulsive member, grumbled. "I can't wait to get back home. Akamaru needs a bath after that dog fight." Arf. Arf. With hands clasped behind her back, Hinata gave him a small smile. "Kiba-kun, we'll be back before you know it." As they settled in, the team couldn't help but think about the danger they had faced. It was a reminder that being a ninja was a perilous profession, and they were lucky to have made it out alive. In a concealed location, beneath the grounds of Hidden Leaf Village, a shadowy figure sat motionless in an obscure chamber, shrouded in darkness. Leaning back in his chair, his fingers steepled in front of him. The room was silent as his subordinate entered, a scroll clutched in their hands. They knelt before him with the utmost respect, their eyes cast down. As they handed over the scroll, a feeling of tension hung thick in the air, as if something crucial was about to unfold. Taking the scroll, the figure looked up at his subordinate, his eye piercing and cold. "What news do you have for me?" he asked. "Danzō-sama, the people you sent were wiped out." The response that came out was devoid of any feeling. Danzo didn't even flinch. "It doesn't matter. They were disloyal wastes inserted by that old man and his supporters anyways. Now that he's gone, there's no need for them to stay." The subordinate maintained a stoic face, but the continuation of the questioning betrayed his doubt. "But sir, if they come..." Danzo cut him off. "As long as there is no evidence, they can't do anything to me. After all, I was just doing it for Hidden Leaf Village. You may leave." With a curt nod, the subordinate silently slunk back into the shadows. Danzo raised the scroll in his hand, slowly unfurling it. Danzo's eyes scanned the contents of the scroll with a steely focus, his expression betraying nothing. As he finished reading, a small sneer crept across his lips. Really hiding deeply. With a sudden surge of emotion, his fists clenched tightly around the scroll, his body tensing as if to contain the power within. And then, with a fierce blaze, the scroll was engulfed in flames, illuminating the room in a fiery glow that revealed the figure hidden in the darkness. Drifting over the floorboards, the hem of his dark gray robe trailed up his legs like the wake of a ghostly presence. The robe concealed his right arm, an appendage that held many secrets yet to be revealed. Underneath the robe, he wore a crisp white shirt, a stark contrast to his unkempt black hair and the X-shaped scar on his chin, a testament to his resilience and willingness to bear the cost of power. The enigma was heightened by the bandage over his right eye, hiding a dangerous power waiting to be unleashed. The figure's face appeared as a deceptively fragile old man. A cane lay idle by his side, a mere accessory to the casual observer, adding to the appearance of vulnerability. However, all of this was a facade that belied the immense power lurking in the darkness. This was Danzo Shimura, the leader of Harut. Only loyal to the Hokage? Attempting to test my intentions? But such actions are reserved only for the worthy. A foreboding gleam flickered in the eyes of the frail old man. "I am the roots that grow in the dark, and all my chosen nutrients will eventually bleed into the ground. Everything is for Hidden Leaf Village." The man's eye closed as if to rest, but there was a sense of foreboding that deep thoughts was happening beneath the surface. What machinations were taking place in the depths of his mind, no one could tell. After their brief rest, teammates set out on their journey back to Hidden Leaf Village, their minds lingering with the weight of their experiences. The team's return to Hidden Leaf Village was met with little fanfare. Kurenai led them to the Hokage's office, where they were reported to the two elderly advisors who seemed to play a deaf ear to their report. As they left the office, they were in a somber mood, the weight of their mission still heavy on their minds. Kurenai-sensei turned towards them with a grim expression on her face. "We need to be careful. Especially you, Shino. The one behind this is a powerful man, and he has many loyal followers. Kurenai-sensei's eyes rolled in frustration as she heaved an exasperated sigh, her head shaking with a sense of discontent. "Just be careful. Sensei is also helpless in this matter." The team nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. They went their separate ways, each lost in their own thoughts. As Shino made his way back to the Aburame clan, his mind was consumed by thoughts of his harvest. The spoils this time were adequate, but compared to the yield of his vast array of drones working in unison, it was merely a drop in the ocean. Despite Hidden Leaf Village's size and its bountiful resources, the amount he could discreetly harvest were limited in the end. The boundless potential of his vision clashed against the stark reality of Hidden Leaf Village's limited resources. With each passing day, the need for expansion grew more pressing. If only he could begin his expansion. Suddenly, Shino's bugs had detected a signal that he had never encountered before. After realizing what it meant, it had led him back to his lab with a sense of urgency. His queen was about to be born. Chapter 45, The Queen is Born. In the end, I'm still just a mere human, affected by his emotions. As his thoughts lingered on the difficult choice he had made a month ago, Shino Aburame stood alone in his underground lab, silently observing the phenomenon in front of him. In the center of the lab, there was a large, egg-shaped larva pulsing with energy. He knew what this meant: the Zerg Queen was about to be born. As he watched with anticipation, a fair hand suddenly punctured the shell of the larva, reaching out to tear an exit. As the hand tore apart the larva, the crack on the shell widened to reveal a beautiful, mature woman with flowing Uzumaki red hair, highlighted with strands of purple, the distinctive color associated with Zergs. The beauty, seemingly aged around her early 20s, stood up and stepped out, completely displaying her fair carcass with all its glory to Shino. Her body was perfectly proportioned, with curves in all the right places. Her skin was soft and smooth, like silk, devoid of bite marks. Her hair has grown longer, flowing straight down on the left while short and spiky on the right. Shino recognized it to be the distinct style of Karen. After stepping out, the larvae formed from creep collapsed and integrated into her. However, the mature beauty didn't pay heed to this. Instead, she looked around the room, dazed for a moment as she muttered in confusion, "I am Alina, no, I am Karen, no, I'm..." A palpable tension hung in the air as she struggled to reconcile her true self with the identities she had merged, Alina and Karen, each carrying their own weight and significance. It didn't take long for her straying eyes to directly fix onto Shino, her golden pupil reflecting his visage, brightening before she began to strode over, her hips swaying in a mesmerizing and provocative manner. Her hand reached out to caress his face, letting him feel the subtle softness and warmth coming from it. "It's you." Her eyes softened as a mesmerizing smile appeared on her face. With a flick of her wrist, she teasingly tugged down his high collar. Her face unexpectedly leaned in, her face drew closer and closer to Shino's, and within moments, their lips were locked in a fiery kiss that sent his mind reeling. Swarm leader re-establishing connection with system. Consciousness uploading. Shino's eyes narrowed a bit before he delved in deeper, gaining a fiery response. Their tongues intertwined, performing a French duet as they deepened their bonds. Connection completed. Zerg Queen is at Lord Shino's service. Their lips parted with a sensuous sound as a glistening strand of saliva stretched between them. The woman's tongue darted out, catching the strand and brushing his lips before slowly sliding back into her mouth. Her taste lingered on his tongue, arousing his desire even more. With an amorous gaze, her fair hand trailed down his face, traced down his chest and drew a circle before she knelt down slowly to the ground to pay her respects to her master. "Shino-sama," she said, her voice soft and sultry. "Use my body and soul as you wish. I am yours to command." Shino looked down at her, taking in her beauty. He knew that he had created something powerful, in many senses. But he also knew that he had to be careful. The Zerg Queen was not to be underestimated, and he needed to be sure that he could resist her temptations. "Stand up," he said, his voice firm but gentle. Karen stood up, her eyes never leaving Shino's. He could see the intelligence behind them, the cunning that she would use to carry out his orders. He felt a shiver run down his spine. This was no ordinary seductress. "What is your name?" he asked. "I haven't decided," she replied, her voice seductive as she leaned in towards Shino's ear. "Shino-sama, who would you desire me to be? Alina or Karen or both?" Shino's eyes flickered with thought as he observed the beauty in front of him. After a moment, he declared in a firm tone, "Let your name be Karina from now on." Karina's eyes flickered with excitement as she quickly caught on to Shino's implication. A mischievous grin curved her lips as she reached out to grab his hand and guided it to her voluptuous plumpness, sending a tantalizing shiver down his spine. "Karina is ready to serve Lord Shino at any time." Shino stared at the woman, his eyes fiery and dangerous. Unlike Sasuke, Shino was no saint. He was definitely not one who had the will to control his impulses. However, he held back because this was not the time. "Put on some clothes." The duo's fiery gazes locked for a moment. The mature beauty's panting betrayed her desires, but in the end, she obeyed. As if by magic, a mysterious substance coursed through her veins, emerging from beneath her skin as fluid to fashion a daring bikini that hugged her curves in all the right places. But the transformation was far from over. The liquid morphed once more, coalescing into an intricate carapace armor that left little to the imagination. Its shimmering surface seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, as if beckoning to all who beheld it with promises of power and pleasure. Shino knew that Karina would be a valuable additional to his command, and he could already see the possibilities that lay ahead. But he also knew that he had to be careful to not indulge too much unless there are corresponding benefits. His main pursuit was still strength. "Come with me," he said, gesturing to the door. "There is much that I need to learn about you." Karina followed him out of the lab, her body moving with a grace that was almost hypnotic. Shino couldn't help but be captivated by her beauty, but he also knew that he had to focus on his mission. He had to understand the full extent of her abilities, his control over her, and he couldn't afford to be distracted. As they walked through the halls of his underground base, Shino listened to Karina's explanation the nature of her existence. She was a Zerg queen, she told him, born in her most ideal state to serve as his loyal servant. Naturally, she was connected to his system and would be able to carry out his orders without question, anywhere, anytime. In addition, she would be able to perform the pre-existing artificial intelligence functions, but now amplified to handle a greater load and capacity. Originally, she would be an emotionless machine at his beck and call, but after Shino made the decision to merge the artificial intelligence with the consciousness of Karen, it resulted in a queen with a special personality. A tantalizing twist was added to the already impressive feature set, an unforeseen boost in their mental prowess, compared to the initial amplification estimation. Her abilities didn't stop there. In addition to her original programming, she now possessed the power to command and control the Zergs with greater flexibility, adapting to any situation that may arise. Even without Shino's intricate prompting, Karina could organize his Zergs to achieve his ideals. Even better, Karina could conduct research on her own. Of course, this was based off the original Karen's talent for research, but Shino was still surprised because automation had been unlocked. Not only that, her very essence was intertwined with the biosphere, morphing the environment into a breeding ground, a hatchery where new Zergs could spring forth and thrive. With this merge complete, he now had 2 functioning hatcheries at his disposal, effectively doubling his Zerg production speed. Of course, this all depended on whether or not he could keep up with the required biomass to maintain such a feat. High risk came with high rewards. Shino listened intently, absorbing everything that she told him. She was intelligent, he could tell, and she would be a valuable asset for the expansion of his Zerg empire. But the full extent of her combat remained to be revealed. The duo left the biosphere, burrowing through the ground, their movements silent as they delved deep into the earth and headed towards one of the pre-dug caverns. Finally, they arrived at a large empty cavern, dug by his drones to serve as his secret training room, a place where he could hone the skills of his main body. "Stand there," Shino gestured to a small platform in the center of the cavern. "I am going to test your abilities." Karina nodded and stepped onto the platform, her body poised in a seductive pose. Shino walked over, grasped her hands, and began to inject his chakra. Their hands began to glow with a soft blue light, and Karina felt a surge of energy course through her body. At first, the energy seemed to run rampant, but she quickly controlled the energy. Not long later, she looked down and saw that her hands were now covered in a shimmering purple aura. "What is this?" she asked, looking up at Shino as her mind queries the database. "This should be chakra," he replied with a bit of hesitation. "According to our estimation before the experiment, the body's chakra network would be sealed during the infestation. Now, I have reactivated it. As a Zerg queen merged with a ninja bloodline, you are able to use chakra as well, but it seems there had been some unknown changes." Karina nodded, feeling the power coursing through her veins. She closed her eyes and focused, feeling the chakra flowing through her body like a river. She could feel her strength increasing, her senses sharpening, and her mind becoming more focused. Suddenly, Shino's voice broke through her concentration. "Attack me," he said. Karina opened her eyes and saw that Shino had taken up a defensive stance. She could see the confidence in his eyes, but she could also sense the danger. She knew that Shino was testing her value. She took a deep breath and charged forward, her hands glowing with chakra. Shino sidestepped her attack and countered with a swift kick, but Karina was too quick. She dodged his kick and launched a flurry of punches, each one backed by the power of her chakra and calculations. Shino blocked her attacks, feeling the heavy momentum behind them, while his body was moving with a fluid grace. Karina, having merged with the same system that trained him, proved to be no less skilled than Shino. As time passed, Shino's taijutsu was struggling to keep up. He was even forced to rely on basic ninjutsu and simple cheap tactics, just to stay in the game. Before long, Karina could see that he was beginning to sweat, his defenses weakening. She knew that she had to keep pushing, keep attacking, until she could break through his guard. She launched another punch, this one aimed at Shino's stomach. He blocked it, but Karina followed up with a knee to his chest. Shino stumbled back and eased the faint pain on his chest, but quickly regained his footing. "Good," he said, nodding. "It seems your physical stats are already stronger than mine. If I don't use bugs, it is nearly impossible to win. And you still have potential to be unearthed." Karina nodded. "According to my calculations, my Uzumaki physique is still far from its full potential." Only a mere 12% of its maximum potential was unlocked during the infestation, and more research will need to be conducted to unearth its potential. Karina then continued to suggest, however, rather than blindly groping my way forward, it would be best if Shino-sama could acquire some Uzumaki clan techniques. That would definitely increase the pace of the research. Shino's lips curled upwards, revealing a wry smile. With only a mere 12% of her potential unlocked, her physical prowess already outclassed his own. The power bestowed by the bloodlines of elite ninja clans was truly an unfair advantage. Reading his thoughts, Karina sauntered over to Shino with a mischievous grin on her face. As she reached him, she confidently placed a hand on his chest and leaned in, pressing her body against his. Jealous? Do you want the Uzumaki bloodline, too? A hint of curiosity flickered in Shino's gaze as he arched an eyebrow. My abilities go far beyond the original estimate. I can even breed fleshly clones of both you and me. Naturally, a bloodline implantation would be no issue. As long as... As her carapace melted away, she pressed her curvaceous form against his body, locking eyes with him and giving him a sultry look as she uttered in a seductive tone, "My dear gives me enough essence." Shino's fiery gaze burned into hers, intense and unwavering, as his hand coiled around her waist. As he felt her strokes arouse his body, he murmured, his voice low and dangerous, "You're playing with fire." Moments after, his ear was filled with her alluring, velvety voice of temptation. Then, burn me. Chapter 46, In-Depth Analysis. Shino Aburame sat in his newly upgraded underground lab, deep beneath the forests of the Land of Fire. The room was dimly lit, with only the soft glow of bioluminescent creep illuminating the shelves upon shelves of glass containers filled with various insects, fungi, and other organisms. Shino was poring over a thick, leather-bound holographic tome in his vision. His glasses glinted in the dim light as he traced a finger over a particularly interesting diagram of a beautiful face. Since the birth of Karina, Shino had lifted the constraints on some of his mutated drones, unleashing them into the vast and limitless expanse of the Naruto world. Their mission, to stealthily scour for books and scrolls, adding precious knowledge to his database. He was well aware that these drones could become a prime target for hunting, so he took extra precautions and set up covert measures to prevent it from ending up in the hand of others. Although this was just an initial reveal of the Zerg army and wasn't a full-blown invasion, it may be enough to draw some eyes towards him. But with Karina defending his secret base and his main body, Shino felt less apprehensive about the possibility of his Zergs being discovered. He saw this as an opportunity to devote his time to strengthening his army, honing his skills, and perfecting his database. As he suspected that he may have become a subject of interest to some cunning masterminds, Shino's intuition urged him to accelerate his efforts. In the training grounds, his diligent drones also intensified their biomass harvesting. To ensure his covert base remains hidden, Shino devised an ingenious plan, a network of smaller creep biospheres scattered across the subterranean world under Hidden Leaf Village, acting as temporary storage containers for his drones to deposit their precious resource. He knew all too well that the frequent return of his drones to the same location could jeopardize the secrecy of his base. He would rather risk his main body to collect his harvest once a month, after securing the area of course. After all, safeguarding his main body was paramount to Shino, for he knew the stakes were high. He understood the strategic advantage of manipulating an avatar, and he wasn't willing to relinquish it. Shrouded in secrecy, Shino and Karina worked tirelessly to improve the defense of their biosphere. The walls were fortified and the security measures were upgraded to ensure that no one could discover their hidden location. Now, even if an intruder manages to penetrate the biosphere, it's still a question if Karina would let them leave alive. Even the filial scheming son may fall if he delved too deeply. Perhaps the only exception would be the number one actor with his buggy Kamui ability. Naturally, Shino wasn't going to mention the powerful foes who could pose a threat to his base with their raw destructive force. After all, they might have a hard time finding their way to his hidden lair. His great focus on anti-detection security measures were not for nothing. The biosphere's security upgrade was just a precursor to what Shino had in mind. A small expansion that he had planned for a while was now underway, and many rooms had been optimized to enhance his research, while a few new rooms were constructed. One of the new rooms was the second lab, equipped with state-of-the-art equipment he found and repaired from an abandoned lab near Hidden Leaf Village. The abandoned lab had many useful scientific equipment, many still functioning properly despite their lack of maintenance. Since its owner had recently left Hidden Leaf Village and won't be coming back anytime soon, Shino was determined to not let these equipment rot. So, he borrowed them permanently. "Thank you, Uncle Snake Ahem." Shino looked up, turning his attention to a large glass chamber in the corner of the room. Inside, a small, humanoid figure was suspended in a thick, nutrient-rich solution. It was a clone, grown from Shino's essence, but with a twist. "Karina, is there any things to note on the clone?" he asked, returning to flipping through the pages of the virtual book, but his eyes betrayed a bit of distraction. Lord Shino, the clone is progressing well and is nearing completion. As you can see, it has the signature red hair of the Uzumaki clan and did not deviate from the predicted trajectory of growth. That's because it was cultivated with your essence, my Uzumaki blood, and the power of biomass. This was one of Karina's new abilities as a queen. She could create fleshly clones using Shino's essence and biomass, but the results still left much to be desired. After all, it was supposedly just a biological shell. Shino nodded again. By combining the genetic code of my Zerg body and your bloodline, we're hoping to use it to upgrade my own body's bloodline. But are you sure this clone has no consciousness and soul? If it has a soul, there will be many complications. Karina is positive. Although Karina can clone Lord Shino with his life essence, Karina still doesn't have the ability to give the clone a soul. This will require further research in the future. If any signs of consciousness is detected, Karina will notify Lord Shino. As for this clone, it can only be temporarily used for other purposes. Once the clone reaches the stable stage, we can exchange its blood umph. Shino's gaze deepened into a dangerous intensity as he peered through the virtual book, where there was a stunning figure with lustrous purple and red locks. Her eyes widened in astonishment. After a few moments, Karina rose languidly to her feet, arching her back and showcasing the alluring contours of her body. As she stretched, she licked her lips, cleaning and savoring the remnants of her previous activities. Shino-sama, the extraction has been completed. Shino's eyes fixated on Karina's lips, his gaze smoldering with intensity. Karina's lips curled into a playful smirk, ignoring Shino's heated gaze. She swayed her hips seductively and sauntered over to the chamber. Placing her hand on the chamber, some fluid seemed to be injected into the chamber. It wasn't long before it was absorbed by the growing clone. Karen peered into the chamber. This clone has both Shino-sama's essence and mine? Well, that's incredible. With a seductive glance over her shoulder, she licked her lips invitingly. Interesting. It appears she's up for a little game. Her alluring gaze lingered on Shino as he approached the chamber, coiling his arm around her waist as he studied the clone with keen interest. What do you think will be the effects of the replacement? Besides the greatly increased chakra capacity and its compatibility with sealing jutsu, will I have your healing abilities? Karina leaned against his chest, her body rubbing against his as she shrugged nonchalantly. It's hard to say at this stage. We won't know until it fully develops. But the possibilities are endless. After all, it's the essence of Shino-sama and me. Karina's body suddenly trembled as she gasped for air, a rosy hue spreading across her cheeks. The merging had preserved most of Karen's personality, and a certain fantasizing personality had also awakened its full potential. Speaking of possibilities, Shino's attention was drawn to Karina's left hand. I've been thinking about your infestation ability. I believe we can find a way to put it to good use. As if a switch had been flipped, Karina's demeanor transformed, and a new personality seemed to emerge from within her. Her expression turned eerily serene, giving off an air of otherworldly calmness. Karina held her hand out in front of her, and from the palm of her hand, a sharp needle emerged. Shino had seen this before. It was part of the kit of Karina's infestation ability, a needle that allows her to inject neural parasites directly into the victim's brain. As Project Queen's core success has its basis in neural parasites, Karina's birth from Project Queen gave her a unique complementary advantage, the ability to breed neural parasites directly within her own body. Karina possessed a remarkable ability to inject neural parasites into others, be it through her sharp needles or her incredible healing ability. Now, let's see who would be foolish enough to try and heal themselves by biting Karina. Little did they know, they would be in for a shocking surprise. As the luminescent light reflected off the quivering needle, a fiery desire sparked in Karina's eyes, revealing her an intense interest with the current situation. Really? How? Shino-sama, just point me in a direction, and Karina will research the result you desire. Remember, I've told you to search for a hidden stone kunoichi named Sazumbachi Kamizuru. With a subtle movement, Shino attempted to jog Karina's memory, all while posing his question. Karina's eyes rolled, but the seductive curve of her lips remained. Shino-sama, if you really want to create a new queen, Karina had already told you the condition, has she not? Be serious. Shino's hand tightened, eliciting a tantalizing gasp from Karina's lush, parted lips. The reason I'm looking for her is because she could summon giant insects, mainly a giant bee with needle-like appendages. Shino explained. If we could get our hands on her summon, I believe we can breed them to be your envoys, letting them become infestors while you stay safely in the base. That's a wonderful idea, Shino-sama. I'll speed up the search right away. Karen's mouth hung open, her cheeks flushed with excitement. With envoys we can begin digging into the secrets of ninjas' minds and controlling the useful humans, and Karina can stay with Shino-sama all day, of course, Just be careful and don't be discovered by the short old man. Shino's grip tightened as his mind raced with thoughts of the catastrophic dust escape, but a small smile was playing at the corner of his lips. The Zerg Queen is known as a support unit in the game, and it's best to not engage unless necessary. After all, besides safety considerations, we also have in-depth research we must do at the base, such as clone development. With head bouncing in a feverish nod, Karen eagerly agreed. We can begin testing new variations once the first clone is successfully developed. We can also put Project 6 Paths of Stain on the schedule, and the two began to formulate a plan for their next experiment, discussing the intricate details. As they worked, Shino couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and anticipation. He knew that their research could potentially change the way he plays his development game, forever. Shino could almost imagine Nagato's face when the 6 Paths of Pain meets his 6 Paths of Stain. Development still in progress. It has been weeks since they began development, but Shino and Karina still work tirelessly, constantly experimenting, tweaking, and refining their techniques. The clone grew closer to completion and more like the original with each passing day, and the database became more complete and effective. While conducting research, Karina's busy demeanor might make it seem like she's not paying attention, but don't be fooled. Her mind is constantly at work in the system background, analyzing data and running calculations to perfect their established research projects and systems. Not only that, Karina possessed a mastery of multitasking that surpasses the limits of ordinary ninjas, allowing her to simultaneously control an entourage of bug clones to perform tasks and conduct research. Unlike shadow clones, these clones did not possess the same physical capabilities as Karina's main body. Despite this, these clones shared a persistent connection with each other and a system database, allowing them to achieve progress seemingly under one single mind. It is no wonder, then, that Shino's base demanded an expansion, for his other lab has been occupied by this new batch of research masters. Underestimating the capabilities of a human merged with an artificial intelligence would be a grave mistake. But just as the flesh clone was about to come to fruition, a momentous event unfolded in Hidden Leaf Village. Jiraiya and Naruto had returned to Hidden Leaf Village, and with them, the third Sannin, Senjutsu Nida. The village was abuzz with excitement and anticipation, the air thick with the promise of change, for the fifth Hokage was about to take her rightful position. And with that, the long-awaited rewards of the Chunin exam were also on the horizon. But will Shino really receive his rewards smoothly? Chapter 47, Meeting Tsunade. Tsunade had just returned to Hidden Leaf Village after her lengthy absence, and the village was buzzing with excitement. The villagers were eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary Sannin, and the shinobi were curious about her return. Shino, or rather his insect clone that was thrown out as a smokescreen to draw attention, was gracefully wandering around in one of the training grounds forest with his team. This was one of their team's unique bonding moments. Hidden beneath his stoic facade, Shino harbored a subtle disdain for the masquerade he maintained. Yet, he recognized the value in this mundane charade, for it cloaked his true nature in an impenetrable veil. While he deemed it superfluous, he understood its allure and the role it played in crafting his perfect mask, one representing loyalty and friendship, concealing the deeper darkness hidden below. And the cost for orchestrating this performance was not much, just a single clone, a marionette controlled by Karina's automated clone system, which currently has a maximal load of 4 clones. Meanwhile, Kiba and his faithful companion, Akamaru, embarked on their peculiar form of dog walking, a captivating display of synchronized movements through the air, where Akamaru gracefully marked the surrounding trees, leaving splats of enigmatic trace in his wake. On the other hand, the reserved Hinata approached Shino, engaging in dialogue while he effortlessly and fluently responded. No one discovered the clone's peculiarity, just like how no one discovered the bug's clandestine acquisition of information throughout Hidden Leaf Village. The vast network of bug monitors scattered across the village, aggregating data from the daily lives of the civilians. Although Shino wasn't able to infiltrate the important departments of Hidden Leaf Village, he knew that big data could play a crucial role in the discovery of many secrets. Suddenly, Shino's main body received an alert. His clone had detected his father, Shibiya, walking towards him. The clone seemed to shudder light, before his dull eyes transformed into one that seemingly glowed with intellect. Shino, Shibi said, his voice barely above a whisper. The advisors have summoned you to the Hokage building. They have urgent news. With a measured nod, Shino conveyed an air of enigmatic composure. I'll go immediately. Do you know what it's about? I'm afraid I don't. Shibi's voice was seemingly tinged with a hint of uncertainty, but his eyes, concealed behind the lenses of his glasses, held a glimmer of intrigue, as if harboring answers to the mystery. But I sense that it may be a surprise. But don't get your hopes up. Shino's brows arched in a calculated manner. As he synchronized the timing of events, a web of speculations began to weave in his mind, unraveling the enigma that surrounded his situation. Let's go find out. With an air of mystery, Shibi took the lead, his footsteps purposeful and measured, as he guided the way towards the towering edifice of the Hokage building. Shino turned towards his reserved companion, Hinata. I understand, Shino-kun. I'll tell Kiba-kun. Hinata bowed respectfully. Please take care of Shino-kun, uncle of the aim. With a nod that held a hidden depth, Shibi's lips curved ever so slightly as he beckoned Shino to follow. When they approached the Hokage building, like pieces of an enigmatic puzzle aligning perfectly, they found themselves face to face with none other than the astute Shikamaru Nara and his father, Shikaku Nara. Shikamaru's lazy demeanor was evident, slumping his shoulders with uninterested eyes gazing into the unknown. Though his expression appeared lackluster, it concealed a mind buzzing with intricate calculations and secret analyses. On the other hand, his father's face had a subtle glimmer of mischief, and his relaxed posture painted an intricate portrait of his casual personality. But behind this facade of tranquility, an aura of inherent seriousness emanated from his eyes, a display of his paragon of experience. It was a countenance that belied the depths of his true character. And one may notice the relaxed posture of his body, betraying his casual demeanor. Like father, like son, both weren't simple. Shibi, what brings you here? Shikaku asked, his tone betraying his surprise. The advisors called for me, Shibi replied before his eyes fixed on Shino, to be more precise. Same here, I wonder what's going on. Shikaku drew out his tone, while sweeping his eyes over Shikamaru and Shino with a mysterious glint. With a gaze sharpened by astute perception, Shikamaru cast his discerning eyes upon the adults, his lids narrowed to mere slits. Ah! What a drag, don't you think so too, Shino? A flicker of contemplation danced behind Shino's lenses as he adjusted his glasses with a measured precision. In the depths of his mind, a delicate balancing act unfolded, weighing the consequences of his response. To answer or remain silent? Kiba's influence, like an indelible mark, had left its imprint on Shino's psyche, instilling a newfound habit of careful consideration before offering a word. The result, the adults ushered them forward before he could come to a decision. The four of them made their way up the stairs of the Hokage building, their footsteps echoing off the walls. As they rounded a corner, they bumped into someone they didn't expect to see. All eyes turned towards her, drawn like moths to a flame. Shino was no exception. The woman before him is a study in contrasts, slender yet curvaceous, youthful yet wise. Her above-average height only serves to accentuate the grace with which she moves, each step imbued with a subtle power that hints at the strength she possesses. Her fair skin is set off by piercing brown eyes that seem to hold the weight of the world within them, and straight blonde hair that parts above her forehead, framing her face like a halo. And yet, it is the violet diamond on her forehead that captures your attention, a symbol of the immense power that lies within her. As Shino took in her attire, it becomes clear that this is no ordinary woman. A grass-green hawari hung over her body, and beneath it all, a gray, kimono-style blouse, held closed by a broad, dark bluish-gray obi that matches her pants. It is a look that is both traditional and modern, speaking to the complexity of the woman who wears it. And as your gaze lingers on her, it becomes impossible not to notice the sizable cleavage on display, a reminder that beneath the strength and power lies a woman who is unafraid to embrace her femininity. This, then, is Senju Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, a force to be reckoned with, a woman who commands respect and demands attention, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the soon-to-be fifth Hokage. Shino only had one comment regarding Her Majesty: big. Very big. Hey. If it isn't Naruto. The melodic resonance of Shikamaru's voice reverberated through the air, like a skillfully cast fishing line, deftly hooking Shino's attention and drawing him out from the depths of his momentary lapse in propriety. In that precise moment, Shino's perceptive gaze swept across the entourage that trailed behind the captivating figure of the formidable blonde beauty. Following behind her was a woman of unassuming appearance, moving with a grace and poise that bespeak of years of training. With her striking black eyes and jet-short black hair cascading down her shoulders in straight, silky waves, she exudes an air of cool confidence. Wrapped around her slender frame and average height was a long, flowing kimono of bluish-black with delicate white trimmings, held together by a pristine white obi. This was the talent medical ninja under the tutelage of Tsunade, the soon-to-be Hokage's most trusted assistant, Shizune. Under Shino's observation, it was hard not to notice the small creature nestled in her arms. At first glance, it appears to be an ordinary pig, its light pink hue unremarkable. But upon closer inspection, one notices the dark blush on its cheeks, the same tint as its delicate skin. This is no ordinary pig, for it is always adorned with a pearl collar and a dark red jacket, as if it were a prized possession of royalty. Alas, Tonton's status was far from regal, as she was but a humble mascot ninja pet, and a tool for escaping debt repayments. Ah. Shikamaru? Shino as well? Naruto's perplexity was clearly displayed on his face. Excuse us, Lady Tsunade. With a graceful bow, Shibi paid homage to the esteemed figure before him. Shibi said. It's been a while, Lady Tsunade. Shikamaru's father stepped forward, his deep voice carrying a tinge of nostalgia. Another bow, performed with precision and respect, marked his greeting. The adults exchanged formalities, the two curious children gossiped about the enigmatic Tsunade. Meanwhile, Shino positioned himself on the periphery and acted as a silent observer, his presence seemingly forgotten amidst the earnest conversations. It wasn't long before Tsunade turned away from the group, her graceful form poised with an air of nonchalance. With a singular motion, Tsunade's hand descended, her fingernails drawing their attention with their purple coat, delicate yet commanding. Her back became a canvas for the future, and she bid them farewell with a casual wave. Well, I'll see you again sometime. As her hand descended, her blonde hair bundled into two ponytails danced like a work of art, revealing the back of the grass-green hair she wears, emblazoned with the kanji for gamble, speaks to a daring spirit that knows no bounds. Yush. To the hospital. Naruto chased after Tsunade. See you later, Shikamaru. Next time, I'll show you an awesome technique I learned. Shino subtly adjusted his glasses as he observed Naruto's figure gradually receded into the distance. Did Naruto forgot about him? Shikaku stepped forward and extended his arm, enveloping Shikamaru's shoulder in a firm embrace as a secret discourse unfolded, laced with veiled wisdom and hidden truths. About women. As Shikamaru reluctantly played his part, his countenance reflected the mix of resignation. Everything in this world was troublesome in his mind, and women were no exception. Their playful banter echoed through the air, their voices a harmonious symphony of paternal guidance and son's reluctant acquiescence. Alas, they were not alone. The Aburame clan duo quietly observed, their enigmatic existence blending seamlessly into the theater of life's enigmas. The skit of the Nara duo continued to unfold, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the Aburame clan duo. Ahem. The advisors are still waiting. With a deliberate adjustment of his glasses, Shibi offered a cryptic reminder, his eyes concealed behind the polished lenses. Shikaku's speech paused, looking over with Shikamaru, a bit of surprise in both of their eyes. Oh. Shibi, you were, oh no. Let's hurry up and finish our business here. Ha ha ha. Hurry up, Shikamaru. The four of them nodded and continued on their way, the farce shelved to the back of their minds. As they walked, Shino arched his brows, observing the Nara duo in front of them. Did these two really forget about them? However, it was difficult to traverse the intricate labyrinth of their brilliant minds. It's difficult to discern whether their actions were deliberate or merely coincidental. When they arrived at the advisor's office, they were met with stern expressions. Hamura Midokado and Koharu Utatane were two of the oldest advisors in the village, and they were known for their strict adherence to tradition and authority that they didn't want to let go. Shibi and Shino Aburame, Shikaku and Shikamaru Nara, Hamura said, his voice cold. Thank you for coming. What's going on? In a sudden metamorphosis of countenance, Shikaku's visage shifted into an aura of reverence, his features veiled in an air of deference. But beneath the surface, is it true deference or is he just a master actor? According to the anime, Shino already had his answers. Koharu spoke up. First, I would like to congratulate you two. Your sons have been recommended by the third Hokage and many feudal lords of other lands who observe the fight. If there are no issues, their roles of Chunin will be handed down once Tsunade takes office. Shibi, Shikaku, do you have any words of disagreement? A subtle shake of Shibi's head accompanied a fleeting, almost imperceptible glance towards his son, Shino, whose countenance remained stoic and enigmatic. No problem. It's an honor for Shikamaru to be recognized. Shikamaru is ready to serve the village with the full extent of his abilities, aren't I right, Shikamaru? A subtle yet deliberate pat on the Shikamaru's shoulder from Shikaku urged him to say something. A lone droplet of perspiration traced a treacherous path down Shikamaru's countenance, his expression clearly betraying the fact that he found the situation troublesome. In the end, Shikaku still stepped up with an air of calculated eloquence, words effortlessly flowing out like a true politician. Hey, his son doesn't want to, but he still had to do his part as a father. Otherwise, should his wife discover that their son squandered a golden opportunity due to his lamentable lack of endeavor, oh, the symphony of incessant nagging that shall ensue. That's enough. Hamura's interruption came like an unexpected gust of wind, carrying with it a faint sheen of perspiration that betrayed his inner turmoil. Honestly, the man's words had blown them into a sky-high position, so much so that they almost couldn't even recognize themselves. Although it was pleasing to the ear, they had more pressing matters. Shikaku, you may go with Shikamaru. Aburame, stay. There is still something we must discuss. Shikaku and Shikamaru fixed their gaze upon the enigmatic Aburame duo before exchanging a glance between each other. An unspoken understanding passed between the father and son, The next troublesome thing had nothing to do with them. Oh. Shibi, we'll go first. Otherwise my wife will chew us out if we're late. With a graceful inclination of his head, Shikaku paid homage to the two astute advisors and turned to leave. Let's go, Shikamaru. See you, Shino. As his fingertips languidly tucked into the depths of his pocket, a gesture both casual and yet laden with hidden purpose, Shikamaru fell in step behind his father, the rhythmic cadence of their footsteps resonating with an enigmatic harmony. The office fell into an eerie silence, the air heavy with tension. 4 individuals remained, 2 adorned with stoic expressions while the other 2 wore grim countenances, their eyes locked onto Shino with an intensity that spoke volumes. It was evident that the forthcoming discussion held no promise of good news. Chapter 48, Politics. Shino Ibarame and his father, Shibi, stood in the office in front of the 2 advisors. The air was thick with tension, and the silence was palpable. They had been requested to remain for a reason, but neither of them knew what it was. Finally, one of the advisors, Koharu, spoke up. Shino Ibarame, we have been observing your skills for some time now. We believe that there is a better place for you to develop your potential. A shadow cast over Shino's countenance, his mind already unraveling the threads of the situation before him. Alas, it was as he expected. There's no need to beat around the bush, Koharu, Hamura continued, his expression serious. There is a man who is very willing to take you under his wing. He will train you and help you reach your full potential. As long as you agree, you can go to him at any time and become a chunin under his command. Shibi's eyebrows drew together in a knot of contemplation. That man? In the depths of Hamura's eyes, shadows of contemplation flickered, hinting at the complex tapestry of reasoning and doubt that swirled within. It was a prelude to his authoritative proclamation. That is not important. What is important is that you understand that if you do not go to him, your qualifications to become a chunin will be withheld. This was a hidden threat, a dirty machination of politics. Shino knew that the advisors were trying to manipulate him, their method bordering childish naivety, and he didn't like it. He had anticipated obstruction from that man, but the revelation that even the remaining 2 advisors had been swayed by unseen forces sent ripples of unease through his core. It was a chilling reminder that the roots of corruption had long entwined themselves within the very foundations of Hidden Lee Village's highest echelons. The beams that supported the noble facade of the village now revealed their true nature, crooked and warped beneath the weight of hidden agendas and clandestine alliances. The anime graced the audience with a glimpse of its surface, but only in reality can the nature of matters bloom in its darkest and most treacherous forms. Fortunately, he didn't reveal his hidden zergs early on. Otherwise, that bad old man's obstruction may have even prevented him from participating in the Chunin exam. We refuse. Shibi stated firmly, his voice laced with a steely resolve. The Ibarame clan will not be manipulated or coerced into doing something we do not wish to do. His eyes glittered with a fierce determination as he spoke, sending a clear message to anyone who might try to cross them. Our clan values our loyalty to the village above all else, and many have voluntarily contributed their very existences to the darkness. Shino, as the heir to the Ibarame clan, should only contribute to the fire of Hidden Lee Village, lighting the way forward for the village and the clan. We will not be swayed by political games or underhanded tactics. With an intricate web of thoughts weaving through his analytical mind, Shino nodded in agreement. I will be loyal to village and serve the Hokage because enough. Hamura interrupted, disappointed with their audacity to challenge the status quo. Very well. We understand your intentions. A pregnant pause hung in the air as the advisors exchanged a glance. With measured grace, Komura's voice broke the stillness and dismissed them. Your loyalty is noted. You may leave now. Shino and Shibi left the office, their faces still stoic and not showing any emotions, but their gloomy mood betrayed their inner turmoil. Sensing the mood of his son, Shibi put a hand on his son's shoulder. It's the way of the world, Shino. People in power will do whatever it takes to maintain that power. Don't take these trivial matters to heart. Remember, your loyalty is to the Hokage and the village, and one day, it will pay off. Always keep that in mind. Shino nodded, feeling a sense of resolve wash over him. He knew that he would face many challenges in the future, but he was ready for them. He would stay true to himself and his beliefs, no matter what. In the depths of his enigmatic gaze, a flicker of amusement danced. Naturally, his beliefs had nothing to do with loyalty to Konoha. Hey! The coveted rank of Chunin, an accolade sought by many, held little allure for Shino. It was a label he could do without, a mere cog in the grand machinery of his ambitions. While the absence of this rank presented a minor setback to his aspirations of branching out beyond the confines of Hidden Lee Village, it was but a pebble in the path of his greater design. In exchange, the delay in his external growth became a catalyst for fortifying his home ground, nurturing the foundations of his power and influence within the village's embrace. With each passing moment, as the hands of time stretched, He reveled in the opportunity to cultivate his hidden sanctuary and to weave a web of intricate plans that would one day unfurl with meticulous precision. And that day won't be far. With a sudden jolt, Shino's consciousness was transferred, his eyes sprang open within the confines of his lab. In a mere heartbeat, his gaze was ensnared by the captivating presence of an enchantress with a cascade of purple and red strands, an enigmatic tapestry woven into her hair. Clad in a pristine white lab coat with a purple tie, black boots, and black shorts, her attire exuded an air of understated professionalism. Behind her non-prescription glasses, her gaze pierced through the microscope lens at the petri dish below, as if unraveling secrets hidden within the minuscule realms of science in the concoction of blood and essence. Her slight lean caused the contours of her body contort with purposeful grace, accentuating her alluring silhouette, a subtle invitation to delve into the depths of her enigmatic intellect. The convergence of scientific curiosity and her captivating allure created an atmosphere pregnant with intrigue, a fleeting glimpse into the alchemy of knowledge and desire. Beside her, suspended in midair, a mesmerizing tableau materialized, a virtual holographic screen, a shimmering tapestry where detailed lines of notes danced in an orchestrated rhythm, unveiling fragments of knowledge in a captivating choreography. Immersed in the labyrinthine depths of her research and note-taking, the beauty seemed oblivious to the world around her. This high-class researcher was naturally Karina. The birth of Karina and the revelation of her powerful abilities was a catalyst for unexplored depths of intellectual pursuit. With Karina's formidable abilities as the canvas, Shino saw boundless avenues for profound exploration, a vast realm of untapped potential waiting to be harnessed. Shino's senses tingled with a mixture of anticipation and possibility as the allure of uncharted research directions beckoned him. Shino knew that he'll have to invest time to travel the uncharted territories of understanding Karina's newfound powers because there were still many mysteries to be unraveled. With measured steps, Shino approached the lab table, his eyes drawn like a magnet to the captivating figure before him. Disrupted by the impending presence of Shino, the aura of her concentration faltered momentarily. In a mesmerizing dance of fate, her movements betrayed a touch of distraction, a delicate misstep caused a beaker to teeter precariously on the edge, and as if orchestrated by an unseen hand, it tumbled to the ground, shattering the fragile silence that enveloped the laboratory. As Karina lifted her gaze from the microscope, a cascade of lustrous hair swayed, their silky strands floating like ethereal tendrils in the air. Her eyes, shimmering with a mesmerizing depth, cast their gaze downward, drawn to the shattered glass strewn across the floor. Shino's head subtly swayed, a nuanced gesture that conveyed a mixture of concern and wisdom. "Karina, be careful. We can't afford to keep wasting beakers. Make sure to clean it up." Shino's gentle admonishment hung in the air, lingering like a tantalizing enigma. "Understood, Shino-sama. I'll make sure to clean it." A captivating smile danced upon Karina's lips and with a graceful descent, she knelt, her alluring eyes gazing upwards as a whisper, almost imperceptible, escaped her enticing lips. Thoroughly unperturbed by the ethereal beauty engrossed in her cleaning duties below, Shino's focus remained resolute, undeterred by distractions that would entice lesser minds. With a deft motion, his hand swept across the expanse of the floating holographic notepad, its luminescent display responding to his touch. As if guided by an unseen force, the notepad rotated gracefully in the air, its contents revealed to his discerning eyes. Within the realm of Shino's vision, a page adorned with meticulously crafted notes materialized, a testament to Karina's unwavering dedication to knowledge. Each stroke of the pen seemed to breathe life into the written words, forming a tapestry of understanding that danced before his discerning gaze. Yet, in the depths of his quest for comprehension, there lay pockets of enigmatic complexity, fragments he couldn't understand. But with a subtle tap of his finger, Karina would conjure a separate holographic pop-up, unveiling the intricate explanations organized within the vast depths of the database. Within the realm of their collaborative ingenuity, this mixed reality interface blossomed, an ethereal manifestation of Karina's brilliant mind brought to life through the catalyst of Shino's mere suggestion. This new upgrade stood as a testament to Karina's boundless competence, a queen of innovation capable of extracting the latent potentials hidden within the confines of the system, breathing life into Shino's fantasies. This was but an ephemeral glimpse of Karina's true potential. The enigmatic depths of Karina's capabilities still awaited his discovery, beckoning Shino to venture deeper into the enigmatic realms that lay veiled within her being. With each revelation, he sensed the threads of safety weaving themselves intricately, like a cloak of protection forged from the essence of Karina's burgeoning powers harmonized with the essence of his very existence. As the net of safety unfolded, Shino envisioned a future where the risks were minimized. And with every passing moment, the sands of time became his ally, offering him the opportunity to refine and perfect his intricate designs, seamlessly integrating new developments that emerged on the horizon. Not only that, Karina's profound assistance held the key to unlocking the dormant potential within his very being, A transformative union that would elevate the fortitude of his physical vessel and embolden the depths of his mental resilience. When his being is honed, the intricate network of bugs under his command would also flourish, their ranks swelling to unprecedented numbers. The dance of their combined might would weave a symphony of versatile clones, ready to be imbued with Shino's indomitable will and surged forth to conquer any adversary. If the might of his main body blazed far enough on the path of evolution, a future beckoned, where the avatars, extensions of his very essence, stood poised as architects of change, wielding power and influence to push the world on their own. Politics? Those shackles could only trap those who are willing to play by the rules. But once an individual's strength greatly exceeds the boundaries of the rule maker, or if one escapes from the confines of the ruler's system, politics are just trifling politricks, like little annoying politics that could be squashed like a bug at any moment. Shino's eyes narrowed with a hint of pleasure, as if he could envision the imminent liberation from the chains that bound him, transcending the confines of this world. However, for now, the shackles serve as a modest offering, a sacrifice made in pursuit of grander prospects of long-term development. Only in Hidden Leaf Village would I have the chance to dig out some hidden secrets and accumulate a vast repository of techniques. And soon, there will be another. Karina, how goes Operation Konohide Maru? Lord Shino, Operation KHM is proceeding according to initial estimation. The camouflage bugs had been hidden on the target, Konohamaru, and there has been no discoveries so far. Or maybe there were discoveries but no actions had been taken. After all, attempts have also been made to infiltrate the destination of interest, but all bugs were eliminated by ninjas suspected to be Anbu. On the other hand, bugs have managed to infiltrate the boxes which were taken out from the office, and data collection is already underway, but progress is slow to avoid detection. Good, you're able to expound on my instructions perfectly. Karina, you're becoming more and more skilled at this. A look of content was aroused on Shino's face as he praised Karina, his gaze fixated upon the ethereal spectacle of virtual notes suspended before him. This is thanks to Lord Shino's guidance. Notify me when there are changes in the operation. Shino commanded as he imperceptibly shifted his weight, a subtle adjustment of his stance to a more comfortable reading position. Affirmative, Lord Shino. Karina will notify Lord Shino when the operation is ready to proceed to the next step. Keep up the good work. Shino's hips and hands harmonized as he reached an intriguing part of the notes. Karina will always be at your service. There had been many climaxes, but the first major climactic moment of the story still loomed on the horizon. Perhaps, it won't be long before the next climax. Chapter 49, Operation Konohide Maru. Konohamaru's heart pounded in his chest as he desperately tried to hold back his tears. He had locked himself in the Hokage's office, setting up an array of traps to prevent anyone from taking away the remaining treasures left by the third Hokage. It was his duty, as the grandson of the late Hiruzen Sarutobi, to protect these cherished possessions. But as he sobbed silently, consumed by his grief and determination, he remained oblivious to the presence that had materialized within the room. Unbeknownst to Konohamaru, before he crossed the threshold into the room, a thin veil of transparent bugs, like ethereal whispers in the night, wove a delicate cloak upon his back, their presence concealed from prying eyes. Now, they were crawling and weaving a complex dance of insectal precision. These bugs, each a mere speck, gradually congregated together, forming an ethereal figure. As the transformation neared completion, the bugs took on a vivid purple hue, their collective form coalescing into that of a breathtaking beauty, dressed in the attire of an Anbu operative, adorned in an exquisite white mask. The mysterious masked woman, her long red hair with purple streaks cascading down her shoulders, flicked her gaze over the scrolls and books that adorned the shelves of the Hokage's office. Her eyes glimmered with an otherworldly intelligence, a deep understanding of the profound knowledge contained within those ancient tomes. Without physical contact, she manipulated the invisible insects, coaxing them to lift multiple books and scrolls simultaneously. With a subtle flick of her wrist, she sent them hovering in midair, pages fluttering as if caught in a gentle breeze. As the woman delicately scanned through the pages, her eyes darted across the text with astounding speed. Her lips moved ever so slightly, as if silently mouthing the words that she devoured from the wise scripts. The room itself seemed to hold its breath, the very air thick with a mysterious energy. The floating books created an ethereal scene, as if an unseen force was orchestrating a dance of forgotten knowledge. It was at this precise moment that Konohamaru, finally catching sight of the mysterious woman, cried out in shock. Who are you? What are you doing in the grandpa's office? The red-haired beauty paused, her eyes piercing through Konohamaru's startled gaze. Her voice, melodic and full of intrigue, resounded through the room. Ah, so you have finally noticed me, little one. I am known by many names, but for now, you may call me Big Sis. Nei-san? Konohamaru's confusion deepened. Don't call me little one. A chuckle escaped the beauty's lips as she turned her attention back to the books. Oi? Are you listening to me? Konohamaru's childish scream echoed in the room, met with no response. The sound of page turns gently echoed in the room. In the end, Konohamaru couldn't hold back his curiosity. "Nei-san, what brings you here? And why are you reading those books like that?" The beauty smiled, an enigmatic expression playing upon her lips. "These books hold secrets, Konohamaru-kun. Secrets that must be understood, guarded, and preserved. I have come seeking knowledge, just as you have came to protect it. We share a similar purpose, you and I." Konohamaru's gaze shifted from the floating books to the big sis, his curiosity piqued. "But how? How are you controlling those books without touching them? And what are you?" The masked beauty's eyes sparkled with a mix of amusement and wisdom. "Ah, little one, the power you see before you is a manifestation of an ancient art from the no-game no-life clan. This technique, invented by prodigious ninja Sora, are the key to my abilities. They allow me to interact with books in extraordinary ways." "Sugoi." Konohamaru's astonishment grew, his mind struggling to comprehend the supernatural display before him. "The no-game no-life clan? But I've never heard of such a clan." The masked beauty's smile widened, a hint of mystery lingering in her eyes. "Naturally, the no-game no-life clan is an ancient and elusive lineage, deeply rooted in the boundless village of Anime. They have chosen to remain hidden from the annals of history, operating from the shadows, safeguarding knowledge and secrets that could shape the world. I also personally only learned of them from the database." Konohamaru's mind raced with a whirlwind of questions. "Village of Anime? Database? Oops. Said too much." An imperceptible whisper escaped the beauty's mouth. Her eyes, veiled by the delicate mask that adorned her countenance, shimmered with a profound blend of reverence and longing, recalling the vast reservoir of tales hidden in the depths of her master's mind. Within the depths of the masked beauty's enigmatic gaze, a tapestry of emotions swirled and danced in harmony. "It's not good to know too much, little one. Just know that it is my duty to uncover these truths, to ensure they are not lost to the passage of time. You also don't want your grandfather's legacy to be taken away and buried in a room, lost forever, right?" Konohamaru's initial shock gave way to a glimmer of understanding. With a couple of nods, he sat down, quietly observing the big sister as she read. And so, an unknown amount of time passed, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and an aura of intrigue. Konohamaru continued to observe the big sis shrouded in the mist of uncertainty. The more he observed, the more awestruck he became, his face blushed, his mind running wild with fantasies. Amidst the serene sanctuary of the room, where the ambience hummed with hushed whispers of solitude, a sudden intrusion shattered the tranquility. A sequence of resolute knocks reverberated through the air, jolting Konohamaru from his reverie and jarring him back to his purpose. For within these walls, a duty awaited him, he had a room to defend, a legacy to protect. Not long after, the arrival of the tempestuous presence of Naruto Uzumaki unleashed a storm of noise and commotion. Yet, amidst the tumultuous tempest, there she remained, a serene figure adorned in an exquisite mask, her essence untethered from the chaos that ensued. While the external pandemonium grew in magnitude, reverberating through the walls and stirring the air with fervor, the masked beauty immersed herself in the realm of data collection. Like a river flowing in the depths of the unknown, an indeterminate span of time slipped through the cracks of perception. With a soft sigh, the masked beauty reached out, allowing her fingers to graze the surface of the last floating scroll, as the invisible insects shifted, causing the floating books to arrange themselves back onto the shelves. According to the database, she should be breaking in soon. The surveillance shows she is already heading this way. Time is almost up. A gentle smile graced the beauty's lips, her eyes filled with both gratitude and hope. Her ethereal parting words lingered in the air, casting a captivating spell that snared the wandering gaze of the preoccupied Konohamaru. "Goodbye, little one." As mysterious as she came, she disappeared, leaving a sight that captivated Konohamaru, awestruck by the display. "Nei-san?" Unbeknownst to Konohamaru, an imperceptible legion of translucent insects had surreptitiously converged upon his presence, weaving an imperceptible web of concealment upon his very back, awaiting his departure to hitch a free serendipitous ride beyond the confines of the highly secured room. Operation Konohamaru completed. "Karina, show me the significant parts of the harvest." Sprawled across the couch in the base's lounge, Shino exuded an undeniable aura of comfort and content as he issued his command. A mesmerizing holographic display materialized before Shino's eyes. The screen danced with ethereal brilliance, with a labyrinth of tantalizing titles spilling out to fill the digital canvas. Each line, a breadcrumb leading to untold secrets and hidden knowledge recorded by Karina, beckoned him to explore their depths. A new dynamic wallpaper served as the background of the holographic display. It was a breathtaking vista of a purple and red waterfall, cascading down a pristine white surface, smooth with the exception of 2 palm-sized rocks embedded on its surface, and damp, most probable due to the waterfall's unceasing flow. The wind also claims its contribution, causing the waterfall to undulate rhythmically, harmonizing with an arousing ambient beat, the sound of the waterfall as if came crashing down upon the surface below. This scenic backdrop along with its pulsating beats only served to intrigue Shino, enticing Shino to immerse himself in the mesmerizing visual information displayed on the virtual interface. As Shino-sama, these are the content relevant to our current plans. Karina's response emerged with a subtle quiver, her words laced with an unmistakable tremor, as though a secret trembled upon the precipice of her tongue, yearning to break free. Was there anything we were looking for? As Shino posed his question, a captivating spectacle unfolded before his eyes. The holographic interface responded in kind, unveiling an array of illuminated titles that materialized in a synchronized dance of light. New screens emerged like ethereal apparitions, their translucent forms hovering effortlessly beside the central display, as if eager to divulge their scrollable contents. Unfortunately, the scroll of seals was not part of the harvest, and there wasn't any highly classified documents. But there was discovery of journals and notes of Sarutobi Hiruzen's development of ninjutsu. There are also books with intricate details and diagrams on the ninja body. These will be helpful for our research. Oh? Is that all? Shino sat up with interest, his hands reached out with purpose, deftly grasping the edges of a pristine white table. With a controlled motion, he turned it over, setting it up and ensuring its stability on all fours. Shino expertly maneuvered the holographic screens, suspending them effortlessly above the pristine white expanse. The contrast heightened his senses, granting him a heightened clarity and focus of the intriguing diagrams displayed before him. As his fingers clutched the legs of the table, a surge of excitement coursed through his veins. With each subtle motion of his body, the holographic interface responded, unfurling a tapestry of intriguing diagrams and intricate information. Like a master conductor leading an orchestra of knowledge, Shino orchestrated the scrolling of documents with seamless precision, his gaze fixated on the enigmatic information scrolling up and down before him. Lord Shino, there are a couple of journals detailing the third Hokage's personal evaluation of notable ninjas of the village, including ninja school students. There is also clues to the location of Root spread through multiple documents. Root, huh? Finally found some traces. With an insatiable curiosity burning within him, Shino's gaze intensified as he dug into the details of Root, delving deeper into the abyss of hidden knowledge. His fingers danced across the underside of the table, exploring an intriguing twin knots he had discovered, most likely left intentionally during the craftsmanship of the table to contribute to the natural beauty of the piece of artwork. And Karina, there's no need to talk through the system when you can speak directly. You understood this. Shino-sama haha before him. Karina's subtle, muffled laugh resonated, echoing through the air and tickling Shino's senses. Why is Karina laughing? Did he say something funny? Finding Root. With a surge of electricity coursing through his veins, Shino was suddenly reminded of another carefully crafted plan, concealed in the shadows and awaiting its moment to manifest. That reminds me, what is the progress of Operation Furafuki? Pa. It seemed something had tickled Karina's funny bone. As the surge of electricity subsided, leaving a tingling sensation in its wake, Shino didn't receive any response except her laughter. Karina? Shino couldn't understand her humor, and frustration coiled within him. Feeling the mounting storm of emotions, he could only forcefully overturn the table with anger, commanding as he muted the system's superfluous audio, "You may respond with the system." Lord Shino, the progress of Operation Furafuki is still low. 23% of Aburame clan members have been infiltrated. Only 2% could be fully controlled at any time. Target Furafuki still has no signs of discovery. No insects have infiltrated Root yet. According to the final feedback from the insects, they have been brought to a hidden lab before being dissected. Root. Still so cautious, but will being cautious let you find anything? Shino's eyes betrayed a hint of intrigue as his hand traced through the flowing purple-red river, praising the nature's beauty in his heart. Lord Shino, Karina will dispatch more bugs to search for clues of Root's location based on the hints of the documents. As for the target Furafuki, we currently do not have the necessary drones to carpet search the Jafaku Mountains for her location. We've controlled a tainted batch of insects in the Aburame clan, but these still failed to lead us to the forest or its source. Some drones have already been stationed in the nearby villages to gather intel on the location of Jafaku Forest. But there are no results so far. Good. What about the progress of the flesh clone? Shino's eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement as he felt the arrival of his newfound power. Lord Shino, the Uzumaki clone is nearing its completion, and it should be ready by the end of the day or sooner. Oh? Then, It seems that we should try to speed up the progress. With calculated intent, Shino released the muted audio, his hands arranging the table with purpose as an effective plan had already taken shape within the depths of his mind. This time, the plan was produced without Karina's input because strangely. Ha. Ha. She still seemed to be afflicted with the enigmatic laughter contagion. Still laughing? Seriously, Shino couldn't understand what was so funny. Did he miss the joke in between the lines? So, Shino's form leaned in, drawn towards the holographic interface like a moth to a flickering flame. Like a master detective, he located the anomaly within the blocks of texts, the lines he believed were the cause to the laughing issue. These lines seemed to be written in messy small font, so Shino grasped the table legs, pulling them closer. With each pull, the distance between himself and the holographic interface diminished, bridging the gap between observer and observed. With the table now in perfect alignment, Shino leaned forward, his body poised in a stance of focused determination. Guided by unwavering resolve, Shino entered the world in between the lines, hoping an in-depth exploration would allow him to discover the jest that eluded him. In the realm where time weaves its intricate tapestry, a pivotal moment approached. The culmination of meticulous effort had arrived, the flesh clone was ready to be used. It was finally time for Shino to embrace the legacy of the Uzumaki. What new abilities will be bestowed upon him? Chapter 50, Uzumaki Bloodline Merging. Finally, the day arrived when the clone was ready to be merged. Shino and Karina stood before it, their eyes fixed on a lifeless, humanoid figure suspended in the chamber, a vessel crafted with purpose and intent. In its veins coursed the blood of the Uzumaki and a Burim lineage, intertwining with his own essence as a Zerg, promising a convergence of strengths that surpassed the limitations of mortal bounds. Shino-sama, are you ready? Karina asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Shino nodded, his eyes glinting with determination. Let's do this. With a calculated touch, Karina's finger descended upon a button on a nearby console, triggering an orchestrated symphony of hydraulics. As the neighboring chamber yielded to her command and slid open, it revealed a sight that both intrigued and unsettled the senses. Its seamless integration with the surrounding lab, entwined with the unmistakable fleshly essence of the Zergs, cast an eerie purplish hue across the metallic contours. A fusion of the organic and the artificial, it beckoned with an air of mystery, promising secrets waiting to be unraveled in the depths of its enigmatic embrace. Shino, with unwavering determination, stepped forward, his gaze fixed upon the enigmatic visage of the flesh clone revealed in the other chamber. With each step, he bridged the divide between aspiration and actualization, his heart alight with the fire of ambition. With steady steps, Shino stepped into the chamber. As the chamber brought him into the embrace of darkness, Shino stood at the precipice of transformation, a seeker of knowledge and power, ready to embrace the legacy of the Uzumaki. With bated breath, the world held its collective gaze upon Shino, for he was on the threshold of discovery. What secrets lay dormant within the dormant recesses of the flesh clone? What limits would he unlock, and what new dimensions of prowess would he traverse? Or will all the dramatic momentum end in a farce? Lord Shino, Project, Bloodline Fusion, Stage 1, is ready to be initiated. Estimated duration is 7 days. The estimated safety index is 98%, the predicted success rate is 90%, the risk of mutation is 4%. Permission to proceed? I'll leave it to you out here, Karina. Do it. Starting Bloodline Fusion. Lord Shino, Karina will await your rebirth. Karina pressed a button on a nearby console, and the chamber began to fill with its nutrient solution. As the tendrils of anticipation snaked through the air, Shino's mind flickered with a mosaic of possibilities. Would he be bestowed with the Uzumaki's unparalleled resilience, an indomitable fortitude that would render him impervious to the trials that beset lesser souls? Or perhaps his chakra would surge with a newfound intensity, coursing through his being like a tempestuous current, granting him the power to harness a vaster army of bugs and ninjutsu. The nutrient solution reached his neck, soon his mouth. Shino held his breath, yearning for the revelation that loomed on the horizon. The creep in the base was the ideal home for the bugs nesting in his body, so his body had long been devoid of bugs. He knew that there was no bugs to save him here. But he knew he was safe. The nutrient solution sealed the chamber, enveloping Shino within its embrace. Defying his primal instincts, Shino yielded to the embrace of the nutrient solution, allowing it to seep into his essence. A fleeting moment passed, and the tendrils of drowsiness coursed through his being, beckoning him into a state of tranquil surrender. With each sip, a creeping drowsiness seeped into his veins, its tendrils lulling him into a hazy state. As his lips parted one last time, the elixir of sustenance cascaded into his mouth, his vision and consciousness began their gradual descent into the abyss of obscurity. Outside, Karina's resolute touch graced the consoles, commanding an ethereal ballet of holographic interfaces. With unwavering focus, She meticulously monitored and manipulated the delicate biological larvae, the chamber cradling her master, ready to perform a captivating dance of biological supremacy. On the other side, the uncanny flesh replica, bearing an eerie resemblance, commenced its gradual desiccation, morphing into a withered vessel. Sinewy appendage-like extensions intertwined with the vital junctures of the clone, siphoning its crimson life force and essence, only to transport it through a fleshy conduit, connecting the two chambers in a chilling symbiosis. Karina meticulously verified every indicator, ensuring that the symphony of signs harmonized flawlessly with the expected data. Confirming all signs were normal, Karina commenced the experiment. As if imbued with a cryptic vitality, the fleshly appendages swelled, greedily extracting the wellspring of essence from the chamber of the replica, channeling it into the awaiting larvae. A mesmerizing dance of spectral luminescence coursed through the larvae's sinewy form, pulsating with an otherworldly vigor as it absorbed the potent elixir. Within the larvae, enshrouded in a web of fleshly tendrils, Shino's form remained suspended in an enigmatic stasis, meticulously anchored by their embrace. Along these fleshy appendages, the precious essence coursed, guided with an uncanny precision. Needle-like tips adorned each appendage, penetrating Shino's corporeal vessel at vital nexus points, injecting the corresponding mystic bloodline upon their enigmatic host. As the flesh clone's essence merged with Shino's blood, a cascade of energy surged through Shino's form, igniting dormant channels of potential. But at the same time, Shino's body began to convulse slightly, his body attempting to adapt to the intrusion of the foreign substance. Rejection is still within the safety index, but it's slowly climbing. As Shino-sama predicted, there will be a rejection despite all my calculations. There are still many intricate secrets hidden deep in the bloodlines that we haven't collected data about. I even made a guarantee that there would be no problems because our Zerg life forms were compatible, but if we had rashly chosen to go through with my plan. In a chilling revelation, Karina's body trembled with a mixture of dread and apprehension, recalling the choice Shino-sama had made despite her analysis. Fortunately, Shino-sama decided to cultivate a flesh clone, one grown with our merged essences such that the resulting bloodline would be compatible with Shino-sama's body. Had we directly injected my Uzumaki blood into Shino-sama's body, the consequences would have been dire. Karina's lithe form contorted seductively, entangled in an enigmatic dance of astonishment, as Shino's profound intellect left her spellbound. As expected of Shino-sama, only his wisdom can lead the hive to glory. Karina just wants to. Ha. No. Karina. Focus. I can't let anything go wrong with Shino-sama. With an internal reproach, Karina swiftly redirected her gaze, fixating unwaveringly on the experiment. During Shino's slumber in his endeavor to gain power, the events of the story continued to progress forward, like a rampant train unstoppable in its tracks. Karina, masquerading as Shino on the bustling streets of Hidden Leaf Village, steadily made her way towards the revered Hokage building. Cloaked in a facade of normalcy, his seemingly ordinary presence concealed the intricate web of control masterfully woven by Karina. As she neared the towering structure, a vibrant panorama unfolded before her watchful gaze. The atmosphere hummed with anticipation, for this auspicious day marked the coronation ceremony of the fifth Hokage, the esteemed Tsunade. Eagerly, Karina's discerning eyes scanned the teeming crowd, expertly seeking out the familiar figures amidst the sea of faces. And there, amidst the bustling crowd, stood Hinata, seemingly determined to gain the attention of the boy of her admiration after the pep talk she had given her. Flanking her side was the radiant Naruto and the potential stalk, Sakura. Without hesitation, Karina controlled Shino's clone and glided toward the trio, her movements calculated and seamless, blending effortlessly into the tapestry of the event. As she joined their circle, a whispered greeting escaped his lips, laden with the artful deceit of her hidden machinations. Hinata, Naruto, Sakura, he intoned, his voice veiled in a veneer of familiarity. Shino-kun. You're here, Hinata's gentle smile greeted him. Shino? Naruto's eyes squinted, seemingly on the verge of closure, staring him up and down, arms crossed in a gesture of contemplation. What's wrong? He asked, arching his brow. Nothing, Shino. I just felt something was different about you today. As Naruto's murmurs reached her ears, Karina's mind jolted with a tinge of astonishment. This boy's instinct were spot on. As expected of the existence marked as the protagonist in the database. No wonder Shino-sama warned me to be careful. Ah. I see. No one has interrupted you today, Dappeo. Naruto nodded his head in affirmation, seeming to have came to his own conclusion, only to have Sakura's hand swiftly descended upon his head, delivering a gentle but impactful knock. Naruto. Be polite. Sakura's growl reverberated with energy, before she composed herself with a gesture, a facade of politeness directed towards Shino. Shino-kun, don't mind Naruto, he can say nonsense sometimes. With a subtle adjustment of his glasses, Shino silently nodded, conveying a tacit understanding that resonated through the air. Meanwhile, atop the majestic Hokage building, Tsunade, the embodiment of authority and wisdom, ascended the stage. Adorned with the Hokage hat, she radiated an aura of power as she addressed the expectant masses. With the resplendent Hokage rocks serving as a magnificent backdrop, she placed the Hokage hat against her chest as a pledge. From this day forward, I'm the one who will govern Hidden Leaf Village, the 5th Hokage. Tsunade declared with a commanding voice, her proclamation echoing through the air, filling the hearts of the onlookers with a sense of reverence and hope. With a sweep of her hand, an enigmatic force seemed to surge forth, the Hokage hat in her hands becoming an ethereal blade, a symbolic cut through the air, intending to cut open a path to a new era. The audacious gesture, a convergence of power and symbolism, whispered secrets of transformative change and untold destinies. Amidst the euphoric cacophony of jubilant spectators, the unwavering gaze of Shino fixated upon the resplendent figure of Tsunade, the newly minted 5th Hokage. Veiled behind the facade of the clone's stoic countenance, Karina's mind whirred with calculating intent, silently pondering the allure and suitability of the radiant blonde beauty as a potential addition to Shino-sama's imperial harem. I certainly want to keep Shino-sama all to myself, but we Zergs do not age and will live for an incalculably long span of time. Without a fresh variety of flowers, Shino-sama's affection for me may wilt over time. This is intolerable. Karina's mind, a labyrinth of resolute determination, brimmed with unyielding conviction as she reached a decisive conclusion. I must plan well for Shino-sama's future, finding suitable mates for Shino-sama whose unique talents shall both enrich the Zerg Empire and satisfy Shino-sama's insatiable desires for both power and pleasure. Anyways, it wouldn't matter if there were more, for I will be Shino-sama's only true queen and the rest will all be under my control. Her thoughts, shrouded in secrecy, danced with intrigue and possibilities, plotting the intricate tapestry of Shino's entangled fate. His eyes, like a hunter's, swept through the crowd, scanning the sea of faces with a calculated discernment, choosing the most beautiful flower to add to his bouquet. Add these ones to the list for Shino-sama to pick from. He. Who will be her target? Whose fate will be altered? Drop the votes and comments, not for the story, but for the desired beauties. Chapter 51, Awakening a Colossal Zerg Larvae, its purplish hue radiating an otherworldly glow, throbbed with an eerie rhythm, akin to the pulse of a restless heart, signaling an imminent birth of its enigmatic occupant. Before this grotesque egg stood Karina, her captivating figure adorned with flowing red and purple dresses, draped in a lab coat that billowed with an air of scientific reverence. Her unwavering gaze fixated upon the pulsating cocoon, a fervent anticipation igniting her every fiber, as she stood as the sentinel of her one and only master's awakening. In an enthralling display of metamorphosis, the larvae quivered with anticipation, the fragile shell succumbing to an inward collapse, dissolving into mere remnants. From within this ethereal dance of dissolution, a humanoid form emerged, a testament to the merging of liquid and biomass into his form. As the amalgamation settled, a figure stood revealed, his naked form endowed with streamlined muscles that exuded an aura of latent power. His once bushy brown locks now transformed into a disheveled untamed style, a wild fusion of black intertwined with captivating streaks of royal purple. Karina's gaze lingered upon his captivating form, her eyes tracing the contours of his enticing figure with an intensity that bordered on obsession. A flicker of primal desire stirred within her, manifesting in an involuntary release of drool from her parted lips. However, beneath the surface allure, her analytical mind churned, delving into the enigmatic results before her. Her scrutiny fixated on a notable absence, the lack of the Uzumaki's signature red hair, a striking departure from expectations. Questions surged within her, a confluence of doubt and curiosity intertwining like a delicate dance. Did the fusion fail? And then, in a captivating moment of revelation, Shino's eyes snapped open, ablaze with a mesmerizing violet hue, harboring an enigma that whispered of untold depths and hidden purpose. In that ephemeral moment, Shino's eyes gleamed with an otherworldly intensity, for within their depths dwelled the flames of metamorphosis. As he took a deep breath, a profound sense of rejuvenation washed over him, as if he had been granted a new lease on life. As Shino extended his limbs with a languid grace, he savored the electrifying surge of vitality that permeated every fiber of his being. With each passing heartbeat, his connection to his blood lineage solidified, unlocking a reservoir of dormant abilities and untapped potential. His journey into the realm of the bloodline limits had just begun, and the world would soon bear witness to the emergence of a new force, a force woven from the threads of the Zerg Dominator and ancient blood. His body seems to be teeming with an untamed energy, and he could feel the restrained power throbbing in his limbs, arousing his desire to unleash the raw might dwelling within. His piercing gaze roamed the confines of the lab, absorbing the intricate details of his surroundings with a keen sense of observation before fixing his fiery gaze on Karina. In that moment, Their eyes locked in a silent exchange as Shino displayed his mastery of his newfound power, traversing the lab with supernatural swiftness, setting off a wave that cascaded through the lab, the sheer intensity of its presence coercing the bicolor rose against the unforgiving walls. In that moment of convergence, an intricate dance unfolded, where power and vulnerability merged in a mesmerizing union. This tempestuous phenomenon carried an air of force, a testament to the latent power simmering within Shino. The pressure he exerted was like the relentless waves, whispering of untold secrets and hidden desires, his touch leaving an indelible impression. As Shino conducted a symphony with his newfound powers, Karina diligently did her duty to analyze his powers. With unwavering determination, she posed the question that lingered in her mind, as Shino-sama was Project Blood Fu Fusion a success? In response, Shino's gaze was imbued with a flicker of enigmatic satisfaction, his drumstick descending upon the drums with a dramatic flourish. Naturally. And then, with a single thought, a captivating transformation ensued. The black strands of his hair shifted in a mystical dance as the signature red of the Uzumaki clan emerged, intertwining with the remnant streaks of purple, resiliently occupying its royal position, an ethereal testament to a power that transcended mere blood lineage. Embracing his newfound mantle, Shino elevated an instrument held within his grasp, raising it skyward in a gesture both poised and commanding. As his lips brushed against its surface, a delicate sweep that defied convention, the music resonated, its pitch ascending in a breathtaking crescendo. As the accordion's bellows were deftly squeezed, a tantalizing shift in the very fabric of the drum sound permeated the air, but Shino, the conductor, still did not forget his role as the musician. He increased his rhythm, each strike was imbued with an enigmatic power, resonating through the air like a captivating incantation. The drum reverberated beneath his skills, the beat he conjured evoking a tapestry of emotions. With each resounding beat, he transported the listeners to realms yet undiscovered, captivating their hearts and minds with the tantalizing promise of an uncharted melody. Ha ha ha. The air was punctuated by Karen's gasps, each exhalation carrying a weighty mixture of exhilaration and what Shino believed to be amusement. However, she still fought to anchor her focus to the task at hand, her determination shining through the veil of levity. Ah yes, Shino-sama, why are here ha ha? In the wake of Karen's mockery, an electrifying surge coursed through Shino's veins. It was as if her words, both a jest and a catalyst, had unlocked a hidden reservoir of creativity within his being. Oh? Do you find my new hair to be funny? In the depths of Shino's gaze, a spark of mirth ignited, flickering with a knowingness that hinted at hidden layers of meaning. No ha ha Shino-sama. Her denial, like a smoldering ember fanning the flames of his creativity, ignited a blazing inferno within him. And now, the crescendo of his creativity swelled to the brim, forcing him to embrace the thrill of pushing himself to the very limits of his musical talent and beyond. It seems I'll have to conduct the most interesting phase of the symphony, so you would listen intently instead of being distracted by my hair. With this resolute declaration, Shino stood at the precipice of his artistic opus, ready to orchestrate the grand finale of his symphony. As his drumstick moved with newfound fervor upon the drums, the pace of his beats quickened, each strike resonating with an intoxicating intensity. The rhythmic cadence of the drums became a vessel for his emotions, a conduit through which he channeled his innermost passions. With a final, resounding note that hung in the air like a crescendo, Shino reached the climactic zenith of his performance. It was a moment of sublime fusion, where the convergence of beauty, emotion, and untapped potential coalesced into a captivating climax. In the wake of his symphony's resounding finale, an ethereal silence settled upon the stage, as if the very air held its breath in awe. The lingering notes of Shino's extraordinary performance hung delicately, weaving a tapestry of emotions that reverberated within the hearts of all who bore witness. As the enchantment of the moment still lingered in the air, Karina, her eyes brimming with admiration and appreciation, seized the opportunity to add her own musical voice to the ethereal tapestry. Descending with a graceful poise, she cradled the flute in her hands, its slender form a conduit for her deepest sentiments. Her fingers danced delicately along the instrument, effortlessly evoking a myriad of emotions. As a heartfelt tribute to the profound impact of Shino's performance, her alluring lips touched upon the instrument, dancing delicately along the instrument's silver keys and summoning seductive melodies that danced upon the edges of perception. The soft yet resonant tones of the flute cascaded forth, mingling with the fading echoes of Shino's symphony, as if engaging in a secret dialogue of harmonies, hoping to evoke the creativity of the musician. While her external presence graced Shino with her captivating artistic expression, Karina displayed her dedication to her duty as her inner consciousness delved into the vast expanse of the system space, ready to begin her analysis of the results of the experiment. Lord Shino, it seems Project Blood Fusion was a success. Karina has deeply analyzed Lord Shino's body and compiled an initial estimate of Lord Shino's abilities. As expected, there is a great growth in chakra capacity. Initial estimates reveals at least 5 times the original amount, and it may continue to grow as the new bloodline stabilizes. Lord Shino's body is also brimming with an incredibly strong life force, and the predicted consequence of this is a high recovery rate, much more resilient stamina, and excess energy. However, the talent in sealing techniques remains to be determined. Shino nodded in acquiesce, intrigued by Karina's unique quirk of onding with In the enigmatic realm of his musings, he spared but a fleeting thought to this peculiar phenomenon. After all, within the intricate tapestry of Naruto's universe, illustrious figures like Naruto and Deidara also exhibited such quirks, a unique habit of appending distinctive phrases to their utterances. With a gentle and appreciative stroke of his hand against the musician's head, he bestowed upon her a praise that transcended words, a tender recognition of the depth and skill she had poured into her art and analysis. However, as the echoes of admiration lingered in the air, Shino's commanding presence re-emerged, casting a captivating spell upon the atmosphere. Continue. Lord Shino, Karina has analyzed the genes of your essence, decoding some resemblance of abilities from them. After matching them with the database, Karina has confirmed the following abilities. As the minutes stretched on, each passing moment filled with intricate explanations and revelations, Shino's keen intellect absorbed the knowledge imparted by Karina. With each word, a mosaic of understanding formed within his mind, revealing the depths and intricacies of his newfound abilities. That is all. Oh? Interesting. A subtle smile curved upon Shino's lips, an expression of both intrigue and appreciation. With a gentle touch, his fingers caressed the strands of the beauty's lustrous purple and red hair, an intimate gesture that conveyed gratitude and admiration for her tireless efforts in breathing life into his completed symphony. In that tender moment, his touch became a new symphony of appreciation, an acknowledgement of the profound value her analysis had brought to his understanding. However, even amidst the warmth of gratitude, Shino's commanding presence reasserted itself. Continue the analysis. Understood. It seems Lord Shino's capabilities exceeds Karina's initial estimation. It seems there was a mutation due to Lord Shino being the Dominator, and this mutation has brought more changes than initially expected. Karina will do her duty as an analyst and confirm Lord Shino's abilities thoroughly, as Karina diligently reassessed and reanalyzed his stamina, taking a fresh perspective and delving deeper into her examination. In a mesmerizing display of heightened mental prowess, Shino split his consciousness, forging an ethereal bond with his bug clone, one completely unlike before. The limitations that once confined him were shattered, as his now upgraded mental power transcended the boundaries of possibility, allowing him to simultaneously control his clone and main body. No longer constrained by the confines of singular existence, Shino's consciousness expanded to embrace the world through 2 distinct lenses. The visions from both his main body and the clone danced before his eyes, seamlessly merging into a kaleidoscope of sensory input. There was no discord, no conflict, only the harmonious convergence of 2 parallel existences. It was as if he had sprouted an additional limb, a second hand that moved in perfect synchrony with his primary vessel. In a dance of duality, his consciousness split as a part reveled in the intoxicating embrace of brewing creativity with his main body, while the other part merged seamlessly into the depths of his clone, an enigmatic fusion that defied conventional boundaries. With uncanny precision, Shino's clone embarked on a purposeful journey, its course towards the illustrious Hokage building. As streams of bugs elegantly surged towards the awaiting embrace of his enhanced clone body with heightened capacity, a palpable air of anticipation enveloped his every move, for he had been summoned for a mission, a special mission that brought infinite regrets to the original Shino. But perhaps the new Shino may have a different experience. Chapter 52, Special Mission. The morning sun cast its golden rays over the towering walls of Hidden Leaf Village, enveloping the bustling village in a warm embrace. As he approached the Hokage's office, Shino's heart quickened with a mix of excitement and trepidation. With his foreknowledge from the anime, he had expected the special assignment, and he can't believe he is saying this, but for once, there was a lack of a filler in the anime, only adding to the mystery of Shino. Silhouetted against the shadows of the Hokage building, Shibuya Burame, his father with his trademark sunglasses and a Burame outfit, stood waiting with an air of quiet confidence. Shino, I'm glad you made it, Shibuya greeted his son, a rare warmth glimmering in his usually reserved eyes. I have a mission of utmost importance, and father thinks it would be best if you came along. Originally, I intended to delay a bit, but you've attracted that man's interest, and it's best for you to avoid the wind for a bit. A knowing glint shimmered in Shino's eyes as he nodded, not too surprised. What kind of mission, father? Shibuya motioned for Shino to follow him. I will explain everything on the way. But first, we must report to Tsunade, the Hokage, and request a leave of absence. Together, father and son ascended the stairs, their footsteps echoing through the silent halls. As they entered the mission brief room, they coincidentally intruded on an intriguing event. Shikamaru Nara, the lazy genius, stood before Tsunade, surrounded by the Chunin exam proctors. The room buzzed with ceremonial mood, for it seemed that Shikamaru was about to be promoted to Chunin. Shikamaru's eyes widened as he spotted Shino and Shibi. "Oh, Shino. You're here? I almost and I thought you would find it too troublesome to come." Shino wore a neutral expression, his voice laced with no emotion. "Mission? Mission? What a drag." Shikamaru scratched his head, perplexed. "But shouldn't you be here with me? I mean, you've also been recommended." "Oh, is it after?" Shino's gaze shifted to the ground, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's not about becoming a Chunin, Shikamaru, because..." No verbal conclusion was necessary, for the essence of his statement lingered in the air, and within the depths of his mind, Shino believed Shikamaru could effortlessly unravel the hidden veracity concealed within his spoken words. "Not Chunin?" Shikamaru's brows furrowed, his analytical mind working overtime. "I see. What a drag. Well, good luck with your mission, Shino. I know you'll do great." Hearing the exchange between the two, Tsunade's eyes sharpened. "It seems there is something I was not informed about," Tsunade demanded, her voice sharp as a kunai. "Shizune." "Hi, Tsunade-sama." Shizune hurriedly sifted through a stack of documents. Shino Abraham participated in the previous Chunin exam, proceeded to the final round and performed outstandingly, displaying abilities beyond a Gainian. Sandame praised his unique variant of insects that was suitable for a special task force, and his willing contribution to the village deemed him worthy of rewards. Shizune's gaze traversed the document once more, her eyes tracing every line, searching for special notes, until a subtle shake of her head betrayed the results. "But there is no mention of his promotion, Tsunade-sama. No one should have passed this time, so maybe there is no mistake." Just as the words left Shizune's lips, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, slammed her fist on the table, causing everyone in the room to startle. Her emerald eyes burned with a mix of anger and frustration, seemingly not believing this to be the case. "What is going on here?" The Chunin exam proctors exchanged glances in confusion. Behind Tsunade, Kotetsu and Ishizo shuffled nervously, exchanging glances. One of them stepped forward, hesitantly whispering into Tsunade's ear. The news struck her like a lightning bolt, her anger transforming into a mix of disbelief and regret. She sighed heavily, her voice tinged with disappointment. "I knew it. Those old farts. They've messed with things in the background again. Unfortunately, it's not my place to have any opinion on the matter right now. TCH. Ah, what a drag." The old man guessed it right after all. Amidst a mumbled utterance slipping through Shikamaru's lips, he deftly retreated, fading into the shadows as he sought to diminish his very presence. Things are only troublesome when he hears about them, and he certainly didn't hear anything. Shino was his friend, but with his mere Chunin status, he was powerless to intervene in this particular affair. It's definitely not because he found it troublesome. Shino and Shibi exchanged silent glances. Tsunade rose from her seat, her frustration evident in her eyes. She took a deep breath, trying to regain her composure before addressing Shino directly. "Shino, do not take this to heart. Originally, no one should pass this time around, and Shikamaru is an exception. Likewise, your skills and contribution have been recognized. It's unfortunate because the advisors rejected the proposal. They believe that you still need a year or two more of tempering." Shino met Tsunade's gaze, internally contemplating the possibility that the newly appointed Hokage's outward demeanor might be a facade, for deep within his discerning mind, he recognized that if the renowned Sannin harbored genuine fury, the table would find itself swiftly requiring a replacement, bearing the weight of her ensuing tempest. Meanwhile, Shino's stoic demeanor didn't betray his inner musing. "Thank you, Tsunade-sama. I am willing to wait because good. There's no need to say more. It's enough to know you have an open mind," Tsunade said, her voice now filled with a mix of regret and determination. "It's unfortunate, but let me assure you, once Hidden Leaf Village is stabilized, issues like this won't occur again. I'm willing to bet on Tsunade-sama." In an abrupt crescendo of tension, Shizune interrupted Tsunade, fearing the results of her formidable betting power. "Ahem. Very well, there's no need to say more." Tsunade nodded, a hint of pride shining through her disgruntlement. "Your loyalty and commitment are commendable. I heard you came for a mission? Shibi?" Shibi's voice carried a hushed intensity as he spoke, his words laced with hidden implications. "Hokage-sama, I humbly request a leave of absence for both Shino and myself. We have an urgent mission, one that delves into personal matters and I cannot reveal too much regarding its content." Tsunade's piercing gaze fixed upon Shibi, her eyes reflecting a mixture of curiosity and concern. "Shibi, what kind of mission necessitates such secrecy? And what personal issues are you referring to?" Shibi hesitated for a moment, the weight of unspoken truths etched upon his face. It has to do with the previous Hokage. Sandame? Tsunade arched a brow. No. Shibi adjusted his glasses. Yandame. A thick shroud of silence descended upon the room, intertwining with the exchanged glances of the perplexed occupants, an unspoken enigma weaving its threads through their collective bewilderment. Tsunade's features contorted with a mixture of surprise and consternation. The revelation sent a shiver down her spine, as she realized the magnitude of the mission. Is this mission crucial? And you are taking your son along? No, it's just checking on something, a small personal favor from years ago. Before Yandame Shibi shook his head, betrayed a hint of disappointment before he placed a hand on Shino's shoulder, his countenance transformed into a mix of pride and affection. As for Shino, there is an individual, the one living in the darkness, who has set his sights on Shino recently. I believe it would be best if I took him out for some special training. Tsunade placed down her brush, her brows furrowed in deep thought. Her authoritative eyes fixed on Shibi. However, she knew that the Aburame clan harbored secrets not easily unraveled, unless they were willing to reveal them. Shibi, the safety of the village is paramount, and I will trust your judgment in this matter. Tsunade declared, her voice laced with determination. I grant you the leave of absence, Shibi. Shino will be assigned a special task to accompany you. As for the other matters, I will handle them. Shizun. As the words spilled from Tsunade's lips in a single cryptic call, an unspoken language of profound understanding passed between her and Shizun, triggering a flurry of swiftly scribbled notes by Shizun. A flicker of gratitude danced in Shibi's eyes as he bowed respectfully to the Hokage. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Your understanding and support mean more than I can express. With Tsunade's blessing, Shino and Shibi turned to leave the room, their purpose renewed. While the air crackled with intrigue, Shikamaru stood amidst the gathering with a gaze seemingly dulled. Ah, what a drag. When can he leave? Meanwhile, Shino and Shibi descended towards the entrance of the Hokage building, ready to embark on their mission. Shino, you have always been capable of great things. Remember, titles do not define you, your actions do. Shino turned to his father, nodded with determination etched on his face. However, it was unknown what emotions were truly hidden under his facade. Let's go home, greet your mother and pack some supplies. Also, notify your companions, lest they worry. It wasn't long before the father and son converged at the village's entrance, their presence pulsating with enigmatic purpose, one burdened by the weight of a formidable gourd, the other a cryptic box. With a shared glance laden with secrets yet untold, their journey commenced, propelling them through the dense foliage of the forest in a dance of swift shadows. Father, can you tell me where we are headed to now? As the ethereal glow of twilight cast an enigmatic aura upon the forest, Shino's voice hung in the air, laced with a curious blend of anticipation and trepidation. The land of wind. Shibi's gaze swept across the scene, affirming that there were no eavesdroppers. With an air of enigma shrouding his words, his eyes held a glimmer of hidden knowledge as he whispered the name, Loran. With those words, the Aburame duo ventured into the unknown, their hearts burdened with their own thoughts. Chapter 53, Climax. As Shino's clone embarked on the special journey with his father Shibi, after a full assessment of his abilities which extended from the lab to the lounge, Shino's main body comfortably leaned back on the couch. With an air of nonchalant grace, his fingers leisurely extended towards the alluring popcorn, like a predator entranced by its prey. Amidst the captivating ambience, a spectacle unfolded beside him, where Karina's head swayed in harmonious rhythm, indulging in another delectable movie snack, a unique hot dog adorned with an audacious topping of mayonnaise. Unfolding before their very eyes, hovering in the ethereal expanse of the lounge, materialized a virtual movie theater, a holographic cinema screen, radiated with ethereal brilliance, beckoning the beholders to immerse themselves in the afternoon recording of the riveting live-action Naruto series. Yet, this was no ordinary viewing experience. Surrounding the central screen was a tapestry of multiple holographic screens unfurled like woven dreams, unveiling real-time scenes of interest, capturing the very essence of the events happening in the village and granting an immersive experience. With Naruto and Sasuke's brotherly display of love on the hospital rooftops, the series had just arrived at its climax, but Shino knew another climax will come soon. Unknown to the villagers, the fate of their personal battles intertwined with the destiny of the village itself. In the heart of the village, hidden whispers swirled, carrying tales of a brewing storm and a young shinobi's desire for power. The shadows grew restless, the will of revenge blazed. Beyond the Hokage building, where the night concealed secrets and danger danced amidst the moonlit shadows, the hidden four awaited their reveal. Karina, how goes the preparations for Operation Uncle Snake's Leaks? Lord Shino, both decoy and transport drones have been deployed accordingly, arranged along the estimated routes of Sasuke's escape. An underground decoy labyrinth had been completed to throw off pursuers. Bug monitors have also been distributed in the area, covering a vast expanse of the forest. Once the A subtle dance of pleasure swept across Shino's countenance, accentuated by the narrowing of his enigmatic eyes. Like a connoisseur savoring a rare elixir, he reveled in the symphony of sound effects emanating from the battle, coming from the movie series he was watching. Once the Sound 4 have been incapacitated, the drones will discreetly harvest the leaks, bringing them back to base. Karina will attempt to acquire targets alive. However, it is estimated it would be difficult to collect the final 2. Karina will execute retrieval protocol when a chance arises. Good. Shino nodded as he continued to ask, how about the arrangements for the Kaguya boy? Drones have been arranged to collect the target, Kimimaro Kaguya, once he buries into the ground and exhausts himself after triggering his death rattle. Estimated probability of acquiring living specimen is 0.001%. Hey, might as well say it's impossible. Hopefully the other leaks would be picked successfully. After all, they would be very crucial to our Project 6 paths of. A subtle shift in the atmosphere caught Shino's attention as his brows arched in curiosity, his gaze capturing the sight of Karina sitting up. Done? In a captivating interplay of emotions, the movie scene transitioned. Shino's voice emerged, imbued with both the lure of intrigue and the weight of exasperation. Karina, you're blocking the screen. The show has just gotten to the dramatic part. In a moment suspended between the realms of innocence and temptation, Karina's lips traced a seductive path, leaving a lingering sensation of desire. Her gaze, ablaze with an enigmatic fire, forged an intense connection with Shino's eyes, weaving an unspoken tale of clandestine longing. What is there good to watch about a soap opera between an uninitiated Avenger and a bored? Amidst a hushed breath, her voice dripped with sultriness, shrouding her words in a veil of intrigue, while her touch, like a silken caress, delicately aimed the remote at the television. My dear, let Karina show you a proposal for a drama between a hero and a beauty. Its potential will certainly invoke additional investment in Project SPP. Hey! Caught within the labyrinth of swirling emotions, Shino's head swayed gently in surrender, his words tinged with a tender affection and doting, do as you wish. Two tongues intertwined and their hot breath intermingled as they discussed the drama deep into the night. The theater reverberated with the symphony of battle, each resounding clash blending seamlessly with the live action unfolding on the side screens, a treacherous gambit orchestrated by the Sound 4, secretly blazing a path out of the village, eliminating every concealed Anbu operatives tasked with monitoring Sasuke and partially disabling the preventative enchantments serving as a warning barrier for the village. Perhaps, even the dangerous old man would have never predicted the elusive figure destined to seal his doom would so effortlessly slip away from his meticulous web of his scrutiny. He had unknowingly released a formidable force that would challenge his malevolent designs and bring light to the darkness that veiled their paths. Even worse, in targeting the transmigrated Shino, he had a free coffin prepared for him, one he may use before his predestined time. As the night deepened, the movie came to an end. So, Shino gently embraced Karina and fell into slumber, recharging for the morning episode. Immersed in the velvety embrace of night, the curtains descended upon the cinematic masterpiece, leaving Shino and Karina adrift in the aftermath of their movie theater date. In a tender symphony of connection, Shino enfolded Karina in his arms, finding solace in each other's comfort, surrendering to the lull of slumber, their spirits rekindling in anticipation of the forthcoming morning chapter. In the blink of an eye, Shino was awakened by the unique alarm he had set. The alarm sound sent an electric jolt surging up his spine, urging him to perform his morning activities and daily routine. First, he went to the bathroom. After letting out the morning load, he waited for his pink toothbrush to be rinsed before thoroughly cleaning his mouth. Next he would enjoy a hearty breakfast, cooked by Karina, a master chef harnessing all the culinary skills from his memories and her own research. Naturally, as Karina cooked, Shino would also help out, mostly with simple tasks such as buttering the muffin, stirring up a batch of fresh whipped cream, presenting raw cucumbers to Karina, and washing raw cherries or grapes. After breakfast was the invigorating morning exercise. Here, Shino could finally arouse his surging energy, putting more effort and using more force to exercise his strength. He would go through many different, intensive exercise positions, most done while carrying an extra weight, optimized to gain the most results at a cost of draining the most energy. Here, Shino's untamed vigor was aroused, a tempestuous force propelled by unyielding determination, as he channeled his very essence into each exertion, embracing a symphony of effort and unleashing his latent strength with an intensity that defied the boundaries of the ordinary. He would venture through a myriad of exercise positions, meticulously engineered to extract the most profound results with the least exertion, allowing for a symphony of additional exercises within the same confines of time. And so, Shino found himself enraptured with his morning exercise while he awaited the broadcasting of the morning's episode of live-action Naruto. Ha! 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 And naturally, his training coach, Karina, succumbed to the embrace of breathless exhaustion, an inevitable consequence of a training regimen meticulously tailored to the contours of his stamina, surpassing even the endurance of his esteemed training coach. But, the dutiful and diligent Karina was persistent in guiding Shino, unfazed by the shroud of sticky sweat that clung to her curvaceous body. Within the rough grasp of his hands, Shino seized the allure of the silky smooth exercise balls, their supple surfaces yielding beneath his touch. As his fingers coiled around the orbs, he embarked on an arcane journey, harnessing their yielding resistance to drain the fortitude of his fingers, a necessity for the enhancement of his masterful puppet control. In the realm of disciplined refinement, Shino's training encompassed more than the delicate intricacies of finger strength. As his fingers underwent training, he did not forego the realm of hip training, where the hidden power of his core lurked. So, he swung his hips in a natural rhythm, driving forward with such a force that would ensure his exercise would have deep effects. Naturally, he made sure to train his hip in every angle. After all, Shino had to make sure his hip muscles were thoroughly trained, lest he ends up like the Hidden Rock Village's old man Onoki, always pulling his hips. It'll be awkward in the future if he declares let the world feel stain, just to pull his hips afterwards. Ha. 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 It seems Karina was really exhausted. Karina, rest for a bit. With an enigmatic suggestion slipping from his lips, Shino's touch roughly guided captivating Karina, settling her in side-sitting position. I'll train alone. Hands grasping onto the balance stump, Shino delved once again into the depths of his hip training, summoning forth an intensified fervor that surpassed all previous endeavors. The resting Karina's gaze remained transfixed upon him, her eyes adorned with a veil of misted tears, probably due to the shame of having to sit out the rest of the training. Her yearning to rejoin the training seemed to stoke Shino's inner fire, causing him to drive his hip forward with increasing intensity and speed. As he felt the tension building beneath his hips, a symphony of anticipation reverberated through his limbs because he knew his rigorous exercise was effective. Karina, how is the progress of the search for the giant bee? Floored Shino, the whereabouts of the target Sazumbachi have been ascertained. Currently drones are being deployed to analyze the environment and Karina is developing a strategy for covert apprehension. A transport drone has been deployed for pickup, and the estimated arrival time is approximately 1 week. Karina can display a real-time estimate for Lord Shino if he so desires. No need suddenly, Shino felt a surge of electrifying energy coursed through his spine. He felt his veins throbbing and the tension in his muscles. Finally, Shino knew he had reached his limit. With the knowledge that venturing further could teeter on the precipice of injury, Shino embraced the tantalizing allure of danger, propelling his hip forward in a final audacious gambit, his resolute intention to shatter the very confines of limitation. As the action unfolded, an electrifying surge surged through the very depths of his being, an enigmatic current of energy that ignited his senses and kindled a thrilling dance of heightened awareness within his veins. He could feel a sensory feast of pulsating sensations enveloping his lower limbs and hip, a contrast between fiery heat and coolness. He knew he has broken the limit, his profound strength has risen once more. A cascading feeling of relief washed over Shino as he concluded the arduous rite of his exercise. As his hips relinquished their tension, Shino stepped back, succumbing to a realm of sublime relaxation, while the residual torrents of excess energy continued their beguiling descent, seamlessly draining away. Moments later, Shino's gaze became ensnared by the captivating trainer before him. Karina's countenance, her face adorned with a rosy hue and glistening from sticky sweat, beckoned his attention, while her parted lips, gasping for precious air, revealed the profound impact of the resting time he had bestowed upon her. Clearly, the rest time did not allow her to recover much. She deserved better, but there was still work to be done. As Shino settled upon the sofa, an air of intrigue enveloped him, his proud gaze imbued with a mesmerizing aura as it danced across the holographic interface and the intricate details of his exercise. Karina, clean up the gym. Within the depths of Shino's transformation, a chilling aura of cruelty had enshrouded his demeanor. What once began as the imposition of uncompensated overtime upon the indefatigable souls has now morphed into an insidious decree that even the weary ones must persevere in their labor in the realm of profound exhaustion. Karina's dwindling strength left her without the ability to rise, confining her to a humble crawl toward the sweat-drenched exercise bar. Even as the weight of fatigue threatened to consume her, her resolve fueled her faltering movements, for she understood the duty that awaited her. Even if she couldn't oversee every moment of Shino-sama's training, she bore the responsibility of restoring the gym to its pristine state, ensuring its readiness for the upcoming events. Shino's gaze rested on the mesmerizing holographic display that ignited his innate curiosity. It wasn't long before Shikamaru, the master strategist, assembled the ranks of Geinin, a convergence of exceptional talents comprising Naruto, Choji, Kiba, and Neji. Grasping a purple-red towel to clean his sweat, Shino's gaze fixated upon the ethereal projections dancing before him. The morning show is about to start. Karina, is everything in place? Yes, Lord Shino. Everything is ready, good. After picking the leaks, the clone projects can finally truly commence. Karina, what is the progress on the required supply for the project? Lord Shino, the estimated collected percentage is 11%, oh. Then you'll have to work harder, Karina. Understood, Lord Shino. Karina is always at your service, then. Let the operation commence. Chapter 54, Leak Harvest. The earth trembled beneath their feet as Choji, fueled by determination and the unwavering spirit of his friends, unleashed the full force of his butterfly mode. This attack is worth my entire life. With muscles bulging and chakra surging, Choji unleashed his ultimate attack, the butterfly bomb. His arm propelled through the air, smashing down toward Jirobo like a meteor. Jirobo's eyes widened in surprise, realizing too late the true extent of Choji's power. Wait. Don't be hasty. Jirobo begged for mercy, but he had unfortunately crossed the finish line with his earlier taunts, earning his villain talk too much award. So, Choji showed congratulated him no mercy. Boom. The impact was cataclysmic, an explosion of earth and dust obscuring the battlefield. As the debris settled, a triumphant smile crossed Choji's face. He had done it. Jirobo lay defeated, his body lifeless on the forest floor. Exhausted and battered, Choji stumbled back. Turning towards the direction his friends left, he struggled forward, but eventually his legs giving way beneath him. Leaning against a sturdy tree, he left his final message, a guide to the reinforcements behind. He collapsed, his breathing heavy and labored. The battle had taken its toll on him, and his consciousness slipped away, succumbing to the strain of using the final pill. Time seemed to stand still as Choji drifted into unconsciousness. The once chaotic battlefield now held an eerie silence, broken only by the distant rustling of leaves. But then, the tranquility shattered as a low rumble reverberated through the air. The ground beneath Jirobo's prone form trembled. From the depths of the earth, a colossal drone emerged. Its enormous carapace looms with an undeniable presence, revealing a menacing maw that stretched wide open. With swift precision, it descended upon Jirobo's lifeless form, engulfing him whole. The drone's jaws closed shut, sealing the valuable corpse within. And with a fluid motion, it burrowed back into the ground. At another location, the battlefield was a dense forest, where rays of sunlight fought their way through the thick foliage, casting a dappled pattern upon the ground. Amidst the chaos and carnage, a lone pale figure stood resolute, his heavy injuries tells of his tough encounter, but his pale eyes continued to focus on his opponent. It was Neji Hyuga, the prodigious young shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village, facing off against Kodomaru of the Sound Four. The tension in the air was palpable as Neji's Byakugan, the all-seeing eye of the Hyuga clan, met his match. A glimmer of desperation flashed in Neji's eyes as he analyzed Kodomaru's movements. He knew he had to end this battle swiftly, before his own stamina waned. Kodomaru, a master of long-range combat and a member of Orochimaru's elite group, the Sound Four, grinned wickedly as he prepared to unleash his deadly last blow. A golden gleam radiated from the arrow in Kodomaru's hand as he drew his makeshift bow, an ethereal weapon capable of firing his special arrows with unrivaled precision and strength. Neji's keen senses picked up on the subtle shift in the air as Kodomaru drew back the string, the tension building with each passing moment. In an instant, a golden arrow drilled through the air towards Neji, guided by Kodomaru's expert marksmanship using the attached guiding thread. But Neji's years of training and strategy kicked in, his body struggling to move as he slightly dodged the incoming projectile, avoiding a fatal blow with hairbreadth precision. The ground beneath him became a canvas of destruction, as the arrow carried him backwards with its momentum, smashing him against a tree. Focusing his chakra, Neji unleashed the full might of his gentle fist technique, delivering a counterattack with unparalleled force along Kodomaru's thread. Kodomaru's defenses faltered, and Neji's strike found their mark, incapacitating his foe. But Kodomaru was no ordinary adversary. Kodomaru's body contorted with unnatural flexibility, swinging forward to deal the finishing blow. Neji's Byakugan, however, saw through Kodomaru's assault. With a surge of his remaining chakra, Neji lunged forward. The young Hyuga then unleashed a whirlwind of attacks, his palms striking with precision on Kodomaru's pressure points. As Kodomaru crumpled to the ground, defeated but not yet vanquished, Neji spun dramatically to a halt. After his impromptu speech, he knew he had given everything he had, and it was time to rest. His body staggered, his body strained from the intense battle. But as Neji's vision blurred and darkness threatened to claim him, a peculiar sight caught his eye. In the blink of an eye, a monstrous figure emerged from the ground. It was a colossal Zerg drone, its pulsating exoskeleton glistening with a sickly green hue. With a cavernous maw that seemed to defy reason, the creature swallowed Kodomaru whole, leaving no trace of his existence. Shock and disbelief surged through Neji's weary mind as he watched the horrifying spectacle unfold before him. The Zerg drone, An abomination of nature, returned to the earth with a fluid grace, its tendrils plunging into the soil like roots seeking sustenance. What was that? Engulfed in a disorienting haze, Neji descended into a profound coma. Within the creature's unholy chamber, Kidomaru's limp body hung suspended, attached to the drone's life-sustaining appendages. It was as if the abomination had assimilated the fallen shinobi, using his life force to fuel its own twisted existence. The life-sustaining connection became an ethereal tether, simultaneously nourishing its recipient while ensnaring them within the depths of an unyielding coma, a state of powerless unconsciousness. Lord Shino, the living specimen Kidomaru has been acquired and modified life-sustaining transport drone is returning to base. The corpse of Jirobo has already been deposited at base. Good work, Karina. And what about the other three? Lord Shino, the Sound 4 battles are still ongoing as shown on screen. As for Kimimaro, the drones have failed to approach the battlefield because the ground had been embedded with bones. The drones had failed to burrow through the chakra-infused bones, and manual tunneling will be required. Shino's piercing gaze traversed the labyrinthine array of screens, their illuminated surfaces flickering with vivid depictions of the battlefield, 3 of which captured the relentless struggle of his classmates with unparalleled clarity. Kimimaro versus the army of Naruto, Shikamaru using his shadows to play bondage with Tadaya, Yukon-Sekin versus Kiba Akamaru. Karina, deduct another point from the Kiba interruption variable. Done, but Karina suggests Lord Shino simply beat the rude dog. How dare he interrupt Lord Shino's valuable words? He should be punished. Alright, that's enough, Karina. No need to get so worked up. It's just a trivial matter. He'll get his retribution in the future. Karina's head lifted, her face puffed with a tempestuous rage, yet as she swallowed the seething fury that consumed her, an ambiguous silence hung in the air before she ultimately parted her lips. Fine. Karina will listen to Shino-sama and let off the stray dog for now. Near the location of Kiba, Shino sensed some of his ambushing drones return to hibernation. It seemed that Karina was really going to teach poor Kiba a lesson had he not stopped her. In the vicinity of Kiba's whereabouts, Shino's heightened perception detected a subtle shift in the locations of some of the arranged drones, their hidden presence retreating into a dormant state, an ominous sign that hinted at the impending culmination of Karina's vengeful wrath, a storm of retribution that threatened to engulf Kiba had he not intervened. And the lesson would probably be a deadly one given his current perilous situation. Karina, how long until the support from the Sand Village arrive? Lord Shino, they should have already arrived nearby, but they are planning which battlefield to support. High-risk target Gaara has destroyed the surveillance bugs in the area, and there is no real-time update on their strategy. But according to the database, Gaara will support his brainwasher, Naruto. Kankuro will support the dog who got beaten down. And Temari, Karina raised her head, her amorous gaze fixed on Shino. She should be going to catch the cheating Shikamaru who is groping others with his shadow technique. Shino's eyes, an abyss of enigmatic depths, smoldered with an electric intensity as they fixated upon the delicate residue of mayonnaise clinging to the plush contours of Karina's lips, an unexpected allure that bewitched him. And as the weight of his heated gaze bore upon her, Karina responded with a tantalizingly provocative act, her tongue sensually caressing her lips, erasing the trace in a gesture laden with intrigue and unspoken possibilities. Shino-sama, would you like to transform Temari into one of your queens? Karina would be happy to help. With a mischievous grin, Shino's hand rose to gently tap Karina's forehead, an innocent gesture that belied the underlying complexities of their enigmatic dynamic, hinting at a depth of playful intimacy that only they could comprehend. Do you really want me to bring a violent woman like that home? You're not afraid our base gets torn apart? Hee, Shino-sama, as long as it's your desire, Karina will find a way. Karina's proximity heightened, drawing her nearer until her warm breath, like a tantalizing whisper, delicately caressed the surface of the remote control. Handing the remote control over to Karina, Shino's head shook imperceptibly, his gaze transfixed upon the screen that unveiled the unfolding drama of Shikamaru's battlefield, where the unexpected arrival of Temari unfurled the forbidden scroll, recording the second spark of the duo's entwined destinies. Eagerly lending her assistance, Karina facilitated his vision's focus, zooming in and granting him a glimpse into the exquisite allure of Temari's youthful form, captivating and enigmatic. Yet as the tendrils of temptation coiled around Shino's consciousness, a profound sense of restraint compelled him to shake his head in an act of reluctant defiance. Let's leave this to the future. For now, let's focus on increasing our strength. You're the only one I need for now, Karina. Ah. Shino-sama. How could you say that? Rising with an air of anticipation, Karina's form quivered, an enigmatic dance of tremors that coursed through her being. In the breathless span of fleeting moments, Karina's eyes ignited like smoldering embers, their fiery intensity fixated unwaveringly upon Shino, as her alluring silhouette ascended with an effortless grace, delicately traversing the space between them to claim her seat upon the chair that beckoned her. A tantalizing heat emanated from her every pore, enveloping the air with an intoxicating aura, as her hushed whispers, laden with secrets untold, seared into the depths of Shino's ear, their steamy tendrils of enticement coiling around his very core. "Shino-sama, if you say that, it makes Karina can't help it. Be serious. Kodomaru will be brought here soon. We need to extract all of his value before his death, and we can't waste a moment." "Pa. Don't worry, Shino-sama. Karina has everything under control. Karina will claim her reward from Shino-sama before the prisoner arrives." "Pa." A shadow descended upon Shino's countenance, his eyes darkened dangerously. "Oh, are you saying my speed is too fast?" "No, Shino-sama. It's because Karina is happy." Karina paused, her bewitching voice lingered in the air as her hands danced over the console. "So, Karina will be using a new jutsu." Within the depths of Shino's gaze, a minuscule tremor rippled through his eyes, causing them to contract, their once expansive orbs shrinking with an unsettling intensity, as a foreboding sensation of tightness hinted at a perilous path that lay before him. Shadow Strangle Jutsu? As the weight of curiosity hung heavy in the air, Shino delved into the depths of his interrogation, seeking to unravel the enigma that shrouded Karina's newfound jutsu, yet time itself seemed to warp and distort, flowing with a languid, viscous quality akin to quicksand. The arrival of the unconscious Kodomaru disrupted the delicate exchange, signaling the arrival of a crucial moment for interrogation, where hidden truths would be pried loose from the depths of shadows to nourish the rise of a new era in Shino's domination. Chapter 55, Arrival at Loran. The scorching sun cast its relentless gaze upon the vast expanse of the Land of Wind, turning its desert into a searing inferno. The grains of sand danced in the hot wind, forming swirling dunes that stretched out as far as the eye could see. After half a week's journey, it was in this unforgiving terrain that Shino Aburame and his father, Shibi, found themselves, their purpose shrouded in secrecy. Their journey through the desert had been arduous, the heat relentless and unforgiving. His father, Shibi, led the way with a determined stride, his eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses, his face covered in a thin layer of sweat. Beads of perspiration also dotted Shino's brow, his normally stoic expression strained under the weight of the unrelenting sun, but only Shino knew this was a mere guise, for he was just an insect clone, granting him the uncanny capability to manipulate his own perception at will, so he could switch off a part of his senses if required. Assuming it was a sense he actually felt. Amidst the sweltering embrace of the desert's searing breath, his bugs did appear a bit sluggish, a minuscule manifestation betraying the oppressive heat's whispered influence. However, Shino found this to be inconsequential in the overall picture. Despite being in allied territories, his father's cryptic words had warned him to be wary regardless. However, his father did assure him there would be no danger on this mission. Probably. As they trudged through the scorching sand, Shibi's deep voice cut through the oppressive silence. "Shino, I believe it is time I share the truth about our mission in Loran with you. It is a secret I have carried for far too long." Shino turned his gaze toward his father, his curiosity piqued. "What is it, father? Why have we come all this way?" Shibi's eyes darted around, making sure no one else was within earshot. He leaned in closer to Shino, his voice dropping to a whisper. "In the past, I served alongside the Yondaime Hokage during a mission in Loran, before he had became the Yondaime. It was during that time that he made a decision that would alter the course of our lives." Shino listened intently, his mind racing with questions. "What decision did he make, father?" Shibi's voice carried a tinge of regret. "The Yondaime decided to erase everyone's memories of that mission." "Oh? Then, father, your memory." A glimmer of skepticism danced within the depths of Shino's gaze as his eyes briefly locked with his father's. "The Yondaime." Shibi's fingers delicately adjusted the rim of his glasses, an unassuming gesture that belied the layers of hesitation woven into his very being. In a voice infused with self-deprecation, he finally spoke, each word a delicate brushstroke unveiling the intricacies of his own helplessness. "He forgot to include me in the memory-erasing circle." An awkward silence loomed between the father-son duo, as the weight of their special ability cast a haunting pall over their shared experiences, hinting at hidden depths of lamentation and untold tragedies waiting to be unraveled. As the flush of momentary embarrassment subsided, Shibi gathered the fragments of composure, forging ahead with his speech. "At first, I thought it was an accident, an oversight. But as the years went by, I began to suspect it may have been intentional." In the depths of Shino's enigmatic gaze, a flicker of intrigue intertwined with a subtle dance of surprise. "Intentional? But why, father? Why would the Yondaime want to erase everyone's memories except yours?" Shibi paused for a moment, his gaze fixated on the distant horizon. "I do not have all the answers, Shino. But I believe the Yondaime entrusted me with a crucial task, one that required me to keep a watchful eye on a seal hidden within the ruins of Loran. Shino's mind whirled with thoughts as he recalled the plot. A seal? What does it do? And why is it so important? Shibi's voice grew solemn. The seal holds immense power, Shino. It is a key to an ancient secret, one that could change the fate of our world. My job has been to secretly check on the seal, maintain its integrity, and ensure it lasts until the time is right. Shino's eyes gleamed, his voice adorned with a tantalizing hint of intrigue, as he played along. And what is the time, father? When will the seal's purpose be revealed? Shibi's gaze softened as he looked upon his son. That, my son, is something you do not need to know yet. But I believe it is drawing near. Shibi's gaze stared into the distance, an air of mystery hanging over his countenance. The signs are becoming more apparent, and the world is on the precipice of great change. Some events will be inevitable. But we, the Aburame clan, never seek to stand at the front of the stage. We just need to do our duty and maintain the status quo. The duo continued their trek through the scorching desert, the ruins of Loran looming closer with each step. Finally, they arrived at the remnants of the once great kingdom. The buildings stood in ruins, with sand and time eroding away their former glory. Shino's eyes scanned the surroundings, his insect army buzzing softly through the air. The wind whistled through the broken structures, carrying with it a sense of forgotten stories and lost memories. Shibi's gaze fell upon an abyss that lay in the midst of the dilapidated towers. It was there, deep within its recesses, that the seal awaited their arrival. Father and son approached the large with caution, stepping over rubble and remnants of what once thrived. Peering into the deep abyss below, Shino arched his brow. Were they going to jump down? In the depths of anticipation, Shibi Aburame's lips parted with purpose, his teeth sinking into the flesh of his finger. With measured precision, a bead of crimson blood emerged. With a determined grace, his hand met the earth, summoning jutsu. A swirling maelstrom of smoke erupted from the very fabric of reality, unveiling a colossal creature that defied comprehension. Majestic wings unfurled, casting elongated shadows upon the barren ground. As the summoned entity took form, a giant, iridescent beetle, its carapace shimmering with an otherworldly luminescence. With a gesture both authoritative and cryptic, Shibi bid Shino to mount the beetle's back, its sturdy carapace offering an assurance of protection in the face of the unknown. A sense of anticipation mingled with trepidation filled the air as the duo embarked on their descent, their journey guiding them into the fathomless depths of the underground ruins. Like a feather borne by the wind, the colossal beetle gracefully tipped and weaved its way down the passage, navigating the shadows with an uncanny intuition. After their descent, the beetle was sent away. The duo trekked on foot into the dilapidated tower, its walls worn and cracked. It wasn't long before the duo found themselves in an ancient chamber, clearly within the confines of the ancient tower. As they walked across the dilapidated rocky bridge, their footsteps echoed through the empty tower. As they approached the core of the tower, Shino's keen bugs detected faint traces of chakra lingering in the air, perhaps a sign that someone had been here recently. His curiosity intensified, speculating whether McCade had already found this place. Or could it just be leakage from the seal? Shibi's voice broke the silence. Shino, be prepared. We are about to witness something few have ever seen. A subtle nod of affirmation graced the contours of Shino's countenance, his heart harboring a wellspring of enigmatic tranquility that belied the mysteries swirling within his depths. Naturally, Shino was not interested in the unfathomable power of the ley lines. He had no interest in dabbling with the power of time, especially not at his current stage of power. Not everyone has the protagonist's fortune. As a normal side character, the slightest misstep may lead to dire consequences, causing all his current efforts to go to waste. Instead, Shino's interest was piqued by something else. If he remembers correctly, a remnant of that coveted jutsu he yearned for is here. They stepped onto the core platform bathed in dim light, the floor etched with intricate seals. At its center stood a pedestal, upon which a mysterious object rested, an orb, akin to the subtle opening of an ancient eyelid, and like the sword in the stone awaiting its fated owner, an ornate kunai sealed with an ancient emblem. The air crackled with a subtle energy, as if the very kunai pulsed in greeting. Shino's gaze locked onto the glinting kunai, his mind a tempest of calculated directives, weaving intricate webs of strategy and unseen agendas with the assistance of Karina. Yet he masked it expertly with a composed exterior, betraying no inkling of the intricate dance of thoughts and turmoil that echoed through his being. Father, what is that? Shibi approached the pedestal, his hands trembling slightly, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. This, Shino, is the key to sealing the ancient power. It is part of the seal which serves as the final barrier to the secret that was sealed away. And I believe it is also something you would be interested in? A mischievous flicker ignited within the depths of Shibi's gaze, as he extended a subtle, intriguing gesture towards the gleaming kunai, the Yondame's thunder god kunai. With a subtle nod of assent, Shino's body swayed in a mesmerizing rhythm, each deliberate motion a calculated dance as his eyes remained unwavering, locked upon the kunai's captivating presence. Every intricate detail etched upon its surface became the subject of his relentless scanning. At first, father wanted to bank on some favors to get the Thunder God Jutsu for you. Shibi's head swayed in a solemn gesture, a tinge of disappointment weaving through his subtle movements, hinting at a hidden layer of unfulfilled expectations. But father didn't expect that ruthless man's obstruction to be so intense. And when the time came to submit the request, none of the others showed up to support. I don't know if this was intentional or if they had just forgotten. Shino's lips imperceptibly twitched. Probably a mix of both. Shibi's head shook gently, a glimmer of concealed nuance lurking within his composed demeanor. Father is used to it by now, your mother even more so, and Shino, you will become used to it in the future as well. Shino, you can take your time to observe the kunai. This is as much as father can do for you. Bestowing upon Shino's shoulder a measured pat, infused with the weight of unspoken encouragement, Shibi proceeded with meticulous deliberation towards the mystic seal. As for father, it is time to reinforce this seal. Judging by its appearance, the seal would naturally deteriorate and the power will probably break out within a couple of months. That would be an untimely disaster. The actors aren't in place yet, and we shouldn't let the bandit succeed so easily. A glimmer of enigmatic luminescence danced within the depths of Shibi's gaze, hinting at a tapestry of countless mysteries veiled within his mind. In the intricate web of their perceptive prowess, not even the faintest whisper of intrusion escaped Shino's notice, and certainly not Shibi's penetrating gaze. Both harbored shrouded speculations, their minds interlaced with enigmatic musings surrounding the mysterious intruder. Seizing upon his insights, Shibi resolved to interpose a formidable roadblock, a cunning obstruction designed to delay the intruder's endeavors. Even in the absence of perceived intruders, in a symphony of calculated purpose, his vigilant actions would ensure the integrity of the seal remained unscathed. With an air of calculated purpose, Shibi retrieved a withered scroll, its ancient pages whispering secrets long forgotten. His eyes traversed the cryptic contents, meticulously aligning the intricacies inscribed within with the enigmatic seal before him. Discreetly, Shino's gaze surreptitiously glided across the delicate script adorning the wide-open scroll, a silent acknowledgement of the trust bestowed upon him by his father. The hidden knowledge unveiled before him spoke volumes, a testament to the unspoken bond they shared, for his father's intention was never to veil the scroll's content, but to illuminate his path. After determining the correct nodes, Shibi hovered his hand over the seal, a surge of power coursed through the chamber. Chakra was seemingly infused into the air, as the lines of the seal glowed. After Shibi meticulously deciphered the intricate network of nodes, his hand hovered with calculated precision over the ancient seal, a reverberation of raw power rippling through the chamber, as if the very essence of chakra danced within the air itself. The lines of the seal responded to the influx of energy, a mesmerizing display of radiant luminescence casting an otherworldly glow. The puzzle of his father's purpose finally becoming clear. With a deft touch, Shibi infused a measured amount of chakra, ensuring the validity of his knowledge to avoid inadvertently destroying the deal. Sensing no problem, he increased the amount of chakra, his confidence unwavering, delicately balancing the delicate equilibrium between repair and reinforcement. As his chakra became exhausted, his father finally stopped for a rest, the once glowing ceiling lines gradually vanishing without a trace behind him. His gaze remained transfixed upon the vanishing seal. Shibi's voice, weary and fraught with the echoes of exhaustion, trembled with a subtle vulnerability as he uttered his command. Guard the area while I recover. With father's proficiency, the seal reinforcement can't be done in one day. Shino stepped forward, his resolve firm as he adjusted his glasses. Father, I understand. I'll make sure not even a single bug gets through to bother your rest. The father and son duo stared at each other, a dance of mischief playing upon their lips. Indeed, Shino. The Aburame clan will never let others bug them. A subtle nod rippled through the currents of Shibi's being, his voice drenched in an alluring cloak of mischief, hinting at the depths of untamed personalities lurking beneath his composed facade. Yet, in an instant, the atmosphere shifted, a veil of seriousness descending upon his words. But this is no playing matter. The responsibility lies upon our shoulders. We must tread carefully and ensure that this knowledge isn't shared with others until the time is ripe. At least 4 years to be safe. The seal repair went without a hitch. Unfortunately, the elusive intruder remained veiled in the shadows, away from the ruins and coincidentally avoiding a dangerous duo. Perhaps he was also aware that the seal, though dormant, was deteriorating with time, and he was just biding his time until the opportune moment, a couple months later. But when he returns next time, he will be in for a stunning surprise. After this repair, the only way for the power to escape is years later or through the breaking of the seal. This will ensure any individual with nefarious thoughts will have to pursue ways to break the seal, rather than just waiting for a free lunch, Shibi uttered with confidence, turning around to leave. Time to go home, Shino. As he turned, Shino's gaze lingered for but a fleeting moment upon the secrets concealed within the chamber, brushing past the gaping abyss surrounding the core. As the tendrils of his keen perception brushed against the presence of a hibernating Zerg buried deep beneath the surface, a knowing smile curled upon his lips, laden with a mixture of cunning and satisfaction. He won't dabble in time's intricate threads now, but in the future, he may weave a different story. When they left the underground ruins, the ruins returned to its desolate state, seemingly shielded from the ravages of passing years. The land of wind's unforgiving desert awaited them outside, but now they carried a newfound purposes, secrets that could reshape the destiny of their world. Shino, we were chosen to safeguard this knowledge, to ensure its preservation until the time was right. The Yondaemon trusted me with this duty, and now it falls to both of us. Under the scorching sun, Shino and Shibi walked side by side, their shadows stretched long across the golden dunes. The winds whispered tales of forgotten power and concealed truths, and the duo ventured forth, bound by duty, their hearts aflame with the weight of their own calculated intentions. Chapter 56, Harvest and Plans. The Hokage's office was filled with an air of tension as Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, listened intently to Shizu's report on the failed Sasuke retrieval mission. The disappointment weighed heavily on her, but it was the revelation of the stolen corpses that truly shook her to the core. Slamming her fists on the table, Tsunade demanded answers. What in the world is going on, Shizu? Tsunade's voice rang out with a mix of frustration and concern. How could the corpses of Orochimaru's subordinates be stolen right under our eyes? You know they could have important clues leading to Orochimaru. And who is this mysterious person capable of controlling giant insects? Shizu stood before Tsunade, her face etched with worry. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama. We are still investigating the matter, but it appears that the Aburame clan is not responsible. There are no records of them having such insects in their possession. Tsunade grunted in unhappiness, her mind racing to find a possible explanation. Are there any leads? Did anyone witness anything unusual? Shizu shook her head. No, Tsunade-sama. We haven't found any witnesses yet. However, there is one suspicious point. Under your permit, the Aburame clan head took his son with him on a secret mission, which is unusual considering the secrecy of the mission. It is unknown if they are attempting to set up an alibi, but we have reports from our allies confirming their arrival at the Land of Wind. It can't be them, not with that man staring at them. Tsunade's brow furrowed as she pondered the information. Could it be a ruse? Is it possible that the bugs are actually minions of a subordinate under Orochimaru? I don't want to jump to conclusions, but we can't ignore this possibility. Shizu nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. I'll instruct the Anbu to keep a close eye on the Aburame clan. If there's any suspicious activity, we'll find out. In the meantime, we'll see if we can acquire any intel from the remaining corpse.